To test your call quality, record a short message after the beep. Then your message.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to pick.
What's away?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Faceless Void.
Seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Team secrets turn to ban. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to pick.
It really depends right now because they either have the choice of just picking a casual, just Yapsor hero, Rubik's in the pool, Earth Spirit.
You do want some low cooldown setup for real.
Even the clock as well. Clock's naturally very good against the tiny Ampango, right? So you could even argue Secret could be picking this hero.
Remaining.
They just have to decide what are they doing with this IO.
Radiant team pick.
Most days it's normally just a 5. Okay, there's
that's
Rubik.
the low cooldown setup for Reload that you already mentioned as one of Yapsor's prime times.
Look at that incredible Rubik pick. But the question remains, what will he be able to steal from the enemy? Will it even matter at all, T-Governor?
He can still roll,
remaining.
Avalanche, toss.
Tiny's got some of the best spells in the game.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
If he's good enough, he could still Avalanche, still toss, and then get the whole combo.
Time up the cooldown.
Yeah.
You have to preemptively steal. That's crucial. And they go for the Venge. Save for the
void.
Chrono.
Very nice. Yeah, of course.
It is kind of low cooldown. But they do it. They choose to enable it with like a pseudo, damage amper save for the long cooldowns of the Faceless Void.
The question is, are Fly to Moon setting themselves up? If Secret pick another like a weaker early hero, they could easily just go for like a Drow. You didn't have the Venge Drow.
Drow's already banned out.
Oh my man!
Number one ban out
nice.
there.
Thank you.
Void
Didn't
right
see
now.
that one. But Underlord, okay.
I'm like an Arc Warden if they play it for Fly to Moon.
But looking at like the strategy of Secret, the reason why they're able to pick these more passive heroes, for example, when Puppy just picks up a casual, the Omni Knight or whatever, it's because their playstyle and their overall strategy is so strong that they can play reactionary. They're not really going to give too much up. And like with this lineup, if this was on a different team, I think we'd be arguing about the lack of early fight, the lack of early map movement. They're very kind of static. But because it's Secret, we're kind of going, all right, cool, nice. They've good draft plans, keep it up. But
well, another game plan with the Rubik Underlord is these two heroes as an offlane duo are like two of the best lane pushers in the entire game. They just shove the lanes. And the thing about IO Void is they want to play off map, and you want heroes that can naturally just play the map without you and can also set up the fights for you without you having to be the one pushing the lanes. That's the super important part about Void, because in this game, I think if he's showing on lanes, he's very vulnerable to just getting bursted at any point in the game. But if he's playing the defensive parts of the map, while the Rubik is defending towers and the Underlord is pressuring, suddenly the game plan becomes very straightforward for Secret. I'm not a huge fan of this Terrorblade pick.
Yeah, you literally just described the idea of lane push, and Terrorblade doesn't like playing into quick lane push.
Yeah.
I think the saving grace though is they don't have those heroes that can easily then invade the jungle as well, right? You don't have this natural melee 4 that can set up your kill. Of course you have the IO relocate, but where's the damage right now of that first relocate? There's nothing really.
Yeah, my concern is that we're going to look at the map around 10 to 15 minutes, and all 3 lanes are going to be shoved in favor of Secret. That is my concern. Eventually, Terrorblade, when he gets to like 2 or 3 items, his illusions will be tanky enough to actually outpush the Rubik Underlord. But up until that point, the raw nuke power, like the way I look at it is Team Secret's heroes don't have to be on the creep wave to push it. While the Fly to Moon heroes, all of them physically have to be in the creep wave, which I don't like that much against the IO Void.
I think Fly to Moon's issue right now, they have to also think about what is this mid laner that's going to come out and be, like, what are we banning? Because right now it's Zeus, Ember, Quap, any mid hero that can just have a nice time and easily pivot to side lanes, because they need someone who wants to at least make some type of move on the map, because their heroes don't move, right? So I think like a Quap type pick for Secret would be insanely good for them, because she moves so quickly. Again, Ember, same argument.
The lanes are going to be set up for you. I think at this point, the IO Void's going to be a pairing. You want a hero that makes use of the lane pushing
Well, sets up the relocate, right?
Yeah,
you have no relocate set up.
You have the Rubik, but it's not enough, right? You want a hero that can play with the group of 3, but also doesn't rely on the Underlord Rubik to help them at all. Remember how we talked about that one game in the Divine series you and I were paneling, and it was a Drow that was with like an Ember Clock, and we were like, we don't really like the Drow with that because Ember Clock, they're purely worried about their positioning, them going into the fights. And in this game, I think you want that same idea for the Rubik Underlord, so this last pick just needs to be an independently functioning mobile hero. Like, that's kind of how I look at it.
This is where Secret completely big brain the draft, and they put like the IO still in that carry role. They put the Void as like just a casual mid lane type of thing. They pick up that 5 last pick to pair with the IO, and then they just go all out aggression. Ready for it.
Yeah, it's possible, but
not pro. Yeah.
It's funny that they banned Necro, by the way. I think that like I
think that, yeah, I was gonna say,
Shadow Shaman, unbelievable.
It's an indicator that his tiny probably is mid, and then the Shaman will be in that.
This is like on my no-fly zone, you know? It's Shadow Shaman. I think he's one of the worst heroes in Dota right now.
What?
So this last pick now, think about it, guys. Is Secret going to suddenly do the surprise gotcha with this IO, or are they just going to pick up a very casual mid laner? Time will tell. We've already stated the case for the mid lane options, but again, if they do this IO carry, we might see a 5 hit. And it's just casual Arc Warden. So nothing too crazy. Arc Warden naturally better than TB, and I think unfortunately.
Like they were gonna pick this hero that capitalized on the map movements of the Rubik Underlord, but in like an aggressive way. They've chosen to do it in a defensive way. Yeah, saying like, okay, the heinous is on you guys for ending the game, because Terrorblade gets outscaled really hard by Arc Warden. So I thought they were gonna ramp up the pace and try to bring it down early, but now it's like, okay, Secret's all about, hey, you have to do something or we're gonna win this game.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit carried away there, and I think Fly Team, they have the answers to deal with the greediness, right, of the Arc Warden and the Void. Naturally, these heroes need 2-3 items to come online. So when you have Shaman and then Terrorblade, it's very easy to move to Roshan, to move to a high ground. It's, can the Rubik and the Underlord do enough in that defense, even the Arc Warden, to prolong the game long enough? I think they can, but there is a window in which we could see Fly Team dominate. Just the question is, can they dominate long enough and consistently enough to overcome Secret's eventual win?
That's enough, brother! The time has come. These teams have been gathered together, the greatest across dimensions and time. But only 2 men can cast this game correctly to bring you the action and the drama that you so desire. Pass it over to the panel! Whoa!
Whoa, yeah, thank you very much, Snack. Yes, Secret versus Fly to Moon. I'm only picks with Jumbo Lizard for this one. Lizard, how you doing?
Oh, doing great. After that panel, man, I'm hyped.
Yeah, absolutely. They know how to certainly build the hype up. Something that it's not always very easy to do when there's an Arc Warden pick, Lizard. It's coming in as the last one for Secret in a matchup where, as you saw by the odds, already quite heavily favored. I mean, come on, you know, there's great people in the world, and then there's people who pick Arc Warden, Lizard.
What do you... Hey, I pick Arc Warden every now and then.
I'm gonna move a little further away from you.
Okay.
I kind of forgot about that you're also an Arc Warden player, Lizard. Yes, indeed you are.
I carried you a few days ago with it. Come on, man.
Now, how's the carry potential for an Arc Warden in this game? Does it look like a game where you're pretty darn happy to be playing Arc?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, this game for Arc Warden is really good. You're playing... Okay, he did get nerfed with today's patch, but it's like 50 range on the Flux talent. It's literally nothing. You don't even care about that much. But overall, it looks like a very solid Arc Warden game. You're playing versus DB. You're also playing versus Shadow Shaman's wards. And once you put Magnetic Field on a tower, suddenly he's not killing your tower any longer. Plus you get attack speed to kill those.
Yeah, easy money,
wards.
right?
It's
Yeah,
money.
Farm the wards nicely, and I guess as the Arc one as well, you're looking at your lineup. You've got some lovely teammates, right? Rubik, Underlord, Void. These are all heroes that control the fight, right? You get any of these on the front lines, it's going to be able to hold them in place and get the damage done from the Arc. And you've got that IO to bail you out, and to also bring in a +1. Maybe sometimes the doubles, getting someone close to the edge. IO takes someone else over, they get the kill. Now that Secrets lineup, looking over at Fly to Moons, what have they got going on this game that you do like? Like, what can you see working from Fly to Moons squad this time?
So they get a lot out of levels and just a couple of items. If you're a tiny, all you need in this game is a Blink Dagger. You're activated. You can start hunting down these heroes, even some cores on the side of Secret. Shadow Shaman, Pango, both had activated only with level 6, so they can start playing this game very early on, and they will have to, because you need to punish this Arc Warden pick.
Let's have a look. See how this mid lane is going to go between Iceberg and Nisha, and the other setups, of course. Top lane Roger supporting General against the Puppy, Io, and the Matumba Man Faceless Void. Let's see what sort of chronos we have today. Always one of the delights of watching the Void. You know there's going to be a lot of pogs or lulls in the chat depending on which way Matt wants to swing today.
Roger, he got blocked a little bit there, but he should be fine. I think I heard BSJ talk about this Shadow Shaman like it's the worst position 4 or 5 right now. I think it's pretty solid. You get some catch roll for the Void. Your damage is ridiculously strong still in the laning stage. And versus an IO that has no armor, you should be really digging deep into him.
Yeah, I mean, we see there Roger trading quite nicely with Puppy, bringing the IO down nice and low. He himself, though, Roger, down to that last tango, so a little low on the regen now. We'll see if they get some backup out in lane. Yeah, he's going to get himself some more sent over for sure. But I imagine this lane, it's going to be hard to slow down Matu's farm right between these two, because he's just going to consistently have that sustain from Puppy's Aya.
I think unless Matu and Puppy do something extremely aggressive, they're just going to out-farm them. That lane should be extremely easy for them. Puppy perhaps can be in danger of dying, but Matu should never be there. Like, he should be completely fine, even with the double catch from Rasta, the Hex and the Shackles.
And then down here on the bottom for half, V2 and the carry TB supported by the Always Want to Fly Venge against Japzor and Zai. I mean, so far for the TB looks pretty good. V2's been doing a solid job down here on the CS. I can only imagine this is going to get a lot worse though for Fly to Moon down here, as this doesn't seem like a fun 2 heroes to play into once they start getting the levels. A lot of magical harass early on that this TB is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid lane for Underlord. Oh, Matu.
Oh, hello. Well, there you're talking about the Shaman's right click. There you have it. Roger and General punching him in place, and General certainly getting fortunate with the RNG there, getting some great procs of the passive. That's first blood for them in the lane, which we thought would be a hard one to punish.
I love how you started with, you talked about Shadow Shaman's right clicks and not Matu should never die there, because it's a hard lane to kill the Void, but they managed to do so.
They definitely messed up, and Fly to Moon quick to punish it. Excellent read from them. Mid lane, we'll see in the moment. Iceberg is going to take a bit of harass here from Nisha, getting the Spark Wraiths out. Last one won't be enough to finish him off, but we'll send him walking back to base. So far, though, in that lane, Iceberg trading farm very evenly with Nisha. Obviously, this bit of time with him walking back is going to give Nisha the lead, but yeah, he's been finding a good amount from that lane as the Tiny.
Yeah, it's a lane in which either one of these two can die. If you step out of position a little bit as Arc Warden, you can eat that 1-2 combo from Tiny and you're just dead. Same goes for Tiny. If he misses a combo, if he goes a little bit out of position, suddenly you find yourself with a Flux and a Spirit, and you can't outrun the Arc. So it's a very interesting lane matchup on the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think honestly across the board, first 4 minutes in, you Fly to Moon, you've turned up to this game in the first 4 minutes of laning against Secret, and so far you're doing just as well, if not better. Look, all 3 of their cores, they're farming fine here, no trouble. And bottom lane, I mean, it's a dead Venge, but it's V-Tune getting the kill in return. And he's free farming. This Terrorblade is having a free opening, and he hasn't died in lane, unlike Matu up top.
Yeah, I think you're very happy with what just happened on the bottom lane, because you used your meta as well and you got a kill off of it. Well, that's pretty solid.
see this attempt onto Puppy here by Fly to Moon. Matu will get Roger, but General will find the trade. See if Matu can go for another. General getting the disarm. Matu looking for the body blocks to try and keep General in position. He needs a bash. He's going to find it, but the Fairy Fire's there from General. Keeps him alive, and General will be able to get away.
Yeah, he also had 4 magic wand charges, so going for that kill was extremely difficult for Matu.
Always want to fly in a lot of trouble here. This is where the combo starts to get really nasty here from Secret. The combination of the pit and the telekinesis always allowing you to get at least 2 instances of the root off. It's a lot of control to keep those heroes held in the firestorm.
Yeah, and the root is better now. After the patch that they hit, the root is better. His Underlord's aura, Underlord's presence or whatnot is a bit worse on first few levels, but it gets better as well over time. So I actually expected them to not do so well early on, but they're fine.
Look at this movement from Roger. He's coming in with the smoke. He's got the catch here on the main Arc Warden, coming in with a combo. Iceberg punching Nisha down. Nisha will put the Fairy Fire. He's trying to get away. One more hit. He'll do it. Iceberg's going in. He's looking for the hit, and he finds it. Excellent moves here from Roger, coming over towards that mid lane. As Roger does, of course, die for the attempt, but absolutely worth it there. You secure an Iceberg a kill on the Arc Warden. You're slowing down Nisha's game.
Yeah, that was an interesting play, because if Nisha uses Flux on Tiny from the clone, then he can run away. But he decides to use the Flux on the Shadow Shaman. Because of that, he does get the kill, but eventually he dies in the end. I think he was just trying to bait with the Fairy Fire.
Oh, I see Secret trying to maybe punch back here, but no, Yapsot not able to quite get a catch onto Iceberg. Top lane, aggression again from Fly to Moon. They're in onto Matsu. Roger's got the control with the shackles. Has General got enough damage? He's going to have a swashbuckle up again in a second. Puppy trying to heal Matsu back up. Matsu, he can't get out of this. An Ether Shock from Roger finishes him off. Fly to Moon getting another kill on Matsu on that top lane.
And that top lane is not going the way I expected. I thought that this IO and Void should be completely fine, especially after they get a couple of levels, but they don't have any regen on Puppy. That's the problem. Like he has a bracer and a stick, but he doesn't bring out a salve for himself. He doesn't have those Fairy Fires. Because of that, he doesn't really accomplish a lot with these tethers and overcharges.
There we have some early pressure here now into the bottom tower. Zai back in. Yeah, 7 minutes in. Even on the net worth. An opportunity to kill off Always Want to Fly. Again, just caught a little too close, the 2 of them in the pit. Same time though, top lane as well. It's another kill in response from Fly to Moon, this time finding Puppies. Generally, he's going to hit the 6.
He's already 6.
Now these kills
7 minutes in.
Yeah, 2-0-2. Straight away by the looks of it, as soon as he hits 6, using that Rolling Thunder to get that kill on Puppy. But this Pango is off to a pretty flying start.
Yeah, he's doing extremely well, and it's also one of those heroes that can make a lot of moves early on, which will be very important for Fly to Moon.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of aggression around the map. General and Iceberg, you know, these 2 heroes, huge killers at this stage, and they're going to team up mid right now. Iceberg looking to step in onto Nisha. General's come over with the TP. The toss, though, it's off to Mark. Iceberg not quite able to get the pickup onto Nisha. As Nisha's able to keep his distance, and they won't be able to set up for that kill. So unfortunately for General, time wasted.
It always feels bad when you're completely dominating the lane and then you leave it to make a move which doesn't really work out. If Roger stayed top and if he got those levels, then it would be kind of fine, but also Roger rotated. I can't blame them though. You really want to kill this Arc Warden. You want to slow him down.
We see it. Iceberg, he's going to be able to get the wraparound from the high ground, but there's 3 heroes here. He's coming in from the back. He's going to go for the avalanche toss as well as the swashbuckle. They're going to be able to take out Puppy amongst the 3 of them. Nisha pots the Tempest Devil in an attempt to get away. Matsu comes in with the Chrono, drops it onto the 2 of them. He caught Iceberg, but Iceberg, he's still trying to escape. In fact, he's going to be able to make it away there. As the Tempest double steps back, it didn't commit for the kill on Iceberg. As the micro wasn't quite there from Nisha, he misses out on a potential kill as Iceberg, he's able to walk away from it all.
You can't blame Nisha for not microing there, because he literally lived on 1 HP.
Was in panic mode.
Yeah, he literally lived on 1 HP. He was trying to
bottom lane.
Live.
An opportunity to kill off Zai is there, and they'll find it. V-Tune and Always Want to Fly take down Zai, and 8 for 5. I mean, Fly to Moon, they're certainly rising up to the power of Secret here in this opening game. top lane. Another kill by the looks of it onto Puppey. He's got the tether. They just need one more hit. General, has he not? No, he's not got the mana for the swashbuckles. Puppey will manage to live this time round. Japsel is going to come in with the lift, but still not quite. Of course, hitting the 6. Very close to the 6 on Japsel, but not quite there yet. So no other combos to play with.
You could see that Roger is the more dominant one. He was the one trying to still dive the tower and go for the wisp.
And he was the one offering the high five. You know, that's when you show him who's boss. If you're able to get the high fives out.
Iceberg.
Amazing what you're finding.
That's a lot of damage, but not enough here. Iceberg is out and away. In fact, look who's coming across the mid. They're going to see if they can find Nisha. Again, this movement from General and Roger running straight at the Arc Warden. There's no backup for Nisha. Nobody can come in and help him.
Yeah,
this constant move, I mean, General and Roger, they've been up and down from the top lane to the mid, and they're just doing an excellent job of slowing down Nisha's early game. They're killing him off multiple times, at least pushing him out of the lane, and now they're able to get some early pressure onto this tier 1.
Yeah, even though Nisha, what he did there was, in theory, really good, because he's forcing Iceberg out of the lane and then rotating towards the rune, just as the rune is about to spawn. But he didn't understand that General and Roger were also coming in hot from the top lane.
Just teasing with them. Won't be able to stop them taking the tower, of course. 10 minutes in here, Fly to Moon taking away that mid tower from Secret. And now onto the mid, they're actually having a bit of a poke at them underneath the tier 2 tower there. Puppey getting very low at the toss. Oh, isn't quite enough. That range creep trying to do his best to finish off the kill, but alas, the range creep will need a bit more training.
Now, how is Arc Warden doing when it comes to levels and items? How close is Nisha to his Midas? That's pretty much what this game is about. 1500 gold.
Okay, so he's going to get it, but it's slower than you would have hoped.
Yeah, it's slower. Ideally, you're looking at that 8-minute mark, and then you can really skyrocket with farm. This is still all right, considering how many times he was actually involved in all these ganks and fights. It's pretty solid.
Oh, I can see across the board, though, just as it's been, the way that the Fly to Moon's played in this laning stage, none of their cores have died. V-Tune, Iceberg, General, no deaths whatsoever, whereas theirs team have been able to kill off Secret's cores early on in this game.
And you can see the odds also reflect that a little bit. They dropped from what, 6
what's it gone to now?
to 4, like from 6 to 4. So it's
they're like, hang on. Yeah, I mean, and I think you had to be after seeing this opening from Fly to Moon. It's been a solid opening so far.
I'm always in this situation when I'm watching Secret.
Showing them all like 20 minutes and it's like, oh, okay, Secret's back.
Exactly. Yeah. And I love to see them lose the laning stage because you learn something new. You learn how to come back in the game. If they manage to come back.
There's definitely always that question of, is it just Secret, you know, stepping up the difficulty? You know, Puppey sort of said, lads, let's take it easy for the first 10 minutes. I want a challenge today, boys. We'll see. Or maybe they're going to be caught a little flustered here against Fly to Moon. So far, Fly to Moon have been hitting them hard with the shake-up. Iceberg, how we've seen on the Blink Dagger, 1400 towards it. They're going to hit this good timing where, yeah, this Tiny and Pango, they're going to be real killers. And Secret's heroes might not be ready to deal with it.
Exactly. It doesn't really get any easier. Roger.
Well, they really got him there. Coming in with the relocate. And they find someone else. They'll get the 2 supports. Always when a Fly goes down as well. Secret able to push Fly to Moon out of their jungle.
To such a good reaction by Secret. You could see the Fly to Moon, they're rotating in there with full force. You had General together with Venge and the Shadow Shaman, but Secret just answered way too fast. Some other team gets caught there by the Shadow Shaman, and that hero dies before anyone else comes to help him, but not Secret.
I'll see a bit of up and down. Iceberg. He's got this DD. I can get the toss in a second. I won't quite be able to get it. Matu stepping across, getting Puppey over. Matu's farm. He's got the Mask of Madness going for the BKB, MKB.
Just a standard build,
yeah,
right?
Nice and safe, and great DPS at the end of it all.
Yeah, you don't really need a Manta here, so just go for that BKB after Mask of Madness. Gives you a lot of damage in Chrono. Yeah. That's also another thing, that they don't truly have too much damage in the Chrono until Arc Warden gets his items, right? So this Midas itself on Arc Warden doesn't really allow him to fight a lot. However, Maelstrom already comes in handy, because as you said, you have so many spells up front for that Arc Warden to dish out the damage.
Blink's picked up from Iceberg. Actually not a part of this smoke movement. He's down bottom, a little low on the mana too, so this move will be made independently. Nisha, he's going to be found here. Always want to fly able to get in with the swap back straight away into the controls of Roger. They take out Nisha. On the side, General, he's got this bouncing Rolling Thunder controlling both Puppey and Matsuma Man that came in with this relocate, rendering them it's kind of difficult for them to get back in. Matsu's going to have a poke on to General. Swatch back at the buckle up in a second. General, he's able to get it up, but he's getting some heavy bashes here from Matsu. They come and they will be able to finish off the Pango. Roger able to walk away with a slither of health. The cleanups here though from Fly to Moon. They're able to get back in. Vitune, he's fighting on. He's got the Sunder, keeps himself very healthy, and with that Metamorphosis, getting the kill onto Matsuma Man. Iceberg even trying to reach deeper behind the tier 2. Won't be able to find a grab, and now may have got a little too far, a little too aggressive as the four of them waiting to capitalize on him going too deep. Avalanche and Magic Missile, will it get down Puppey at one? Puppey, he's still alive, swapping in, always want to fly, really wants to find the kill, swapping himself in aggressively, won't get it. And give it the chance for the Serpent wants to be dropped down as Roger turns, blows up Zai with the Ether Shock. Nisha's going to feed away as Tempest double to V-Tune.
Always want to fly, got Puppey in the end.
Oh, he did with the illusion.
With the illusion, yeah.
Oh, he got what he was looking for then. He does not care that he died there. He was going for Puppey and he got him.
A little mistake from Puppey as well, because after the Venge illusion spawned, he didn't react to it. He
Venge is dead.
Yeah, Venge is dead and he ran straight into it.
I mean, I guess it goes to show, you know, it gets even the best of us. Yeah. I mean, everybody's had that, you know, the Venge has died. I'm fine. Then suddenly this illusion's hitting, you're like, my goodness, this illusion actually hurts.
Yeah, you underestimate the damage of that every single time. But overall, Fly to Moon, the way that they're playing is really good.
Yeah.
They just have to pace themselves a little bit. When you take a good fight from Secret, don't expect to be diving tier 2s and getting more and more, because usually you will be punished for that.
But I think the thing is with the way the Fly to Moon is playing that sort of allows that is the fact that it's not the Terrorblade dying right. V-Tune, he's staying alive, and you can see already really starting to get a jump up in net worth in comparison to Matsu and Nisha. So as long as Fly to Moon can keep playing in this way that just allows V-Tune to get bigger and bigger, whilst, you know, sure, General, Iceberg, they can die here and there as long as they're bringing heroes down, just as long as they maintain this position for V-Tune to just pop off.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So this rush will be extremely easy for them. You have Venge with her aura, you have Lads already completed, and it doesn't look like Secret is ready to fight this.
No, I mean, they're starting to move across now, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quick enough. Fly to Moon will take this Aegis, and Anna's going to be the one to take it as well. As I say, yet to die on this Terrorblade. So already been very difficult for Secret to deal with him. We're going to see this attempt onto the Tempest up, but Zai's going to do a good job at defending it. Pits down as well as the Firestorm, and General's going to pay with his life. As that Secret catching them there with the bait. Matsu is going to drop the Chrono, tried to get the two of them, but he didn't get Always Want to Fly. So Always Want to Fly still able to get the swap out to the side. It might not matter though, because the damage, it's in from the backup. Zai's able to come in the pick control, and they take him out with the damage of Nisha. So the Chrono, it did the job, split them up, gets them the 2 kills at the end of the day.
Man, Secret gets into your head. Like, you just got a great rush, you didn't use anything, and then you lose a Pango for a clone, for an Arc Warden clone. Absolutely irrelevant. You didn't have to go for that.
No. I mean, it's always appealing, right? Was it 300 gold? You're like, oh,
it's late.
Let's go for that.
Yeah, earlier on it's less gold, so it scales with levels, right? But still.
Always Want to Fly. General's going to try and come in with a save. That last Spark Wraith might catch him, but Always Want to Fly is going to be careful. Tempest double will time out, so they won't be able to farm that. Coming in from the side, V-Tune drops the reflection, pops Puppey. Goodbye, Io. Goodbye, Io.
Goodbye.
Hey, Pango likes it. He's still laughing. Thanks, Pango.
He's the only
My one fan.
He's the only one. Alright, so what's he building into? There's a Blink coming up from Pango. I have to say that I love the Vlads as well in this game. You already have the initiation necessary from your Tiny, so getting that Vlads to buff up the damage from the Vengeful and from the Terrorblade.
Yeah, you just wanna make this TB as scary as possible, and any sort of aura and buff that's gonna do it. We'll see what he goes for next. I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone try and slide in a Solar Crest to their build. Medallion, and I guess probably maybe even Always Want to Fly. We'll see what he does with the small amount of gold he's getting as that support Venge.
Yeah, very small amount of gold. He's just dying a lot, and that's his style, right? And Vengeful Spirit probably is the best hero for always wanna fly, because even after you're dead, you still contribute in team fights. You still carry your aura around.
Nice, it's a dream hero to play. You know, they always want to fly. He's died 7 times, but you know that's in his world. That's 7 clips for the highlight reel. You know, these vengeful deaths, they can be part of a great play.
As long as he saves the target from the chrono or he gets that puppy wisp, he's more than happy to die.
Oh, they're going to try and hit him with a 5-man smoke here. Fly to Moon on the prowl. See if they can get a jump on. Secret, who have we got split up right now? Yapsor, hitting some neutrals, jungling. Top lane, the rest are Secret. Gonna start to look towards this tier 1. See if they can catch Yapsor here. They're
under attack.
We'll have to hunt quite deep. Yapsor, he's always going to get a bit of a surprise. He is going to turn with the telekinesis. TP's coming back from Secret. It's a little bit deep here from Fly to Moon. They might want to hold back a little bit. They have got the controller on to Matu. Matu came into the tower. They jump him. They've got the combo, but the BKB's out. Matu able to turn. Chrono's down on the 2 of them. He catches Always Want to Fly. He catches V-Tune. That's the Aegis gone. Can they do it a second time? The pit's down. He's getting bashed. Is there any save for this Terrorblade? There is not. The rest of Fly to Moon have to bail. They're starting to back off here. Let's Fly to Moon. They really poke a little too far there, starting to get in between that tier 2 and tier 3 tower. That was always going to be a risk, and as you say, against a team like Secret, this is a squad that will instantly react to any sort of move like that.
Instant reaction, and you always think, okay, what is this move from Secret? What's the next move? What's this brilliant move that's going to make them come back into this game? And sometimes it looks like it's not even them doing this. It's the enemy team making a lot of mistakes, but the way they're positioned there around the tier 2 and tier 3 is on Secret. They played it so well, and Iceberg, he just gets baited into jumping this Void. Before that, he did blow him up once or twice because Void only had Mask of Madness. But now with the BKB, that becomes extremely difficult. If you don't kill him in that first zap, he's gonna BKB and time walk.
Yeah, and just sort of those few moves, suddenly you start to feel a little scared if you Fly to Moon, right? You've got this position of the game now where both Matu and Nisha, they're on the par of farm that your Terrorblade has. And things aren't going to get any better if you're going to continue to make moves like that sort of overstep the mark. So Fly to Moon have got to be very cautious about making any sort of...
This is so good.
General.
This is so good for Secret. Like, this move right here is... okay.
Well, there you go. I mean, this... Well, I still have to clean up Secret. We'll see if they can turn this one for one that's... Obviously, the moment not very favourable for them. They lost their Arc Warden. Iceberg's going to try and jump in with the combo. He is able to pop Puppy, and now he's kind of caught in the river. Does have V-Tune and Roger's backup. Matsu, he's out with the Time Walk. He's away.
There was no chrono. I think Fly to Moon could have decided to fight there, and they are
still trying. Iceberg's going in. Puppy's going to come in with a buyback. Iceberg with the toss back onto Matu. He's going to jump across, start punching into Iceberg. As Iceberg will be left behind, Zai's going to continue to try and chase V-Tune. Yapsor, Stolen Toss able to finish that kill off the pit. Won't get the second proc onto V-Tune, so he's able to continue to move away. Matu is chasing. See General coming with a swashbuckle. 30 seconds without Iceberg though, so Fly to Moon have to be a little careful. Especially, as you say, Matu, Chrono up in a couple of seconds. He's got the Demon Edge, he's got big damage, also got the Dream Rune here, the Arcane, so he's going to get that extra value out of the long Chronosphere cooldown if he can get it dropped down in the next 30 seconds.
Zai is just making such a huge difference in these team fights. It's crazy because he's so tanky. He's always positioned aggressive.
This is the kill. This is the one you look for. Is there any save? There is. There is a save, and it will come out. Matsu is able, of course, kill off Always Want to Fly, but it's not the target they hope for. A little wishful there, of course, just dropping the Chrono down, but as I say, because that Arcane is feeling that he could do certain opportunities like that. General's going to come in with a big Rolling Thunder. Zai says, team, it's time to get out of there. Problem is, Puppy didn't quite catch it. Right, even in Matsu, oh no! They didn't let him in! They didn't let him in! Roger said, you want this ride? Sorry, it's taken! It's not yours, you're not getting in! And he locks him outside with the shackles. And that's Matu dead for 40. I mean, you're running down mid. Oh, here we go. Fly to moon, straight for the tier 2.
All right, you're running down mid, but if you want anything else than this tier 2, you need to pick up the Arc Warden first. Just because of the magnetic field, right? You won't be able to pressure the lane that hard with the TB. Maybe not even the tier 2, it seems like. Yeah, it should be too easy. You hit so hard.
We'll see what they're able to do with this, but yeah, there we have it. Just caught a little too far from one another. I think Zai was sort of bouncing off to the side as he was hexed. He was a little panicked, and Matu just, he couldn't quite get there. Roger with those clutch shackles.
Yep, Shadow Shaman is still the best hero when it comes to lockdown. What? There's Shadow Shaman and there's maybe Shaker Lion. Those three, they bring so much lockdown to every single fight that if you're a Void and you don't have a BKB on, you have to know where the Shadow Shaman is. You have to give him that info.
Yeah, you gotta kill him.
Or that also works.
Someone's got to get on top of it. Otherwise, Roger, I mean, I feel like this game, we've just seen him so many times, able to get these fantastic shackles off for a very good amount of duration. We'll see Matu's got the chrono up again. Next time might be a little more careful. It is, of course, one of those games where, you know, not only having to take into consideration the Shaman holding you down, but these swap saves from always want to fly are always going to be there.
One of the reasons why Shadow Shaman isn't always the best hero to pick is your shackles just can't last long enough in team fights. You cast those shackles, there's a lot of interrupting spells, and you just get interrupted in the first second. This isn't one of those games.
It's what, Lift and Chrono.
Lift and Chrono, that's it. Maybe a bash, but you're looking at shackling that Void anyway.
Exactly, yeah, that's the man you're going for.
So it's literally on Yapsor. This Rubik needs to be on point. There's Jules also on Zai, so he can help out too, but it's mostly on Yap.
Yeah, what's Yap got at the moment? He's got the Blink and Ether, so you know he's got those core items that allow him to find the opportunity for the big steals and the big plays. See how V-Tune's progress is. On top of the Skadi, 1700 gold. Nisha, how's he doing? Midas, Mjolnir, BKB next up.
This is your I want to fight build.
Yeah.
He's not going for some Daedalus or anything like that. He wants that BKB so he's able to join every single fight as soon as possible on this Arc Warden.
Oh, we have a secret with the sneaky play. Just waiting around mid, seeing if anyone gets baited here. Another Arcane Rune. Poppy's just going to take that.
All right. Interesting that Puppy just took it.
Yeah, I mean, I did last time, as I said, Matu and an Arcane got a bit excited, you know, dropped a chrono outside the base, so maybe Puppy's like, no. Not happening again. Oh, they came a-looking. Matu didn't want to drop a blind chrono, understandably.
But if he had Arcane Rune,
he would have done it. He actually would have.
He would have
If he had an Arcane, he would have definitely thrown the chrono down in the trees. Yeah. Matu's blaming Puppy for that one.
100%.
If he had that Arcane buff, he was dropping it. But not to be the case. 18 to 21 still, less than 1k here between Fly to Moon and Team Secret. A very close game indeed.
Yeah, what do we have? We have actually... what's the neutral item on V-Tune?
That's the Grove.
The Grove Bow, yeah. He has the Grove Bow plus Vengeful. This feels like a dream game right now.
He's basically Sniper.
Yep, pretty much.
Paladin, that's... He might be dropping that Grove Bow for the Paladin sword, though. I feel like that's hard to turn down as a carry.
Oh, Enchanted Quiver. Okay, now Secret did get this, and you would think that it's extremely good on Arc Warden, but I think it works. Yeah, I think it works.
Yeah, I think you were telling me that the other day. I believe you as well.
Yeah.
I feel like if it does work on Arc Warden with the Tempest double,
it's broke.
Like, that would be insane. And we'll see, you know. Well, I mean, Nisha is taking. We'll see in the fight what the double is. But you reckon the double doesn't?
It was bugged. It was bugged. Yeah, it was bugged, and I'm not sure if they.
It was back, but it's a feat.
It's
what we call it. That's a feature.
We had the feature.
There's no accidents in Dota. Only beautiful mistakes.
It's a beautiful way of making Arc Warden not as strong. That's what they did. So Enchanted Quiver, it had a... Let's see.
Oh, that top tower is
no, it did. There was definitely a 300 that came up above his head whilst the double hit.
All right.
So I think it did. Unless it's one of those things where it shows the number, but it's not actually doing the hit.
I think they probably fixed it then. Probably
Okay, so then it's Enchanted Quiver is. I mean, it already was. We're seeing a lot of cores loving to take it because it is that great an item, right? It's just that much extra damage. And here we go, Secret, second roach of the game. They'll look to take it themselves. Flight to Moon going to be able to get over here in time. They're starting to move over, but with that bubble, Secret are punching fast. General's got to make a move soon. Can he get in? He's going to try, but it's too late. Secret, they're able to finish it. Aegis and Cheese will be theirs.
And he also understood it really well, how fast Secret is doing that rush, because he started rolling so far from the rush pit, right? He wanted to roll and just get there, but unfortunately for him, they take it fast and he just stops rolling. Cheese taken by Arc, I think that's pretty good. You don't really need that Aegis as much on Arc Warden as you do on Void.
No, Matu's he's the VIP here. They've got to keep this man safe.
He's the brawler, that's pretty much what it is. If you're playing Arc Warden right now, most of the time you're in the back. Void is doing all the heavy lifting, he's going in front, he's using that chrono, and because of that he's in dangerous positions. Use Arc Warden, you're not even getting close to the fight with your main hero, so...
Oh, Iceberg. Careful, carefully, he's away. Or is he Matu? He's chasing. Oh, he's dropping it. The BKB did come off first. Matu still has a fair bit of damage around it, but it isn't enough. Iceberg there, getting away, always want to fly. Happily dying there as he saves Iceberg. That's the chrono down. You haven't lost core. So a little bit of pressure off the backs of Flight to Moon there. Not having to worry about the Chronosphere for now, Roger. See ya! He's got a haste rune. He's out of there. Oh, yeah, he says, nah. You ain't going anywhere, my friend.
An attempt was made.
It was.
Yeah, you're happy with Vengeful if you swapped your TB out of Chrono and saved your Iceberg, sorry, out of Chrono and you saved his life.
Oh, and he can't make it away. He tries for the TP out. But the vision was there. From Puppy coming over from the side as Yabso's able to get him with the stolen Hex.
And it lasts even longer. It's even better on him, right? Like,
I mean, you get any sort of these spells from Shaman as Rubik, and that it's so much lockdown.
Did they just break Flight to Moon?
I mean, this is a big opportunity for Secret. I've been pushing in, sure, no Chrono, but they still have that Aegis. So Matu not feeling scared at all. Do have a buyback on Iceberg. Is he going to want to use it though? General trying to poke him from the side. The pit's down. They do manage to get the Pango dragged back into it. They're ignoring the kills, focusing the objectives as Secret will take away that mid set of racks. No questions asked here as Flight to Moon unable to push them back without that 5 of them alive.
And that's also without the chrono, like you mentioned earlier. They're making all these moves without arguably their biggest spell that they've got. Just because they're able to move across the map and make pickoffs. That kill on the Vengeful on the bottom lane, then Shadow Shaman in the river that died.
General, he's coming out for the Puppy play, but Secret, they're all around here. So Puppy, he's out and away. Match is going to jump in. Looks for always want to fly. They'll get the bench. A little bit of an ambitious move there from Flight to Moon, trying to fight Secret in that area.
They're extremely tilted right now. The way they're playing, it's not coherent. They're not making any moves together. It's literally one hero tries to make a play, then someone follows up. They're not moving as a team. They're not using any of the smokes. And the only reason why Secret isn't breaking another side of theirs is because they have no tier 2s. They need to take this one and the one on top as well.
There we go, Chrono
Radiant's
back online. Matsu ready to look for the big plays.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, there's a Crimson Guard completed on Zai as well. So he's all into mitigating that damage that comes from TB.
There we go. Let's see what they're going to do to stop this. They were unable to do last time. This time round, they've got the full lineup alive. They're doing it into the Aegis and the threat of the Chronosphere. The entry's gone. Trying to get some sort of opening. Iceberg, he's going to commit straight away with the BKB. Tries to burst Puppy, but Puppy's able to heal up. Matu jumps away with the Time Walk. He's fine. Yabso trying to get in with the stolen Rolling Thunder. Doesn't quite make it up the ground here.
It just looks so clunky. The Rubik's Cube is always fun.
It's definitely one of the best looking stolen ones, I think, from the Rubik Arcana.
Secret is waiting for them. They're on the high ground. They know the smoke is happening. Will they bail or will they fight? That's
Starting to split. Starting to split a little bit. V-Tune is going for the double, but ooh, this is looking painful. Always want to fly, comes in with a save, but Matu's still got the chrono. Oh no,
oh no.
I mean, honest, I think Flight to Moon could be happy with the first 15 minutes of this game. You know, they could say, look, we showed a solid start, but then, as has happened many times before, Lizard, as we said, 20 minutes onwards, Secret came to play, and Flight to Moon, they lost control entirely. A couple of bad moves over extensions in this game it's going to need some serious plays to get back into their hold. Zai is going to look to take everyone away, and he gets them all home safely.
5-star Uber coming from Zai once again.
Yeah,
and that's Secret for you, man. Every single time. Like, I remember my matches versus them. It's like you can win 15-20 minutes in.
Yeah, they give you that sense of, hey guys, this is Secret.
Yeah.
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
and then suddenly, nah, you're not doing shit.
Oh no. It's just so hard for Flight to Moon right now. 16k down. And as we're seeing, it's as long as Matu drops a juicy Chrono Sphere, the fight's kind of done with. As what the heck is...
What's happening?
What? Is he okay?
Is that a taunt? That he was...
No, that's...
Yeah, what the...
Whoa.
What?
He's just styling on the haters.
He's just vibing.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. I mean, they'll fix that and then they'll charge you for it next year in the Battle Pass. I'd pay for it.
It looks sick. Why not?
35 minutes. A 17k lead. It continues to grow here. Harry, look at him. You can't even see him hit. He doesn't even. Is he not even hitting? He just looks at the creeps, and they just fall over and die.
He has evolved.
Wow.
Into the true dominant void. He just walks over you.
That's amazing.
But I wonder what happened. What made him? It looks like he's flailing, right?
Yeah, I don't know what sort of causes these, but it happens a lot. Well, it did happen a lot with Snapfire, right? I remember with Snapfire, you'd always get this issue where it gets stuck in a strange animation. Yeah, this Void one. Wow. I've never seen that one before. That's some new stuff here from Matu. Here we go. They're gonna try for a fight here, but it's not looking great. Get out, bail. Everybody out. Run, save yourself. Get out of here, Secret's coming.
Yeah, get out of the game as well. Just
GG.
Get out, GG.
GG is called. Secret will take this game one. As there goes, Chrono onto Puppy in celebration. And, well, it was a nice opening from Flight to Moon. They can be happy with where things were going at the beginning of the game. And definite points to look at as Flight to Moon and say, you know, here we shouldn't have done.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Insane because how many things you have to
It's
think.
one of those things where you can have analysis paralysis, right? At a certain point. Luckily, we don't have that here, but the nerds we're about to check in with might have it.
Woo!
Team secrets turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lovely. Much like that statue there, BSJ and T Governor, so chiseled.
Turn
Such
to ban.
great one. And then you get to me. Hi! Welcome to the draft panel, game 2. No jokes this time around, guys. This is a serious ass series. Fly to the moon need this. Secret. They don't need any. They always win.
They hate losing.
They hate losing, as
Direct
Puppy
quote
says.
from Puppy.
That's right. Impressed by any of those picks last time? Think we might get any
5
picks this
seconds
time?
remaining.
Take us over to the Hall of Heroes, please. Come back. But we got some picks here, gentlemen. What do you think Flight Item Moon needs to pick out here? Anything broken? Where's the Bloodseeker? Didn't he get buffed to hell? Shoot out that blood, dog.
Fundamentally, no, not really. Just because the percentage change level 1, it's like you're normally getting like your W to secure range creep. So I think that's maybe a little bit of a overreach in the initial read of the patch notes, I think.
Okay, sure.
The thing about Bloodseeker is, Kyle, he mentioned how Dota players think this feels good to play.
Yeah.
The thing about Bloodseeker is I played him a couple times actually. His laning stage owns to be.
Yeah.
He's pretty strong early, but there's no point in the game where you feel strong.
Yeah, you
there's
get
no
to, like,
timing. There's no item. There's no level.
You feel like you're on an island at like 20 minutes. You look out into the big team fight and go, I'm useless.
When's my timing? Do I end the game? I don't hit buildings. I can't really flash farm. The hero doesn't specialize in anything. It's like the opposite of Doom, who's the only hero in the entire game who can just remove somebody
10 seconds
from the
remaining.
picture.
A really interesting thing with this, before we get into draft, in terms of just like the
5
pick and the
seconds
side,
remaining.
Flight to Moon is a team that favors playing Radiant and also gravitates towards first pick. Secret, they always like second pick, and the only time they change is if they like play a longer series and they see their opponent trying to take something else and they try just to get into their heads. So in terms of comfort, both teams are currently on their pick and side preference.
Whoa, those are things people don't really
10
consider much
seconds
anymore.
remaining.
Picks and sides.
It's
Gotta be important.
It's always relevant.
It's
5
probably the most
seconds
important thing that isn't actually ever covered.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, teams will literally change what heroes they're willing to pick in a draft based on if they're first, second pick, if they're Radiant or Dire. Certain mechanics of each side just work better for certain heroes.
Yeah.
In an all-pick game, do you know what side you are?
Yes.
Okay. In the picking phase?
Yes. I know you haven't played a pub ranked game in like 3 years.
I play a lot of unranked.
Yes.
It's all the same.
It's the same.
Imagine that, right? You like load into a game, it's like, you don't know what you're gonna be. You don't even know your teammates. You just see like a Darkseer, you're like, Darkseer. You pick Sven, it's like, he's on the other team. It's like, this mystery pick order, what's happened?
Hey, Sven, there's a hero that we've heard about, the Sven Io combo. I love Sven these days. He's like Ursa if he doesn't suck. He gets the Ags, he can actually do shit. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, he's one of the few viable carries that didn't get touched at all. So I think I put him and Drow at 2 of my top tier heroes right now, just because whenever you slightly nerf the top dogs, the next people in line are going to naturally take a step up. And
That's how
Sven,
I got my career.
basically.
Continue. Sorry.
No, basically just Sven doesn't love playing against Doom though, but Io alleviates a lot of that weakness. Sven's super fast, so you're gonna flash farm because not only do you have the IO buffing you up for attack speed and movement speed, but you also don't have to buy as many sustain items for yourself. You can just prioritize absolute farm speed and damage.
I think you can see Secret wanting to pick up this IO more. You just think of the classic pairings, right? And if you look at the other IO carries, they're not really that hot right now. Of course, you've got Gyro. It's a bit too kind of bog standard. Sven is kind of that new age version potentially. And another thing as well, why Secret loves this second pick. We've seen it before where they go the Anti-Mage, Fury, and Ember Spirit. It's because they just cover it so nicely with their bans. TB, Batrider, Wyvern, all these heroes have quite easy ways to annoy the Sven's game. TB just plays early. Batrider and Wyvern naturally just kind of counter the hero throughout the entire game.
Dude, Batrider might be my least favorite hero of the meta right now. I'm surprised they didn't nerf him. I actually love playing Batrider, but there's so many heroes that I want to play in pubs that you literally just can't pick Batriders in the pool because the people just, in the EU especially, they just 8th, 10th pick
Especially
Batrider.
with General on Fly to Moon. It's a big favorite hero for
Yeah,
them.
I'm 100% sure Underlord is top tier if you remove Batrider from the hero pool. But like, we don't see Underlord very often because of Batrider and Doom specifically. Like I'm saying, last game we saw Underlord looked really powerful. I was kind of asking myself, why don't we see this hero very often? I've had decent success with it myself. It seems like it always does well in the games I watch. And I think it's purely like one or two heroes just make him unplayable. And Batrider is the hero that naturally makes, if you're not good against Batrider, the matchups feel so bad.
Right. A very gotcha hero, right?
Yeah,
especially for like your drows and your stuff like that.
Yeah, so Fly to Moon, this Doom first pick, of course, they've shown it in mid lane before, and same again with off lane. We're going to be seeing them right now decide where it's going to be going in this pick. Because their first pick, they don't actually get ultimate last pick, so they have to decide the flex now. It's Team Secret. It's very kind of obvious right now. They got the 5 IO carry Sven, 4 position Windrunner.
What I like about Wind Ranger here is that usually the way Yapsor builds, at least, I know you can build utility Wind Ranger, but I've seen him go kind of similar to what I see from Crit, where they just go like second item MKB.
Oh, for sure, yes.
So you're a huge threat.
Yeah.
Where Doom removes like one hero from the game, right? Yeah. And being a huge threat from a support role is making attention be drawn to you, right, in fights. So I like that a lot. And if they ignore you or like put all their attention on the Sven, you're actually just going to wreak havoc in these fights on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, normally the builds like you go null, like so you get the mana regen, the amp, you obviously like phase boots, and then MKB. Windrunner as a hero as well in terms of the IO is one of those elusive heroes that you want to have pairing with the IO. He can walk up the high ground with Windrun. He can always go for a pick off by himself, set up that gank. It's why we see, for example, Bane, classic IO pairing as well. He's the guy that can walk up. He can nightmare one guy, grip another. It's the same concept. Team Secret, double down on the physical damage and pick up this Slardar. So now you've got the Slardar Windrunner lane. It's going to be pretty obnoxious. It's going to be pretty hard to play, especially if the Windrunner picks up that early Blightstone, potentially to play into lane as well. A lot of physical damage. Pretty scary.
Yeah, but a little bit all physical damage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are counters to such things, you know?
Terrorblade's one of them, to be honest. And usually against Slardar, his worst matchups are illusion heroes, high armor illusion heroes. And Sven just like PL, Naga, you're not going to pick that into Sven.
No, exactly. Yeah.
So I really like what they're going for here. And Drow, like I was going to say, it has to be a backliner. It has to be either Arc Warden, Drow, or Medusa maybe. That was the only really 3 heroes that came to mind for me. That's like the only option at this point, because there's no melee hero that's going to be able to go in and stand toe-to-toe against Sven Slardar. Like, it's just not happening.
It doesn't work.
The Drow makes a lot of sense from Fire the Moon. I actually like the pick a lot. The Bane kind of set that up. I was wondering why they went for Bane as opposed to something like an Oracle, because Oracle's more of a one-to-one counter for Wind Ranger, especially in lane. You purge off the Wind Run. But I think they were realizing they wanted a ranged core, and if you pick like a squishy ranged support, that doesn't work very well in the laning stage. So even though Bane is a ranged support, he's much more of the, you know, front lining, soak up a lot of the damage in the laning stage type of support.
It's also the fact that the Bane has lower cooldown saves to take these earlier fights. When you think about Nightmare, obviously it's just very value. But you look at this lineup, you got Shackle, Slardar Stun, Sven Stun, 1 Nightmare dodge, and suddenly now they're missing like a third of their CC. So
yeah, that 1 second interruption can be pretty impactful in this game specifically.
Sure. That's assuming that they get it off. I mean, this is a very aggressive team, you know? You got a IO Sven TPing on top of you as a Drow. I mean, you don't really have a lot of time to react to this kind of stuff. Slardar two-shotting the Bane. I mean, if they catch you, you're in some serious trouble, right?
Yeah, I think the counter argument though is if Fly to Moon catch the other side, then who's cancelling grip, for example? I've mentioned like 3 stuns that are available. If Bane Nightmare's one of them, grip's the other, and now suddenly you've doomed another. Like, there's no stuns now. Bane's gonna get these perfect grips off. It's can they play well enough around this drow and tank the early aggression to enable this drow to get damage off? Because it could also see the other way around. Secret could just flood the map, abuse relocate, and drow's got no game.
So like for me in this game, I love watching because Slaughter is one of my favorite offlaners now. He was already rising up in the ranks, and now that, like I said, the top dog's in the carry role, same thing for offlaners. He didn't get touched. A lot of offlaners.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Laning stage, exactly what you do in the first wave or two can decide whether or not the hero is completely useless for the rest of the game, or they have a pretty solid laning stage and come online at the right times and everything. So.
Especially because Team Secret, they don't really have any tower defense right now. They pretty much got power shot alone, and then other than that, if Fly to Moon just park them splendid.
Like they can't afford this Slaughter to have a shit game.
Exactly.
And they're gearing up on the side of Fly to Moon to give him a shit game. So that's why when I see that in the draft, I know Team Secret has to adjust somehow. I'm just looking forward to finding out. This is how I learn when I watch games. What are they going to do?
Doom mid or Doom offlane? What do you think?
I think the nerf to Devour makes him more and more likely to be a mid laner. Just because in the mid lane, one hero hitting you is usually not going to be enough to out DPS your sustain, but in the off lane, he does potentially struggle. So it looks like it is a Doom mid. I always thought that was his best role, like about the last month or so. I played it a few times mid. I can't play mid for shit, and I win like 6-0, like meaning 6 games in a row I won, and I'm like, okay, if I can win games from the mid lane, this hero is probably pretty good.
You got some
good.
I'm saying mid lane's my worst role.
No,
very impressive.
Very impressive.
But it doesn't correlate to this at all, right?
No, not at all.
Very impressed by you, Brian. Anyway, last pick.
I was literally like flaming myself, and you were like acting like I'm patting my own ego.
No, not you.
Fury,
not bananas.
But I still love you at the same time.
My God, is that Nature's Prophet?
That is, Fury.
Hey, look, the odds got turned down a little bit. Not 6-1 no more, I'm afraid.
They had no real early game pressure on the side of Team Secret. Yes, Slardar is like representing a threat, but Sven's going to be farming. And Slardar Wind Ranger offer literally no tower push. Like they're just going to click the tower and it's going to die over the course of a minute and a half. So this Nature's Prophet makes the rest of their game plan very easy. I love the way they shred up their draft. It's not ideal against the heroes in the opponent team, I think. Like Clockwork can be annoying, Drow sometimes can be annoying as well, Doom can be annoying, but it's really good for their game plan, and I just think Team Secret's too good. I do like Fly to Moon's draft this game way better than I like the other one, but if at any point the Drow just gets ag stunned by Sven, he's just going to die. So that's my concern. I like how Team Secret gave themselves basically 4 threats. All Nature's Prophet, Slardar, Wind Ranger, and Sven are going to be viable threats past like the 15 to 20 minute mark, and I think that's the best way to deal with Doom.
I think for Fly to Moon, it's pivotal on Clock and Doom having good lanes and them setting the tempo, because if Secret are the ones to make the first move with that Fury and TP into a side lane, take that tower, take over the Drow's jungle, then I can see the game being pretty hard. But if you see a good game from Clock and Doom and they start making moves into Secret's jungle, then it's a whole different story, because again, how does Secret really pressure a tower outside Fury, and how do they defend towers? Like, there's not really a lot for them to do, so they're basically playing like they did in game 1, wait for the mistakes and then just own the game. Whilst Fly to Moon, they have the answers, just can they execute? They made fundamental mistakes around minute 22 last game. If they do it again, we'll probably see Secret win. I hope to see Fighter-Moon.
That's the nature of playing against Secret, though,
No, exactly.
right?
You have to.
So hard.
It's that pressure and that need to try and make too many moves.
Yep.
And if Fighter-Moon can just, step it back one step, I think their draft allows them to take this type of game.
I agree.
It should be pretty exciting to see if Fly to the Moon can actually fly to the moon. Or fly to moon. Can't say the. Don't forget, kids. Would be exciting to see them take that game off of Secret. And if they're ever going to have a chance to do it, it's absolutely going to be in a Wind Ranger game. So let's go ahead and throw over to our boy Odie Pixel and the Wizard Lizard himself. Shout out to my boy Lizard.
Oops.
Thank you, Snacks. Yes, game 2 of Fly to Moon versus Secret. Lizard, what do we reckon this time round? We saw last game. Fly to Moon were able to come off with a pretty confident looking start against Secret. Look at these drafts. Have they got the potential to do the same here? Is this another game where Fly to Moon could give Secret at least a good run for their money in the laning stage?
Most certainly they have chances on Fly to Moon. Definitely.
Okay.
100%.
What'd you like about their lineup this?
I'm just waiting to see how their lanes are gonna go again, if they're going to come out on top or not, because for me it looks like Secret, they're practicing a little bit, and there you go.
My sadness that you're gone.
Nisha is playing Slardar.
Alrighty, the mid Slardar. Now, do you think this decision has been made in response to the mid duo?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
Slardar.
Holy moly! There is nothing that can stop this man!
The battle begins.
Yeah, because Boxy Slardar, of course, one of his big ones that he loves to play on the off lane, but definitely a hero that they had that versatility of moving to the mid lane if the matchup was to be favorable.
I think that lane, at least for them, should be pretty solid. And then you're going to have this super overleveled Slardar rotating across the map, constantly making pressure. I think they did that really well, because Slardar on this bottom lane would really suffer. Like playing versus Bane Drow, that's really not the lane where you want to be a Slardar.
Let's see how this one goes down. Iceberg Doom versus the Nisha Slardar in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Something that, as you say, it's a 1v1 that we've seen before, but usually in a side lane, not in a mid lane.
So far, Iceberg doing well. But you heard BSJ, if he can win with Doom 6 times in a row on the mid lane, anything can happen. Maybe Secret can lose to it.
We'll see. And the side lane setups, I'm going to be struggling in these side lanes. Last game we saw VTune have pretty good farm early on, despite what looked to be a nasty lane. Is this one going to be harder for him, or this is easier?
Yeah, I think this one should be a little bit harder. You have Nature's Prophet, obviously, with all his summons, and then you have the Wind Ranger as well. It's really difficult to trade hits with Yapzor because of this. Windrun, even though he looks like he's out of position, he just pops that and he's fine. But come on, let's come back to top lane. It's General Clock. This is actually very interesting, and he's playing versus Sven too. It's his signature hero.
We'll see how much you can mess with the two of them here in this lane. Last time round, we did see the Puppy Matu lane get pressured pretty heavily by Roger and General. Multiple kills during that laning stage onto them. This time might be a little harder. Oh, bottom lane. Always want to fly just... It's in there, as Yaps was able to get a fair few hits on him.
Yeah, you can see that they're really burning through his region. Yapzor is also stacking the big camp, which means that they want to pull the next one, deny the whole wave most likely.
Oh, we see top there, I think General a little off with the micro, did lose his courier. So nice bit of a cash boost there to Secret. And top lane Matu having no trouble here with the farm. And that stun out on Roger, making sure that Roger wasn't able to stop him from Matu from denying that range creep.
Yeah, the problem is when you're a Rubik and you start like that, you can't trade as much. You need to ferry out a lot of region, which is something that he has to do there. Wisp obviously starts with a lot, and if you're Rubik, you start with boots. You can trade only for the first couple of waves until you desperately need to ferry some more salves, some more tangos. What's bottom lane doing? 11-1 on Drow, Nature's Prophet 9-4. Pretty decent for both of them right now. No one really getting ahead.
Mid. I mean, I guess as Nisha, you can punch quite hard into the Doom, and well, I say, yeah, he's gonna go for this Nisha. No, doesn't feel that he's got that last bit of punch with Iceberg having the Scorched Earth.
Yeah, but Nisha has a salve. Iceberg doesn't. He does have some more region from Devour, but it got nerfed as well in the last patch, so he will struggle a little bit in the next wave.
I believe Nisha also with a mango ready to pop if he seizes an opportunity to drop another crush. See bottom lane, always want to fly, getting rather aggressive there onto Zai. It's going to take quite the punch back in return. Power shot will connect, but always want to fly. It's fine. Did also add that Fairy Fire to pop just in case.
And it looks like he will be... What?
I mean, I can only wanted to die there. I mean, there's no way you move like that unless you did want to die. So I guess he felt that.
Always wanna die. It's in the name.
I mean, I don't know what that was. I mean, I guess he just wanted the trip to base, but is that worth it, or do you take the time walking? I mean, as mid lane, this will get the kill for Nisha.
I'm quite certain there are better ways to die.
Yes, there's better ways to get back to base.
Than to feed yourself to the enemy heroes.
Yeah.
There's definitely better ways.
Interesting.
No mana. No HP, he just runs into Yap.
Yeah.
Interesting, very, very interesting. Very peculiar, I'd like to put it.
Yeah, well, Secret, they're up 3k before the 5-minute mark, so I think if there are any questions... Whoa, he's on a cliff! He's on a cliff, ladies and gentlemen. And he's off the cliff.
Because General wanted to go for the bounty.
Oh, he's away!
It's got... Did he? Oh, he actually lives.
He's away, puppy. Gets out of there. They couldn't quite get it. Roger's still hunting. He's got a Fade Bolt. Bam! Gets the kill. Roger. The body blocks keeping him in range of General, but the war cry, he's got the move speed to break it away. It's also picked up the treads now, Masu, so got a pretty hefty punch to kick back on them. So they get puppy.
Yeah, it's really easy to kill the Sven there. The thing is, in the laning stage itself, you can pressure him with Clock Rubik, but later on, what's so important is you can constantly control him with the clockwork. That's where this hero really shines versus Sven. And that's where I think General might have the most impact in the game.
Oh, bottom. No, he's been blocked in.
No.
Oh, the body blocks here from Zai and his treants. And Nisha is coming with this rotation. V-Tune's going to make the smart move to get straight out of there as Nisha was swimming through the trees, looking for an opportunity to get on top of this drought.
So he did TP to the tier 2, so he's actually going back to the bottom lane to defend it a little bit.
See, so head over to the mid. He's going to pick up some levels. They're going to drop down the zoom on Nisha. Sprout onto Iceberg, but he's able to quickly break his way out of it. And with Always Want to Fly and V-Tune, they'll have the damage to get this kill. Unless I can find the deny, he's going to try, but he won't be able to do it. Iceberg comes in with a hard-hitting crit to get that kill, as they'll be able to punish Nisha for trying to make that play down here. So.
Yeah, really good play by Iceberg. Also really good play by V-Tune, that he TPs to the tier 2, then runs to the tier 1. That's unexpected. You usually expect him to have ported somewhere and he continues farming, let's say top or in the jungle. So they catch Nisha off guard like that. Also surprising that Doom lost the mid lane even though he found a wolf early on. It's like that and Ogre Magi. Is it called Ogre Magi? The blue ogre. What's the name?
Is it just like Frost Magi?
Frost
Ogres.
Ogre Magi is the hero. You can't eat the hero.
Dire are scanning.
But in any case, the ice armor one. It's that or the wolf. If you find it, you should win any lane. But Slardar is just so difficult to deal with.
What we've seen from Matsu this game, go over the Midas build up.
Radiant's bottom
That's
tower
pretty
is
solid.
under attack.
And you get the ring together with the Wisp.
It's going to make good timing on that Midas as well with the free fun that they're having. They're taking early towers as well as Secret bottom lane. Nisha and Zai.
Radiant's
Tier 1 away from Fly to Moon here at the 7-minute mark.
Also, you have to notice how the Slardar is playing. If you play it mid, you have to really think about the items that he's buying. He bought Windblaze, he also bought an Orb of Venom. These small items allow you to actually play the map. These small items give you kill potential.
Oh, and in fact, Nisha says, well, we're not interested in Always Want to Fly. We're going to go straight towards V-Tune. Yapzor comes in, able to take the Nightmare off Nisha, but it's a little too close to the tower now. The TPM will be cancelled, but it was enough to stop Secret from pushing in any further onto the Drow.
Yapzor also missed that shackle shot. But he can go.
Oh, there's that setup. We're going to see this a few times this game, I feel. V-Tune is going to try and run himself away, but again, the little bit of control that is there, as well as Yapzor getting the courier. Iceberg's going to come in, as well as Roger. They're going to see if they can bring some members down to Secret in return. Flash out onto Iceberg. Puppey bringing in Matuma, man. They've got the numbers now, Secret. They go on with the stun onto Iceberg. Nisha takes out Always Want to Fly. It's 3 dead. Roger's got to hide in the trees.
The lanes of Secret went so well that both of their supports are already level 6. Like 8 minutes in, Puppey had level 6, Yapzor had level 6. Of course you're gonna make plays when Roger was level 4 at the time. He just got this 5.
Oh, this is some fast plays coming out for Secret. And this Nature's Prophet IO lineup, the backup is always going to be there globally.
Yeah, that's something that Secret loves to do quite a lot as well, right? They, like in that last game, they had Wisp, but they also had Underlord. This game you have Wisp, but you also have Nature's Prophet. Global presence makes a team that's really solid strategically even stronger.
Mid lane Secret just keeping the pressure on these early towers.
Yeah, already taken the tier 1 on the bottom lane. Perhaps will not pressure the tier 1 mid that hard, because minute 10 is about to come. This Bane or this Rubik will get their level 6. Clock can rotate, and you don't have relocate, right? So you can chill, you can go take those bounties instead.
Radiant's
General will be able to make sure they grab these two. So no move from Secret to try and swing up here. There's a haste rune towards the top of the river. That'll be rather useful here for General as he comes across. Also with that hook shot ready to use. So if you want to try and go for something in the jungle, he's going to go in. There's quite a few members of Secret here though.
Who do you go for?
Just a bit of a scout from General. He's in and he's out.
You can't really kill the Nature's Prophet there. Nisha is too tanky. And yeah, they said during the draft panel that Clockwork is good versus Nature's Prophet. It goes both ways, because you can use that Sprout to actually get yourself out of cogs, and those little pesky treants just eat up the battery assault.
And these cores to Nisha and Matsuma Man on the Sven and the Slardar, very, very tanky heroes, high HP. It's going to limit what General can do.
It's really not a game in which this Clockwork has a lot of kill potential, but the controlling potential versus the Sven is there. And that's his major job. That's his main job.
And they're going to try and go in with the smoke. It's just the two of them making this play. General and Always Want to Fly.
Is there damage in between the two of them?
I don't know. I think they're this maybe doubting in themselves. Are they going to attempt this? They're going to try. The grip. With the battery assault, the Puppey, he's got to relocate, and that's...
What?
I mean, they clearly saw the two of them there. That's never going to work against an IO, unless you're going on the IO itself. And now Always Want to Fly will die for that attempt, and I mean, if that's the kind of moves they're going to make, I don't know how much of a chance they're going to stand in this game.
Wait, what? Why would you play like that? You had a hookshot, like you could interrupt the channeling of Relocate if you wanted to. But if you don't really want to, you don't grip the Sven then. You don't waste your big ultimate from Bane and Bane's life himself.
No. Maybe some miscommunication, you know, one of them saying go, one of them doesn't really want to, and then suddenly someone's made the move, you come up with the backup, and it's mid lane, tower's gone down. That's Secret now. 5k lead here at the 12-minute mark, and 2 tier 1s taken away whilst managing to maintain all of their towers right now, Secret.
And remember, this game isn't a free Drow Ranger game. I know Drow is extremely strong right now, but this Sven eventually, once he gets that Aghanims, let's say Midas Echo Aghanims, he gets on top of you so easily, you're just gone, like you just said. And he's farming away, he's on top of the network charts, he's above Doom, mid lane Doom by 2k. That means his game is extremely good.
Getting some stacks here, Secret. Maximizing that farm on Matu. And these stacks will pretty much give him the full S and Y. It's this incredibly beefy Sven ready to come running into the fight. So always want to fly, just trying to find some levels up top here. Fiend's grip back up in a few seconds. Secret with the smoke, seeing if anyone pokes their head out onto towards this creep wave. V-Tune would be a nice grab, but he's got Roger by his side.
They are still smoked, so they could go.
They're gonna run straight towards him at Yapso. Going for the little shackle. V-Tune tries to push him back, but there's the relocate coming in. Puppy brings in Matu. The turn over towards Roger again. Zai with the body blocks, keeping Roger in range of Nisha. As Roger will fall, Matu's able to kill off Always Wanna Fly. This game 2's getting a little bloody. 12-2, 6k lead.
Yeah.
You might have had a shot in the early game of game 1, but this game seems very hard now for Fly to move any portion of this game looking good for them. They're falling behind rapidly.
The first game, that's how it looks like when you are winning laning stage versus Secret. This is how it looks like when you don't even do that, when you don't even have a good laning stage. They just outmaneuver you so hard. Like that top lane play, that's all because of that preemptive smoke plus the ward on the cliff. Gives away info where Roger is, where V-Tune is, then you can reload all you want because you know where they are. Vessel on Doom. I have seen this, like from many Doom players that go mid.
Sure, because I guess someone you do kind of need someone to get it against the Io. But in general, he's going for a Midas on the clock.
All right. In general is already one step ahead. He's looking into the future.
He's looking at the next series.
Yeah. He's accumulating gold for the next series.
Done. I'm just buying a Midas, AFK. He's turned the comms off. I Midas, I AFK.
He's done. Meanwhile, Nisha is building an Aghanim. Not even a Blink Dagger. He's just becoming tankier and tankier by the minute.
Getting incredibly beefy. Yeah, that once he has that axe, as long as he's able to get the puddle down, this is no longer a Doom target, really. You're ever going to feel good for going for. He's going to just sit there in his puddle.
And heal up.
Yeah.
He won't even tick down. Yeah, but this Midas on Clockwork, we usually praise General quite a lot because he has had some exceptional Clockwork games, but buying that Midas 16 minutes in, when you're losing this heavily, I guess he's thinking, okay, we'll just defend high ground. And
I mean, I think there's a lot of games, right, where that really is a factor, right, for teams. If you're that far behind and you feel like, well, there's no way we're going to come back into it on our own plays. We've got to play for the other team making a mistake, and then if that's what we're playing for, you get items like Midas, because then if that does come around and Secret do make a mistake at the 30-minute mark when they're pushing high ground, that Midas is going to pay off.
Yeah, you have two options when you're losing like this. You either go all out, all guns blazing like OG do. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but they put up a show. Or you go like this, you go for a Midas
and just hope.
Just hope.
Just hope. There we go, yeah. That's the Aghanim's complete now for Nisha. Let's see where they'll head off next, Iceberg. Okay. All working towards that BKB. Of course, even when he does have it, I mean, what's the BKB gonna do? What?
Nothing.
What's it gonna do?
You can still stun him. You can still hit him with the corrosive haze. He's not gonna dispel it with it, so...
BK, yeah. Okay. Well, General has got the full Midas. Right, he needs a solid hook shot.
Yeah.
You gotta go for the big plays.
He's going, like 100%.
You gotta go for them. Can he do it, General? Is he gonna get in? Oh, God. Puppy just leaves no option. He blocks it. General can't find an angle to get in. Roshan, the Aegis is theirs. Doom will get dropped down. General actually coming in with a big hook shot on the back. They're able to take down Nietzsche.
Damn.
And they'll actually, can they find Matu? The ones they need to keep hitting him, they will. They'll take out the Aegis. Fly to Moon here with a surprise hit around the pit. They're going to try for Matu a second time. Vessel upon him. Buyback from Zai. Matu looking to turn. He tries to run back in. The shackle from Yapso comes out, connects V-Tune and Iceberg to get a V-Tune. He will fall. Matu, he's getting low. General's trying to finish him off, but they'll turn, kill off the clock. They couldn't quite take him down a second time. And now with the chase from Yapso, a shackle grabs Snother. They surround Roger.
It looked pretty solid fight.
Yeah,
I have to say, like,
they got a couple of kills after that Roche was done by Secret.
all things considered, I thought that they will not be able to break down this Wisp with Mac at all. Like, you have Mac, you have Sticks, you're gonna heal everyone up. But they actually managed to take down the Aegis, so that's pretty solid considering that they're 10k behind 18 minutes in.
Yeah, that's definitely it's something. It's something in what so far has been a whole lot of nothing here for Fly to Moon. It's been a rough one in this game too. And Secret back on sort of the Secret form that I think a lot of people would have expected from them in this series here. This game too. Looking to continue as planned so far here from Secret.
The first game they played was one of those rare moments in which on the laning stage at least they didn't look as crisp. But I really think they're practicing something new. This Wisp isn't something that we see way too often from Secret.
We'll see Matu here as well. That's a pretty quick Satanic, isn't it? 19 minutes Satanic here on the Sven.
Yeah,
probably one of
the quickest ones.
A 19-minute Satanic from Matu. He's a beefy boy.
On Sven, definitely. Maybe there's a couple of games with Huskar, you know, when he gets it fast.
Someone's making the stat up for that right now. As Iceberg, he tries to go in. The BKB really helped him there. It didn't. That was sarcasm.
It definitely did not.
And his Midas, he's not used it. Come on, General. Go and use the Midas.
Follow the clockwork.
Use your Midas.
Where's the Midas? Is he using it?
He
brought it for the next game.
They called GG before he even got to use it. And that's the sad end for the story here. As, well, some people will be happy with the score. But Fly to Moon won 420 at pre-20-minute mark. I mean, at least Fly to Moon have sort of game one, the start of it, to look back on and say, hey, you know what, we did all right. This game two was...
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Virtus Dire team turn ban. To ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Virtus Pro's turn to vengeful spirit. Dire team pick. Dark Seer. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Virtus Pro's turn to pick. Red Rider! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Oracle. Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
Now for the old razzle dazzle.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
Welcome back. We are only moments away from a second series of the day in the Immortal League for Group A. And that is Virtus Pro taking on Team Nigma. It's going to be very exciting. I'm here with Capitalist and Tsunami. I've never said it wrong.
I appreciated it.
Okay.
You did a good job. You caught yourself.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Very nice. I am looking forward to the series. These two teams are actually on the shared first place at the moment. 3-way share, by the way. EG is in there too, but you know they'll play later today. Tsunami, I'm gonna go to you first because we're moments away from the draft, and I wanna hear everything you've researched for this match and then condense into like one sentence or two.
Na'Vi messed everything up. That would be where I stand. Because so far it seemed like things were coming pretty clear, where the top of the bracket was going to be in this group stage and stuff like that. Then EG gets 2-0 by Na'Vi, and now I'm like, who's the best in this group now? Because VP beat Na'Vi, and overall I would have considered VP to be much stronger than they are based off of their showing so far in the group. Now I don't know where anyone stands. I don't know. I would consider Nigma to be the favorites.
Okay.
Yes. If I
can say something first, because we really like to hear your thoughts about what you think about this match, Cap, but unfortunately we will have to wait for that until after the first game is done, because we are ready to go to the draft panel. The Pantheon is ready, and we are going to say farewell. We'll be right back after the game one of VP versus Nigma. See you soon.
Don't worry, I'm
Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
Folks, we're jumping into this one hot, and we got two hot dudes to cover it. Well, mostly BSJ and then Lucas. Oh, wow. All right. They're very far through this one. These are going to be our first impressions, let's take a look at everything that it's pretty much already done.
Yeah, I said halfway, but it looks like in the last minute or so, there's just been rapid fire back and forth. So let's try to catch ourselves up as quickly as possible. Costs.
Let's go, fire it up. Batrider, no steroids for him, nothing to increase his movement speed. Lifestealer, that's the hero.
That increases movement speed. Just go infest it.
I'm not sure about this hero, what I feel. I want to see, at least in this kind of a game, an item build that you just go in like armlet into Deso, straight up fighting item. I need more seconds to see what's going on the other team. virtus.pro picked up Darkseer and Oracle. I guess they just wanted to deny the Oracle pick and have a Darkseer plus Ember Spirit. That's going to be a pretty strong combo.
Yeah, Lifestealer, as of now, from what I see, they drafted it because it's just unkillable. They don't really have to help it at all in the early game. They're going to have to draft a carry that brings him down. But as I see, Slark's out, Anti-Mage, Troll, Morphling, Faceless Void might be their last ban. Seems like the best hero left in the pool. I don't know if the Radiant lineup they ban Razor. Okay, so I'm thinking Void's likely for the virtus.pro draft. It's one of the few heroes left in the pool that really is annoying to play Lifestealer against. Lanes pretty well against Bat. It isn't the best versus the two supports, but core to core goes really well there, and they have a save with the Oracle. Darkseer surprised a bit to see first round. Yeah, I was talking about I thought this hero was kind of dumpstered. We'll have to see how it plays out here. Effectively, for people who haven't paid attention, it's haste movement speed from Surge now. So any hero that was surpassing it by a large margin, you're going from like 800 move speed to 550 on Surge. In the laning stage, it's about the same. Once you get boots, you're literally just losing movement speed on Surge. It's a pretty huge nerf. They didn't give him anything to make up for it, and kind of strange that they just. You know, he gets his one sub patch of the decade.
This was one of the only heroes that you said felt really weak coming out of what we saw in the patch notes.
Yeah.
Did you say who else did you not like? Phoenix?
Phoenix seemed pretty hard impacted. We're still seeing it first round ban though. It seems like
I don't think these are the nerfs that are gonna influence the hero picking that much. Phoenix is still gonna be a strong hero. They increase the cooldown on Sunray.
Two base damage, and then one of the talents is worse too.
Still interesting because, like you said, two of the things that you thought got impacted the most with the changes, we're still seeing them in the first phase.
Slardar, nice enabler for Lifestealer. Lifestealer generally his only issue is getting kited and damage, so immediately solved by Slardar. Not the best versus Oracle though, in lane or in game.
So they kind of already blocked the melee hero pick for virtus.pro. They have Oracle +1 in that lane. Slardar Rubik is a pretty strong dual lane, and whenever Slardar is matched up against any melee hero, I feel like Slardar just comes on top of that matchup.
You also don't want to pick like the Drows or the Medusas against Batrider. Kind of annoying to play that matchup in the game. You do have the Oracle to save you, but I don't know. It feels really like all the lane counters that are good against Slardar aren't necessarily good against Batrider. So instead, are they putting the Ember safe lane? It looks like ILTW special.
I think they just put him on the mid lane and have that Prophet on the safe lane.
So have no one playing it, or you think the players are going to swap? What do you think here?
I just think they saw this starter pick and they needed to adjust, see what's happening. I mean, it's a mid Batrider. I feel like Team Nigma has an upper hand in this one. They kind of forced virtus.pro to pick the heroes that they did not want to. That's the feeling that I'm getting here.
I agree. I think Weeha's on his best hero, the Batrider. Miracle's set up to carry the game absolutely with Lifestealer. The only threat to him dying is the Death Prophet Silence and the Earth Spirit Silence, but they don't have any immediate burst damage to follow that up. Sometimes you'll be playing against, like a lion type nuke, Alina, and then if you get silenced, you just die before you get rage off. In this case, he has to basically be getting hit by 3 or 4 heroes, maybe being hit by Death Prophet ult while silenced. So that fact that he's not scared of dying means he can just itemize purely like you were talking about Arm Deso, and I don't think Oracle's going to be enough to protect this lineup. So I'm really favoring the Team Nigma draft based on the rapid fire catch up we had to do in this assessment here.
Oh, so the odds are in line with you as well from EGB.com, as you can see on your screen right now. I do have a question, and that is about Lifestealer. I feel like every single time I am on a panel and it gets locked in, the analysts say that they hate this hero. How do you feel about it in this lineup, and where does some of that hate come from with the lifestealer right now, Lacoste?
I just don't feel the hero is as strong as any like other top tier carry. You have someone to, you know, buff you up like a mag, or in this case Slardar. Lifestealer can be that just unkillable beast. Like I think this hero is kind of a sleeper, but is also weaker than the rest of the carries. But if he's having a good game, like you might say, yeah, why is Lifestealer not picked more often? And I think this game's going to be the case.
Okay, it seems like it might be a good Lifestealer game. It's definitely going to be a good game to watch. This is one of the series that, all in all, you look at the schedule for today, it's one of the ones that we were definitely anticipating. We got a great duo to cast all the action.
Very good. Total spawn.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, I'm here with Fogged, ready to take you through this this banger of a series. So we've seen the draft. Fogged, what do you reckon? First thing that sort of strikes out to me is that they have let Nigma get the Weehaw bat. And
yes,
this has been a hero-player combination that a lot of teams have struggled to deal with in this Mega League. Have VP got the answer for it?
At least they have Oracle like save. They have some elusive hero with like the bat with the Ember Spirit versus the bat too. But what I've seen, I mean, I've just seen Weehaw run away with these games. He makes so much space. They're getting aggro here up on the top lane. RMN will tank most of that pressure. Okay, so bringing 3 heroes top right at the start. That means, I mean, their lanes are kind of obvious, or they have to set them up, right? Like the Ember has to go bottom, Death Prophet kind of has to go mid. You can't put the Ember versus Batrider mid just sounds like a disaster.
Sure, but I mean, it's not like, I mean, this bottom lane is still not easy for the Ember, right?
It's very tough for him, in fact. Slardar is just so good versus these melee heroes. And Ember, he's not one of those high armor melee heroes. Like the Agi heroes usually like, oh, 7 armor or something, right, to start. Ember is one of the lowest. He's at like 3 as an Agi hero at starting armor. So that physical damage definitely does hurt quite a bit. And Rubik harassment too. Yeah, it should be a tough time for our LTW. Up there for sure.
And then, this mid lane will see how this one starts early on. I guess as the DP. I mean, how does this one? I feel like Weehaw is still going to be able to put some pressure onto this DP, and if these stacks get up, gets the early point in flame break. There's still going to be opportunities where Weehaw can go in on the DP.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot about how no one controls the lane with just pushing it out constantly with Crypt Swarm. The animation on it is so damn good now. But I think it's going to be a lot around playing around like Siphon Charges too. If he can bait a Siphon Charge, that's when you'll see Weehaw start to get really aggressive. But yeah, I think watch no one, just spam like Clarities, get your bottle, your mangoes, etc. Force the wave in constantly onto the Batrider so he can't double up and just dive you.
And then top lane, as talked about in the panel, we're seeing the Lifestealer in play, but definitely to agree with sort of Lacoste's point, this is a game where a core that can, a lot of the times in this patch, feel underwhelming, can succeed, right? Because you've got a lot of great heroes to make sure that he has a great time, right? The physical burst from the Venge and the Slardar is going to allow him to hit super hard, and he's going to have a fantastic Vessel of the Bat.
2 Vessels. Slardar jumps inside of Slardar too. That's what we saw. I mean, it's staying back a bit much, but that was a Team Nigma when they were Team Liquid Special. Remember the Slardar Lifestealer at Manila? That Manila Major, that's what they played every single game, so they're very familiar with it. Sure, it was with some different players and stuff like that too, but something that they're definitely very aware of. We've seen that mid matchup already. You see he's doing very well on this Death Prophet. He has level 3 now, so he's constantly nuking the wave in. Weehaw is having a tough time pushing it in. Stick charges too. Yeah, no one's going to do really well in this one.
Go straight for this game.
As long as he doesn't get like dove for a kill threat, that's when he's going to do really well. He's going to be able to outlast hit this bat.
I mean, is anyone going to be making moves on either side really towards that mid lane, looking at these side lane supports?
4-minute runes, potentially. That's just about it. I don't think anyone really makes too many aggressive moves beside that solo bottom.
Might just go down here. One more hit. He's got it. First blood for GH. Definitely in the lane that we did feel was going to be the toughest on the map, really. The pressure from the Rubik Slardar is not going to be fun at all for this Oracle to try and deal with in the early levels.
No, absolutely. That is really going to be the big one that we're looking for those kills constantly. Did see the Oracle. He took all the pressure, and Ember Spirit's actually still farming. So that's, you know, you lose your support, but that's kind of his job.
Yeah, that's true.
That. So, you know, you're not too dissatisfied with what's going on there inside of VP. No one continuing to do good in mid, just constantly trading, hitting him.
Yeah, this is a really solid opening from no one in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, have a bit of an attempt onto Solo. Bash comes out from Mind Control as they'll run him down. Just prep him for the final hit. There it is. They don't even need it to kill him. They can turn and use that second bash onto ILTW. Now he's in a bit of bit of trouble. He's got the Fairy Fire and the Slider Fist. Will stop them from diving any further, but yeah, this pressure just relentless down bottom. But definitely, as you say, though, 3.5 minutes in, the CS on ILTW, it's considering the situation, you have got to be happy that you're still able to hit the creeps. Actually, nearly taking down Mind Control there as he only just gets away.
Yeah, he has to wait for his regen to actually come down. GH also unhealthy. He is low, though, and his Oracle has to run all the way back. It's fortunate that he's able to push them away here, because this would have been a big time where they can really get on top of him there and pressure him a lot. And yeah, I mean, Noah continued to do very well in this matchup. Rush the boots, plus the wand. He's now in a position where he shouldn't die, so he should keep his lead.
And if he does get going on, there's going to be time for people to TP in. Zayats can come in and look for the counter players, the Earth Spirit.
He's actually getting aggro. He gets a
with this haste ring, that should do it. I mean, Weehar's going to try and fly away with the Firefly. No one is out of mana, so no further damage to come out from him. But yeah, solid stuff here from VP in this mid lane and the bottom lane. Despite those deaths, as I say, this is a hard lane for VP to play into, but they're doing it smart. They're getting the farm for their Ember.
Yep, doing a good job with the glasses. We control. He's even trying to pick up a raindrop to deal with the bridge, because he's actually not last hitting well at all.
Hello.
He's just dead.
Alrighty.
Raindrop not saving you this time.
And top lane, VP, they're getting in aggro onto RMN.
Very nice.
Surge forwards, and they're going to have this kill. VP keeping it even here so far in the first few minutes of gameplay. 2-2.
Yep, we see that bottle from top from the Darkseer being passed off to Earth Spirit. We have bounty runes coming up in a few seconds, so they're going to look to at least get the 2 up top. As bottom looks like Team Enigma will have control of those. No one continuing to do a good job in mid. Are they going to refill the bottle? Yeah, okay, they are. RMN refills Weeha's bottle as he TPs in.
Yeah, gonna get those extra charges from the bounty runes spawning bottom. Top lane, pressure's gonna be put onto Miracle. They know with RMN coming over to mid, Miracle's a little vulnerable. He does still have the rage and TP, so will have a way out if he feels the need to pop the 2 of them.
But the right move to make, as you said, because they see the Venge TP mid. ILTW this time. Doesn't look like he's got a way to play around it.
Ooh, the change nearly did it. It's not enough though. The right click still coming in from GH. Top lane, Miracle turning to try and punch back into Rezo. Rezo will surge himself away. Gonna leave Zayats under the tower, but he's got to kick back onto the Lifestealer. He can step his way out of danger.
See that item build? Just the naked Midas coming out for our Lifestealer. Miracle is going all in for that one here. Picks up just a starting item. And have it. He almost has done already.
Yeah, if you get away with it this quick, that's the dream. Not necessarily the dream for your teammates when you see a Lifestealer go to lane and cure straight up, but you're getting away with it. You're going to be very happy with that timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4 protect 1 for a Lifestealer, not your traditional 4 protect 1, so they really want to make sure that Miracle is a super farm beast as bottom. Getting aggressive again.
Just continuing to try and push ILTW as much as they can before he hits the 6. Won't be able to finish him off though, and Zayats, he's in with the counter play, he's able to find the connection onto Mind Control, into the slow. ILTW is stepping up, able to run back in, and with the nukes, the Slight Fist, and the Purifying Flames, they secure themselves another kill on this bottom lane. Just doing a great job really just across the board of making sure that all 3 lanes here for VP are off to a fantastic start. Look at the farm across all 3 cores. It's pretty much perfect on all 3 cores of VP.
Yeah, and I like how they're doing this. I mean, it's very ILTW because I think he's one of the ones that originally started doing the build, just the slight chains. Even though he's versus a lane that can't proc his Flame Guard, he doesn't care. He's playing with Oracle. He just wants that max burst damage and that little bit of extra control to go for the kills. It's working. It's absolutely working down there. They've actually, they've won. I mean, they've kind of won 2 out of the 3 lanes. Top lane is kind of a trade, but it's very close. Yeah,
it's just the fact that, yeah, they've got 3 cores in a great place. Nigma, they're falling a little bit behind on that bottom lane with the farm and the slaughter.
Yep, we're seeing no one. Weeha is starting to catch up to him again now. Once those levels build up on the back,
he can get the play it. And they go under. Kick him under. He's going to get a couple of tower hits in, but with the Firefly, will be speed enough to keep his distance and even posturing very aggressively there, knowing that there's no further threat from the 2 of them.
I think no one got hit by a sticky stack right before he was looking to go in. I think he was up 4 or 5 stacks. So I think he was scared. Yeah, he was scared to actually go in when the Air Spirit did, it looked like. Yeah, it looked like they maybe had a chance, but a bit tough. See the mango tree coming out for the side of VP. Pretty good mango. They have a pretty good mango team. Everyone with some nukes. Ember always can use that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this hero Ember wants to be spamming the spells in the fights, but notoriously has a very small mana pool.
Oh, who found the Faded Brooch? It just says found by.
Someone will pick it up in a bit, I'm sure. Mind control.
Lots of rotation.
They're going to try and go from there. What sort of backups coming in from Enigma? It isn't going to be any. GH is also going to get caught out by the chains. With the 4 of them here, VP is this fantastic early CIS aggression that you love to see from the squad. It's coming out. Movement from no one secures themselves a second kill bottom.
Love that they're going to be this aggressive. That's what their lineup is really going to all be about, is fighting non-stop. Sure, they have to wait on Exorcism come mid-game, but once this Darkseer is starting to get online too, he's going to join the fray. He almost has max Ion Shell and has great heroes to carry it, with that Ember Spirit in particular. So yeah, very aggressive moves. Great start off these first 9 minutes. And
he's going to seize an opportunity here to try for a freebie there. Nice flame break onto the Earth Spirit, knocks him back so he cannot roll away, but no one, he's going to go for the counterplay, popping the Exorcism, but the Firefly is enough for Weehar to get himself out of reach of the Ghost. No one's still trying to dive in. That final crit swarm isn't enough to get it.
What the?
He's going deep for this one, no one. He's got the Siphon, but it isn't enough, as...
that's kind of a feed a little bit there. He just went way too aggro.
I mean, that feels like the sign of a tilted mid, even though he shouldn't be tilted. He's having a great solid start on, but diving in like that, throwing everything in for a kill that you're not going to get, you can't make those plays.
No, that was, I mean, it's way too over. It's just over-aggression. It's because he popped Exorcism, and he's like, I need to make something happen with this Exorcism, but if he just backs up and farms, it's not that bad. Yeah, he just goes up and he literally just gives up a free kill. He didn't see the Venge rotating in, though, at first. He doesn't have ward coverage on that side.
Sure, but still he's taking tower hits.
Exactly. It's already such an aggressive position, so we'll get punished. We see instant smoke from Nigma as they're setting up for these runes, the bounty runes up top. And with this bottle, wants to try to claim it, but will get halted, and they might actually have the control.
Yeah, they're going to be able to turn on him pretty easily here, dragging him back into the clutches of Miracle. And we'll set up a kill for the Lifestealer. GH able to head up to the high ground and grab that bounty rune. Down bottom though, punishment there for Weehar as VP, the 3 of them do get the jump on him. And down, even further down bottom, mind control. He'll find himself a solo kill.
Yep.
Literally.
Yes. Once Slaughter is level 6, level 7, you start posing kill threat if anyone does show up alone. GH will get brought down from a rotation from Zayak.
A lot of back and forth here already. 7 for 7. Less than 1k in it. This is a close bit of back and forth so far. You really sort of see where the net worth varies in terms of balance. Nigma's lineup already starting to lead towards that just building all around this big old Miracle Lifestealer.
Yep.
As he's the one taking the lead here. And he's going to find an opportunity for another kill onto Zayat.
He has so many matchups that this Lifestealer is just god. This rage in this game is going to be really potent versus so many of these heroes. They just, they're majority magic damage. You look at their team, sure, Exorcism as well as the Sleight of Fist is that strong physical damage that they'll have in the mid game, but at the moment, you know, this Lifestealer is going to definitely reign supreme when he shows up.
Yeah, at least for VP, they've got, what, a couple of silences, right? So something that he's definitely going to have to watch out for in the fights, but at the same time, he's got the save. Swaps are going to be there if he ever gets caught in a frontline silence. VP.
And grabbed again.
Control's going to come in with the TP. He's going to look over towards Solo. Solo goes straight for the false promise on him, but weaves him with the lasso, and there'll almost certainly be enough damage to pop Solo after the false promise comes to a finish, as Nigma will manage to take him out.
So much action. 18 kills, 12 minutes, all focusing around mid tower now. Miracle, you said, gonna go for the armlet build. I think it's a really appropriate build this game. He has the methods of delivery.
Oh yeah, he's ready.
Whenever you have this, you're all about fighting. Exactly. So, like that he's gonna go for that.
And this chase is
he's in trouble.
I mean, this is the thing with the bat against the Earth Spirit. We are each and every time. It's you can't escape him. You cannot roll away. If you've already used the kick, Weehar's always going to be able to close in above you and over you. So rolling away is never really an option.
So knowing he's going to be going for this fuel through this game at 10-2 on Death Prophets. However, there are plays around it. They do have Venge versus the Death Prophet who's going to be going for it. You can swap him out of the Yules, so it's not that great of a actual saving thing. Same thing of Venge versus Oracle. Oracle's cast range on False Promise early, not the greatest, so repositioning is going to be a big one. I feel going to be playing out in the mid game here for no one to try to protect himself. We'll see that progress shortly though, as they're still trying to, they really want to press forward and get this mid tower. See, even Zeiss is running toward the mid lane. Yeah. They're all starting to actually run toward mid tower. It's actually looks like 75 heroes for VP. They want this tower.
I mean, you can see as well, I'm sure.
Responding. They see everybody rotating in. They really want to hold this one as well.
No one's got to be careful with the cast, though. You know that GH is always going to be hunting that exorcism steal.
Yep.
Down bottom, RTW, they're going to be able to find the setup, but he's got the backup. Solo comes in straight away with the silence onto mind control. They'll turn and kill the Slardar. They can go for more. He's diving in deeper. RTW is going to be able to get the chains onto the poor old bench. Silence as well, making sure that GH cannot come in with any counterplay. We are going to go for the last step, but there's 5 heroes here ready to run him down. Science has the control with the kick and the silence. More kills for ILTW now, starting to get this safe lane Ember incredibly active early on.
And even though Nigma saw all this, they see with their wards, look at the ward placement. They see everybody rotating. My control overplays his hand a little bit. He's still very squishy, very fragile on this Slardar.
Yeah, he's falling behind.
Yeah, he really is. Just dies almost immediately. And they're utilizing timing. Mid-game timing, early game timing. Mech is finished up on Darkseer. Death Prophet's super strong right now. This is very ideal right now for them to be doing this and pressing the issue for this tower.
Yeah, this tower is... It's very, very nearly taken away. No one. I mean, at the moment, they're just trying to take it without committing the ghost. An extra TP returning to the lane as Weehar's back in. Now, to be able to get on top of him, though, with the chains. Zayas rolls forward. Silence. It catches out the Rubik swap from RMN, keeping Weehar safe, but the Slider Fist still brings him low. Aggressive rhythm by LTW. He's trying to dive in for this. No one committing with the exorcism, pushing back RMN. RMN going for a swap on no one, trying to get him under the tap, but it ends up getting RMN killed off. They'll look over towards mind control as well. They're just splitting them up perfectly here, VP, forcing Nigma to the side in a situation where they just don't have the numbers. The chains come out again. Another Slider Fist secures another kill for ILTW. He's going in. Rem the forward.
Oh, baby.
ILTW just going crazy here. As is Ember, 6, 1, and 8. And 15 minutes in, it just doesn't stop here from VP as they're diving tier 3 towers at the 15-minute mark. ILTW, he's dropping the aggro tips onto Miracle.
Holy moly. I mean, that arcane rune on Ember, it really does wonders in these type of fights, these type of skirmishes, when you just start snowballing kills like that. And again, utilizing this timing. Darkseer mech, they have max ion shell, they have heroes that can use it.
Yeah, he's just
They just run at him. Yeah, they're unable to really stop it because of how far behind, in particular, like My Control. Their real big frontliner, besides Miracle, he is so far behind. I actually saw My Control. He looked like he was farming bottom, and then they're like, dude, we're getting dove way too hard. We actually need you to try to help us. He runs in and just dies immediately. So he gets set back even more. Great plays from VP so far this early game. Their calls have been on point. 17-11, setting themselves up for success.
I mean, there's some games with the VP squad where you can sort of just feel it from the first few minutes of play that, you know, they're in a very good place when it comes to the matchups, the lanes they've got. And this game, we saw it there at the beginning. All 3 cores up to a great position. And now that they've entered this early mid game, they're just making, everything's gone to plan. You know, they've drafted these 5 heroes. They've got exactly what they wanted out of the first pre-15 minutes of the game. They're going to be able to make the moves that they planned for when they came with these heroes.
Yeah, and they're so mobile is the biggest thing I'm noticing. Everyone just getting there so fast. Ember, Earth Spirit, Darkseer Surge, Death Prophet. Everyone just sandwiches there and gets together so quickly. Yeah, they're doing perfect job so far.
What, Zayas? Diving a little deep here, able to get the silence on the 2 of them. TP's coming in. Zayas, I don't know if he's able to get out of this one. He's going to try with the roll. Actually doesn't get blocked off by Miracle. With the corrosives on him, they've got the vision. As they'll dive in and will be able to claim the life of the Earth Spirit.
Has been denied.
Yeah, really still loving that aggression. Even though they do die up top, it's still a good aggressive move. They're just posturing themselves very well in this game. They need something to try to kind of bring them back here. Maybe a smoke, My Control. With Miracle, they're feeling strong right now.
Oh, LTW. Whoa. He's back and he's back in. Silence. Oh, hang on. Is there any safe? There is. Iron Man comes into the last moment with the swap. Oh, of course, meaning that Iron Man loses his life, and there's the early sign.
They want to chase him.
I mean, ILTW, he hits hard now. He's got a full deso done at 17 minutes as this Ember. He's in onto Mind Control. Mind Control trying to run. RTW is going to have the slight change combo up again in a second. He should be able to catch this. There it is. Locks him down. Solo's able to come in for the kill secure.
I mean, he's playing this Ember actually so damn well. I love this, like, now he's starting to get the build up of the Flame Guard, but like, just his slight chain usage so far has been insane for their chase potential. Just constantly be able to catch these heroes that, if they didn't have it, it would be tough because it's all on the Earth Spirit to really catch them, but the slight change is really making the difference. They're getting on these heroes over and over again.
Weehar's trying to skip the creeps, but he's on his own side, so no one in the neighborhood, and he's running. He's not going to make it away though. Mid lane as well. VP, they are just everywhere. And this build as well from ILTW, if he's able to pull this off, this is going to be are just so destructive. This Deso into a straight AC that he's queuing up. No defensive items. He's ready to go. He knows that he's got the saves from his Oracle, his Darkseer. He just wants to cut through these heroes, which he's been doing excellently so far. 7-1 and 10. This Ember safe lane just continues to perform.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to realize magic damage on the side of Nigma isn't that high. Sure, it's like Fate Bolt and Batrider and some of these Venge Spells, but it's mostly that physical damage. So if he gets this, they're super strong. And even with this Deso right now, they can look for Roche. They can just pop Ghost with that Deso. It'll be very difficult for Nigma.
Standing a little close here, but he's got the Force. GH. Even so, though, you've got to be careful how close you come to these heroes. We've seen with the reach that the Ember has.
Oh, God, full Greaves already, too. So Darkseer, I mean, if he gets hazed or anything up, if he gets open wounds, he has a lot of different ways to play around it now, too. That extra heal as well. And even look, this Death Prophet, he has Eul's and almost Lotus Orb already done. So his armor, he's going to be good. He's going to have ways to protect himself, too.
They're just finding so many catches.
Just from lane to lane. Look at this.
They're all over the place, and no one, he's even looking for more. He's away from Arm, and he says, yeah, screw the support. Let's go and make Mind Control's life even more of a misery in this game. As they're hunting him down, bullying Mind Control out of the game as he's really falling down there. Bottom 4 net worth, and a few more deaths like that, he's going to be touching the bottom of this game.
He is not, he is not recovering very well at all after that laning phase. He's just getting bullied. No mercy by VP.
Yeah.
Getting these aggressive wards down now too. It looks like Nigma, they're expecting that Roche to come out, but they're actually looking to stay aggressive, look for aggressive moves on VP. Look, things are looking real good for them right now. Full map control up to this 20-minute mark with a very good lineup.
And I think
in the mid-game fights, and in these fights, if they do have a lead, you know, Lifestealer, his damage, it's not really the highest. He has to get enabled by that Slardar.
He's got it in his eyes. He's going to look at the backlines first, too. He's going to get on top of RMN, make sure there's no save potential for Miracle. Miracle's got to go for the Rage TP. He's got it, and he is away. Nothing to cancel through that magic immunity.
Straight to Roche. Now they've got the timing with it. They forced heroes back. I think there's no way they can test a fight here. Their actual team fight draft is their draft isn't really about team fighting. It's about these small skirmishes and pickoffs.
It is.
They've lost them all. Yeah, they haven't been able to actually take any of the fights versus VP at all.
I think straight up so far it's just been a demonstration of how VP, they've got a strategy that counters exactly, as you say, what Nigma wants to do when they run this Weeheart Batrider.
Yep.
This Batrider that we've seen just take over so many games against so many of the teams here. VP, I mean, as you do, right, you're playing against Nigma, you've got to have a plan against the Weeheart Bat if you're laying it through the draft. And so far, VP's plan and answer towards it has seemed pretty spot on. They've come in with a way that's making it very hard for Weeheart to do anything as the bat.
And speaking of Weeheart, we see him go down here again, trying to do some shenanigans behind towers, and now also GH being chased. They have the catch too. Got another remnant to work with, but now out of mana, out of time.
They're just everywhere, VP here. This is,
I mean, look at this TP. It's constant, right? Everyone's just TPing. They've got their 2 tier 1s still up. They can just look to make all these aggressive moves, and I mean, it's looking picture perfect for now for them. 25-12. Very few mistakes. I mean, they're just Mind Control just still has no game. He's having one of the rough runs. I think he's 1-8 in this game. How many times they've actually been able to punish him down bottom? Yeah, 1-8-5.
It's been a rough one for him.
Yeah, and we mentioned how there's Lifestealer, you know, he has this Infest in the mid-game. We're now really in the mid-game, and I don't know, I think Slardar may just be getting the Blink Dagger now. Batrider didn't have his either at a time for them to utilize that either, so yeah, he's going for the BKB. He feels like he needs it because of all this magic damage on VP. It's looking real hard for them here. Miracle, he's going to need some crazy cleanup inside of the fights. But they've already started, like we said, they've already started picking up the items to counter him. They already have this Lotus Orb on the Death Prophet.
And it just don't stop.
No, it does not.
It does not stop here from VP. Ferocious and everywhere across the map.
My LTW says screw it. I don't need AC. I'm your damage.
I mean, he's probably like, we're gonna. It's starting to see a bit of a break in the army of VP here with Solo down. He is gonna bite it back.
Okay, got lasso.
He's got the control onto no one, but they haven't quite got the damage. No one's able to use up. Miracle, he's stuck on the front line. He's silent.
He can't get it.
He can't get a single spell off. The Resolution's able to run away. Only Solo falling in that fight, everybody else kept alive, and now they're up to the high ground. And yeah, I think ILTW picks up the Chrysalis, as you said, instead of the AC, because he's like, I'm not even going to get the chance to finish an AC in this game. We are crushing them that hard.
Yep, and no one up to the high ground. He's full health again. Solo buys back, joins into the fight afterwards, even though he died at the start. Yeah, it's out of control here. Miracle, he can't do this one on his own.
No, not especially not as a life stealer. They needed those plays to go more favorably for them early on, and this is a game where Miracle's farm as the life stealer. It's pretty perfect, right? He got that quick Midas. It just doesn't matter at this stage. They're 10k down. VP just continuing to go at full power this game. All 3 cores just popping off. I mean, the whole team popping off.
I think that their lanes just ended up going better than I expected, right? That Ember plus Oracle.
They played ball.
Ember dominated. He wasn't pressured almost at all, and they just were looking for kills. Look, 110 last hits. This is not a farming Ember. This is a killing Ember. He didn't really care after he got the first start. Once he got the level 5, it was just all about the frags and just shutting down mind control. Excellent play from that bottom lane for sure.
Let's see what Nigma can do here. They're going to try and come out with a smoke. See if they can catch someone off guard. Mind control. What kind of jump can they get? VP are pretty close to one another. They can certainly return. Here's no one.
They're so rich now.
Gonna lead him with the yours. Turns with the silence onto one. And in they go on the backlines. Mind control tries to jump with Miracle. They'll turn over towards Solo. Solo, he's able to get the false promise off of himself. They can't even kill the Oracle. As Solo's going to be saved underneath the wall. Miracle caught out and surrounded. They kick him over with the boulder. As it's 2 down on Nigma. The rest of them just trying to desperately escape. But GH, there's no TP potential for him there. So many ways to cancel it. You can see there's Solo as well. He's keeping it cool.
He looks so serious.
He's in the zone.
Love it.
He knows that, this game ain't over yet.
I don't think I've seen VP play at this kind of style of just slamming since the old VP when they were just dominating games. Like, it's 32 kills. It's 25 minutes. He's back. Like,
they're back. This is, if they can do more of this, they're going to be, they are a team to really be feared. If they can manage to consistently pull off this level of maneuvers in the games that they play.
I just love how they're just relentless. Look at this, it's non-stop looking for kills here. Anytime that Nigma's trying to do any sneaky cutting waves, grabbing bounties, they're gonna pay. VP is not gonna gain away with any of these.
And it's getting rough for Mind Control. You see that he's nearly the lowest level in the game.
Yeah.
As well as nearly the lowest net worth.
And now we're full. I mean, look at the plethora of items. That Death Prophet has Lotus Orb Aghanims level 18 on top of Yules with an Essence Ring thrown on top too. Some more survivability, sure. It's really Miracle versus the world here, and the rest of his other cores are just not really there for him.
Yep. And here we have it. VP, they're ready to hit back hard with the smoke themselves. I saw the smoke of Nigma just sort of go out with the sizzle. VP's is definitely going to hit with a bang if the last 26 minutes are anything to go by.
Just charging in, looking for a battle. They know how much stronger they are. They know that there's no way Nigma can take a real fight. GH, he spotted bottom.
He's trying to push these lanes out. Yeah. Trying to get that money for the Blink Dagger. He's so close. He's so close, and now it's going to be 200 further away.
To the next tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm just cleaning up the map now, VP.
Yeah, look, they constantly have mangoes buried in their bags too, because of that mango tree that we mentioned early on. Yeah, they're just not giving any breathing room for Nigma. Nigma unable to actually take any fight. Like we said, their team fight draft is just not really there, and VP with such a lead, it's just, yeah, they're going to make it look easy really here with this push.
High ground push to go. What's going to stop him? Where's the answer from Nigma?
Double Blinks online also, so they have 3 Blink Daggers now on Nigma, but do they actually have the damage to bring anybody down with those?
Warman, he's going to die to a slide. They jump in the back line. Also respect from RTW as well, letting no one finish that one off himself. They're going to look for Miracle and Mind Control. They tried to commit. Change around to Miracle. He's dragged back. He's dead. He's on that buyback. It's a triple kill for no one. You're probably going to see the G's being dropped soon. As this game, 37-13, just 27 minutes in. A second set of racks going down. No Miracle Lifestealer for 40 seconds.
It's got to be over. 2 sets of racks. The Lifestealer solo core. Not a whole lot of ways back in the game for Team Nigma here versus VP.
I mean, VP will be more than happily, play this one out there.
Feels good.
Yeah, this game is going to be getting the adrenaline going here for the squad.
Yeah.
This is what they strive for as a team. This is the Dota that VP excels at.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing really is having, the way that they played around their draft, but just the way that they set up these lanes. Like the Ember bottom did better than I expected by a good amount. Death Prophet did amazing versus Batrider mid, and they've just been making all these smooth smooth, natural moves just from lane to lane, just very hyper-aggressive too, the way they forced the issue, right? We saw it was like, oh, 10, 12 minutes in, even though there's wards up, Enigma sees everything, VP still won 2 back-to-back 5-0 fights, just because of the way that their lineup works and the way those lanes did progress.
Time to continue the cleanup here for VP, top lane.
Rez was like, hello, that's a Batrider with a BKB, but he's got back coming near. Can he find him? Go for the vacuum. He sees the creeps following. Sees the creeps hit.
He's going to be able to set this up. It's got the BKB and the blink, so he should be able to play it safe and TP out of here. The BKB.
He's trying to hold the BKB.
And he's going to need to pop it. There we go. BKB. And a TP away, and he'll be fine. He'll live another day. But this tower on the top lane, the same cannot be said, as VP will take this without any contest from Nigma.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How do you fight? You're gonna need some type of miracle here on Team Nigma. They have to get some repositioning to get some number advantage somehow versus VP. Grab them into the base, swap them into the tier 4 or something like that, because they're just too far behind to really take just any type of real heads-up fight.
Yeah, they're smashing these fights, and they're not even spending all their money. No one holding on to 4k gold. He's ready to straight up just grab a BKB, get himself into an even safer spot for looking to siege the high ground, take the final set of racks.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot. How long do we have on Roche? About 30 seconds. If they're going to be super safe, they just play around this area, wait for that to spawn, force Nigma's hand to fight around the Roche pit, and then they should be pretty good. As long as they don't split up. It's the only way that, I think that's the only way that VP can start to lose their lead. Yeah. They start splitting away from each other, so just stay as a clustered 5 around Roche pit. That's what they're going to continue to do, and Nigma gets 2 bounty runes, but yeah, not what they were looking for.
Yeah, you see a miracles build as well. He knows the only sort of chance of getting back in is if he's able to pop the rage and actually kill someone. So he's going full on for this super hard hitting build. The Deso into Daedalus. But I mean, even then, it's just the items. You look at these.
So much armor on everybody now.
They've got plate mails all over the place.
34 on one hero, 28 on another. I believe Death Prophet's pretty close to that too, sitting at like a healthy 24. Yeah.
Full Shiva's guard now on Reza.
Yeah. Good itemization, good preparation. Roche spawns. Easy cleanup here for VP. Enigma they're just gonna try to get the most out of the lanes in the meantime, push them out as far as they can. But really struggling.
And an easy Roche here for VP.
1 and 11 on my control. Level 13. He's just, I mean, at this point, of course, he just can't catch up because you have to catch up through kills and everything as a slaughter, but man, they really did not. They really made sure that he did not have a game.
Yeah, they just crushed him.
They really did.
But it was, we say in a lane that it should have, I feel on paper, gone a little better for the Slardar.
It does feel like it, yeah.
The setup they did have down there.
They just got a little bit, I mean, it's like a little bit outplayed by LTW as well, Solo.
Yeah, no, it was the play from VP just all across the board. It's been outplay and a half from VP this game.
Just playing to their strengths, playing to that aggression. I see, CIS teams with their darks here sometimes, these guys, they know what they're doing with this type of aggro setup here in the mid game. Enigma smoked again. Trying to find some type of split off here. Try to catch somebody away from the 5-man unit, but VP knows. They just got to stick together.
I'll see what Enigma can do here. They've struggled to vend on the other 2 lanes. Can they pull off anything different on this top one?
They have a repair kit at least to stall it for some slight moments here, but level 20 on the Death Buff.
They're going to get the swap in on the Ember. He's got the Aegis though, so they're only going to be able to take him down the once. Can they do it a second time? They've lost RMN. ILTW's back up.
And Miracle's just incinerated.
No buyback on the Lifestealer. This should be the cleanup from VP, pushing them back towards the fountain.
1k crits with those slights. Even going into the fountain there, letting the Ghost kind of tease him a bit.
Oh, the Ghost actually nearly getting We Are. Has to be careful. It's top lane. It will be theirs. VP pushing on. Nigma still holding on in this game, almost certainly discussing what the plan's going to be for game 2. As this game won 40-13, 20k up VP as they border on finishing this final set of racks. We are trying to step in to slow them down, but there's no pushing back this squad right now.
And he's getting on immediately. BKB will be popped. He's trying to push sides. The fountain won't be able to.
GH as well, seeing if he can bait them into the fountain. But not something that VP is going to be falling for. And then they'll tap
Finally,
out.
they call
GG
it.
is called. VP here take game one against Nigma, and yeah, VP on fire. This is virtus.pro. This is the VP that you want to see.
I miss this VP. That looks nice. I like seeing no one running around just killing everybody. Same with ILTW. They look super comfortable with their heroes, super comfortable with their draft, very comfortable with what they're playing against to drain the lanes. I actually
vendetta against me picking illusion heroes. Apparently illusion heroes are just dead right now. Can't get away with it. The Phantom Lancers, Naga Sirens.
And then a Terrorblade one, and then he just held that over you for the rest of the time?
No, because right now he's still using the EG Arteezy example. Be like, look, even Arteezy can't win with Terrorblade. It's over.
Okay,
But at least, you know, after the draft for the first game, both of the panelists, or three of the panelists, were on board with the draft for Enigma, I believe. I wrote it down. I asked for it specifically, so he was wrong. So you get some extra ammo back, and he has the chance of, you know, getting his second game prediction correct, because we're going to head over to the draft panel right now as we are ready for game number 2. Virtus.pro and Team Enigma. Let's go.
Now for the old razzle dazzle.
Virtus.pro's turn to ban.
Now for the old razzle dazzle. Now for the old razzle dazzle.
再见了，宝贝儿。露馅，露馅，
10
露
seconds
馅。
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Welcome to our glorious temple. This time, I'm pretty sure we're going to get in at the beginning of the draft. It was kind of a weird trip. It's not something that happens very often, that you go into the draft at you miss the entire anime rock, paper, scissors, shoot, chess, 5-headed battle that goes on. And I feel like you guys definitely assessed that draft very differently than if you actually saw the back and forth, the tango, the dance between great minds.
I think this is one parallel that I actually draw with pubs, because when I am streaming,
no,
hear me out. When I'm streaming, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna take the time that my team's drafting to like go to the bathroom or something, and I come back and it's suddenly I'm last pick and I have 12 seconds to process every hero in the game. My pick's never good. Like, it's just never that good of a pick. And I realized after that draft, I was like, okay, I picked Nigma to win this. And I watched the game play out, and I was just like, wow, this was an amazing Oracle game, as Capital said. And in the draft, I just didn't really notice the impact of this pick. Not only was it great against Batrider as a second pick, but it's also really great against Slardar and Lifestealer, since he relies so much on the Slardar, wasn't able to solo carry the game. So it's just funny that you realize there's no catching. There's so much strategy of back and forth, as you mentioned. You can't really play that catch-up 8 picks in. I felt so clueless when I watched that game. I was like, damn. That was
we had a bad read on the draft, and in our defense, you know, we needed to see everything. I think, for me at least, like the strategic part of Dota is the best part. It's not just about watching the games, like the way they teams draft, the way they approach the draft. It's the best part for me. You mentioned chess. It's pretty much the same thing. You know, you're just trying to outsmart the opponent, staying 3 moves ahead of him, and we can see the draft right now. So Doom, Oracle
no
gone.
Excuses this time.
No excuses.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Man, it's so crazy to see 2 of the heroes that you basically said you thought got impacted in the biggest way still getting first phase consistently.
I'll believe it when I see it consistently, Darkseer. I initially said that I thought these heroes were heavily impacted, but I also didn't think the changes would come into play, because what's going to happen, I think, is eventually these premium heroes are going to keep getting picked, and then people are going to eventually find out the counters to them, and they're going to realize there's just better heroes in the pool over time. So I think teams are going to play what they've been practicing more than they're going to play what might necessarily be slightly better, because if you've played the hero 20 times in the last month, you're going to play it better than any hero in the game that you've played only once. So Phoenix, I think, still does its job in the game. It's just the laning stage issue is the only thing you're looking at now. They've nerfed Phoenix's laning stage like 3 or 4 patches in a row now. Eventually, it's going to be enough.
It's like one of those things where fundamentally they're still checking the same boxes inside of the game, so it still makes sense. Let's talk about, though, what we got kind of thrown together on the side of VP, because Wisp obviously has been one of the heroes that we've needed to pay the most attention to today, and I think we're probably going to end up paying the most attention to tomorrow as well, but I wouldn't necessarily put a Baden inside of those ranks. So why are we seeing that in the first phase?
Specifically with Wisp, right? It's almost certainly being a Wisp carry with the Baden support.
Most likely, yeah. We've seen more and more of this. They're shifting towards that position 1. Good ban coming out from Team Enigma. They have Phoenix and Undying, so they need to ban out Gyro. It's just that strong of a hero against both of these. And this is huge amount of sustain coming out from Virtus.pro. Overcharge, a Baden providing shield and heal. Like, I don't think you can pick something like AA on side of Nigma. You are very locked in. Like, you might push Phoenix towards position, let's say 3 probably, but then you still need something to control these heroes. You have Phoenix to buy a Spirit Vessel possible this game against the IO, but Abaddon just makes it really bad to play into.
Yeah, I think the lineup for Virtus Pro so far is just screaming, hey, we're going to throw all of our stuff on one guy. Gyro and Troll are super good to enable that, because oftentimes the problems these heroes have is they don't want to get initiated onto because they could just get bursted full to 0, or in general, like, standing their ground is the one issue they really have. So giving them the IO Abaddon behind really makes sense. Like, if you're envisioning how they end the game, Troll and Gyro are great high ground siegers, just base pushers in general when you have backliners like the Abaddon and IO. And even though IO, we talked about it being a carry with the Abaddon, you could absolutely make IO a 4 or Abaddon a 3. You have options. IO could be a mid. We've also seen like IO carry 2-position Gyro, where in the laning stage it pairs with the Abaddon, and then later on you're tethered with 2 cores. I like the overall approach that both teams are taking so far. With the IO Abaddon, you either need a hero that just basically kills everybody at once, so the one target can't be preserved, which is in this case Spectre, or other heroes that just take long sustained fights that eventually wear you down, and Morphling Void do make sense for that description. I would come up with Slark being another one, Anti-Mage.
Or Virtus Pro?
No, for Team Nigma, because they lack mobility and stuns with their 2 supports right now, or at least 2 heroes. So I think it needs to come from their cores.
Both of these teams don't have any kind of stun right now, so it's very easy to sneak in something like a Slark. Looks like a good Slark game for both of these teams, I would say. There's still Ember Spirit's gone, possibly a good Void Spirit Storm game. Like, Team Nigma needs to pick something that protects the Axe, something like an Axe, but then again, if you in the laning stage against the Abaddon, you can just purge off the Fiery Spirits, depending what role is Abaddon gonna play in this one. Yeah. But you need low cooldown ability that, you know,
I think
just controls the team fight.
Way too good for Virtus Pro right now against Undying Phoenix. I think if they're planning to put 1 position IO with 5 Abaddon, you can just do like Mirana Beastmaster as like a second round. Maybe not Beastmaster specifically, but I'm just thinking of like Mirana plus a setup stun. I just talk about Mirana because it kills the egg. It also, the Undying Tombstone, the zombies all go away when you go invis, so it's also nice for that. It kills the Tombstone. And also Moonlight Shadow is super good when the opponents light on stuns, because it's just such a good disengage.
See you later,
and it's really important that they get some sort of disengage because of the Phoenix Egg as well as the Undying Tombstone. Once those abilities are used, and if Team Nigma doesn't win the fight in that case, or in that time period, then their heroes are much less scary, honestly.
Yup. Clock. Let's talk about why we actually do see that here. Does that start to fill any of those roles? Not necessarily something that I expected to see
or
here.
Phoenix, maybe?
I don't think possibility. Like, I would prefer, I mean, you don't see it yet, but Clockwork as a position 3, like, just for me at least, never stood out as a great hero. You do so much more from position 4. You can get the farm, and even when you're playing him as a 3, you're missing from a lane, you know something's going on. So also you can, I mean, in this kind of scenario, if that's going to be Clockwork 3, position 4 Phoenix will be in that lane instead of Clockwork, so Clockwork will be playing from the fog most of the time, so you need a hero that's gonna get farm eventually, otherwise you're just gonna end up with like 2 position 4s and a position 5, which is not good.
And we'll talk for anyone who's just waking up right now, maybe missed some of the changes, we'll talk about how Clock actually did change. But when we do look at the Wind Ranger here, you're talking about Mirana obviously gets on top of the egg, and then also it does have extra game against some of the heroes in the lineup that Nigma is bringing. How do you feel the Wind Ranger does slot in?
It's basically a Mirana that's only really for herself, but she also sets up the ganks herself. So like Mirana would be better disengaged for the entire team, but would need another hero to actually set up the engagements, while Wind Ranger is good disengage for herself, but then sets up the engagements alone. So it opens up their hero pool in the offlane a little bit more, which I don't mind. They do go the Beastmaster. So I thought it was going to be Beastmaster Mirana specifically, but they went for the Wind Ranger instead, more of an independent support in that regard. She's going to do her job which is completely irrelevant to the team. Like, the team's going to let her set up ganks. She's going to be looking to basically be a mobile ward. That's something you can look to do with a support when the opponent lacks disables. You can kind of just play their side of the map, and since they're predominantly slows, since a hero like Wind Ranger can just run away, the mobile ward factor will be a huge deal for the Vision. So they've got the Hawk, they've got the Spirits, they've got Wind Ranger to scout out. I do like what virtus.pro's doing here, but I have said Drow's one of the scariest carries right now. I'm worried about this Beastmaster's laning stage because of the Undying Drow.
That was actually exactly what I was going to ask, and I kind of overheard the conversation that you were having this morning. I wasn't actually in it, but you were basically singing the praises of Drow, saying it is like the hero to look at right now.
Drow Ranger is the hero that, even though you played so many times against it, you still don't expect this amount of damage coming out in short period of time. And when you're sieging the tier 3 towers, if she's in a bad spot, like if you're losing the game with the Drow Ranger, just defending a tier 3 tower could make a whole lot of difference. And they don't have the best heroes to just get on top of the Drow Ranger here. Like, they don't have anyone to, you know, just jump in, something like a Slark, PA. They might shift things around. So I just want to see what Nigma thinks it's going to be their last hero. Which position is it going to be?
I have a feeling Virtus.pro is going to pick like Void Spirit here. It's the #1 contender for me. They banned out the Prophet, which would have been great. I played against no one's Prophet. I just want to say right now, that guy freaking carried the shit out of that game. I was like, holy crap, I didn't check ranks prior to the game, and I'm like, who is this freaking Prophet? He's rank 3. I'm like, oh, okay. He's insane. And I think they're pretty much putting their entire plan is... It has an idea to it, right? They're going to split the map. They're very mobile. They can get all of their heroes to the same place at once. But now they need like the hero that ties it all together. They don't have the win condition yet for Virtus.pro. So Nature's Prophet would have done fine with that. Now that I think about it, Void Spirit might not be that great. Maybe they do need a more carry-esque mid. Is there a carry-esque mid that goes on Drow? That's the question.
Ember is gone.
Yeah, Ember's gone.
That's a good ban. I mean, I'm still fine. I don't know. If they want to get something like more tower damage, what do you get? Do you just get something like a Dragon Knight?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Dragon Knight into Undying
Tiny's
Phoenix.
still in the pool. Like, he is kind of a...
I think it has to be a mobile hero. Really? An Undying Phoenix, huh? Okay.
It's just a hero that
Tiny here.
Closes the gap, bursts him down. He can toss Clockwork out of the cogs. Like, Tiny IO as a combo, it's still insanely strong.
10 seconds.
I want to learn from this game, because this game, now that I really feel like I've seen the whole draft play out, I have played Tiny into this kind of thing, and if he blinks in and doesn't immediately kill somebody, like imagine as a Tiny, you're going to be inside of a tombstone, there's going to be clockwork, there's going to be a drow hitting you, you're not moving. Like, you're literally not going to
slow. Like,
you're not going to move.
It's a sick lineup from Nigma. You have ton of slow. You have good ways of protecting the egg and the tombstone. I think level 10 talent on Drow Ranger, Gust 50% blind slow. You should definitely go for it.
From my understanding of these lineups, I think King Nigma is very heavily favored here, but that's under the idea that
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Because it ass Tiny game.
I mean, they have ways of protecting the Tiny once he goes in, but it's a lot of AoE slow and a lot of AoE control from Team Nigma. Like, just Drow Ranger with the multi-shot, Viper, you're not going to be able to move, and these heroes like need to reset, go in and out a couple of times
struggles with
the Baton and IO.
Leave.
Odds are in favor of them. Analysts in favor as well. When we were looking at the draft, one of the things that you said was we need to see a win condition. We ended up getting Tiny. Whether or not that's going to bear fruit, we're about to find out as we throw it over to the casters and see game number 2.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, looking forward to this one as we'll see if Nigma can sort of swing back after that rough game one that they had against VP. VP coming in at a very fast pace in the first game. The same sort of thing looks to be what they're aiming for here in game two again, VP. Is it going to work, though?
Looks like they have to play fast. I don't know. This one, I'm feeling pretty concerned for them. I feel like Nigma this time has a really scary draft that also can fight as a team. I think that's what they were really lacking in the last game, is actually just team fight rather than just single target. This time, they've got a plethora of AoE, just better lanes overall too, and they actually have proper win conditions. Like this Drow can actually get very strong this game. I don't know. Nigma's who's their carry? On the side of VP, who's their carry, right? Is it an IO carry?
We're gonna find out. Is it IO carry? Is it Abaddon carry? Is it Tiny safe lane?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It looks weird, and it looks really tough to execute versus this. Like Tiny last pick, I've seen this so many times before, like these teams, and we talked about it at TI with a bunch of the players too. Playing into Phoenix alone is tough as a Tiny. It's just going to be a hard game. You don't kill somebody, you're stuck in the egg. Exactly what you're saying. Throwing Undying too. It doesn't look like this end all be all. So I think they have to just get ahead and stay very ahead on the side of VP and just kind of snowball and just be able to kill heroes over and over again. Otherwise, I feel like just the Nigma draft, just from the nature of their draft, is just going to kick together, and their team fight is going to be way stronger than what VP has.
So, as we can see, it is indeed going to be ILTW playing the carry IO. No one is still going to take the Tiny mid against that Viper. We'll see how that goes, as that could definitely be a lane where WeHar is able to start bullying the Tiny pretty heavily as the levels come in.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they do. I feel like if they don't come out ahead in the lanes and they have if they start falling behind at all in the early mid game, I feel like there's no way they ever take a fight. So like I said, I think they have to just really press the issue forward here, be super aggressive, get a lead, and don't lose your lanes. I mean, it's tough. It's gonna be a hard one, but they do have some good heroes in lane in particular to be able to do that. So it's already pre-skilling. He has the win run. He uses it immediately right away.
The battle begins.
And Nigma, they'll bring 3 heroes up top to try to secure the rune. Won't get it though. Rezo does get that one. Solo. He's actually doing some work up here.
It's trading quite nicely here into Miracle and GH. As they run down the Drow, Miracle.
The shield's gonna pop, actually.
Ooh, it's gonna be close.
One more hit.
Can't quite get it. Unless he wants to. Oh, he's got the shield up again.
He's got a fairy fire.
He's diving with this one.
Oh, he didn't fairy fire. Okay. I think it might have actually saved him if he did use it, but the damage from the tower instantly popped the shield. He probably expected to take one more hit or something like that. So, wow, they actually get the kill.
Oh, and the aggressive tips here from VP there.
That's twice now. ILTW tipped him before last game too.
Straight from the first blood, and that's it there. They're getting in.
I think WeHar's going to be tipping no one a lot this game, though. I have a feeling after this mid lane, because this does not look fun for a Tiny.
No, this is one of those lanes where you're very viable to being tilted if you're playing into the Viper.
And just a couple hits just build up from the poison attack, and you're just very slow based hero. 0 armor as well, so you take a lot of harassment from it all. His last hits, though, that's the one thing. Tiny, for the first few levels, does have a base damage advantage, especially with the tree. But like we said, it's really going to be all about those early lanes, in particular from VP, to set themselves up if they do want to have a fight. And this is a bit unique. It's a core Undying, too. I think at the point down now, but yeah, Mind Control is playing Undying as a core. I think we've seen, I don't think I've seen it in official games, but I've seen players streaming it. I know Seb was playing a lot of the core Undying when it first got changed. Just the fact that you're able to actually utilize your ult a little bit better now as a core is one of the big reasons. Level 2 on RMN.
Rick gets the grab onto Solo with these cogs.
They have the Orb of Venom as well. Soul Rip. Yeah, just crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, they've got to be careful giving away these early kills to the bottom lane of Nigma, as this clock dying definitely feels like a lane that could snowball against these heroes.
And it's a Undying versus 2 strength heroes.
Yeah.
The IO as well as the Abaddon. Abaddon does not have fun versus Undying when he's playing versus him in lane. It's one of the, you just can't shoot hits because he reduces your strength down, you don't hit him back hard enough. Same thing for IO. I mean, this is an interesting approach. Seeing how those lanes are progressing. The Tiny, he's actually doing quite well.
Yeah, no one's going to be pretty happy with these.
That base damage advantage really playing in, and he's got the early bottle, so the sustain is going to be there. Yeah, he's doing good. Now, level 3 hits, though. This is where the Viper starts really able to just orb walk you and push you out a bit.
It sort of becomes impossible to approach the lane if we are able to hold in a good place. Top lane, Rezo, Fairy Fire comes out, and it will keep him alive.
All right.
As Miracle's able to get away.
Keep you safe.
They're doing great up here, though. Look at this, 9 and 7 on the Beastmaster. A couple of those are probably some board denies, but they're doing some good work up there versus the Drow to shut her down. That's what they need to come out ahead in their lanes, like we're saying. Bottom, though, is going to be really tough. This IO is not getting it any real time to blast it pretty much anything. He has 9 denies, 10 denies.
Oh, yeah, mind control just holding the lane perfectly there.
I mean, he just steals damage from them, right? Because they're both strength healers. Look at this IO's base, 42, because he's missing 12 strength. How do you last it?
How you don't?
Solo, again, getting caught in the cogs. They have some extra heals for him. He will be okay. But yeah, this lane is going to be really tough for ILTW to keep himself getting those last hits. Just, yeah, base damage advantage, animation advantage. And as we see, Viper started to take over mid.
Yeah, he's starting to rack up on the denies now, being able to push no one away. Still, though, I think no one keeping his cool quite nicely in this lane. For sure. He's able to be in a position now as well. The wave is going to push in on him. We'll see if that does leave the opportunity for Weehar to start diving the tower, just to continue to orb walk him out of it and away from it all. There we go, as we enjoy this pause. Looks like Reza also taking a real life pause there.
Yep.
Not moving in any sort of capacity, as RTW, of course, pressure on him this game to perform as the carry IO. And
he's like, I'm leading versus I'm dying as IO. Oh god, eyebrow rub.
Yeah, you don't blame him for having a headache.
No, definitely
against
not.
This.
It's going to be a really tough. I feel like it's going to have to be somebody rotating to kind of bail them out of this lane bottom. Or if they run out of mana in particular, which we are seeing. Undying's out of mana, so is Clockwork. I feel like we have to look at those couriers to ferry some extra mana region for them to keep their pressure applied. Because now is when they can start turning. This Undying's Decay is going to wear off in a second too. So yeah, mind control, either bring something out or he needs to go heal. Top.
So trying to get in a little aggro on his own, and Miracle and GH, you've got to be careful when that win run comes to an end. You'll dive very quickly to these two heroes. Lots of slows and control to make sure that Miracle can keep hitting you on the way out. You get back in onto GH.
Okay, there you go.
All right, Reza just able to walk up between the two of them and kill the Phoenix.
Yeah, Orb of Venom there actually paying off. Plus that Boar slow was enough, and now it's Shackle.
Look at the Shackle.
Look at these slows. Look at this 188 movement speed. The Boar plus the Orb of Venom. It's enough.
All right, Reza with the double. Iron Man's going to come in with the TP rotation as he looks to try and get the trade kill onto Reza. Reza attempting to run away. Zayas trying to tank some of the battery assault here, but GH swoops in. Everybody's popped in the Shackle. Zayas, he catches the two of them. That's going to save Resolution. Gets the Beastmaster out of there. Nice play from Zayas.
Oh, and look at all these juicy last hits that Miracle's missing too. 2 denies likely to happen. GH will at least take one of them, but a couple creeps that he did end up missing there. Nice aggressive play. Uh-oh, no one.
See if he's going to be able to run away from this. He's not going to be able to do mind control. Sweeps across from the bottom lane, even allowing no one to die to the poison, making sure Weehar gets the benefit from that kill.
Caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Poor Tiny. Solo with ILTW. These Orb of Venoms in the side lanes. Look at mind control too. He's just okay, reapply the slow. Oh, didn't hit him with the reapply slow, and can he actually catch up to him now? He cannot. Ooh, gets a hit, but nope. Some trades though, pushing him away. Orb of Venom. Look at it go. And look at no one go too. I mean, he started out great, like we said, but those levels for the Viper, now level 6.
He's not getting totally bullied away from the lane though. Sure, he did die that once, but he's still able to get creeps mid.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, coming into this matchup, you know it's going to be very tough as a Tiny.
Yep. Oh, mind control. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice trade going on there. He's 16 decay stacks. With this bottle, though, the sustain is there for this IO to now finally start recovering his lane. They can push them away. They can actually out-sustain the Undying plus the Clockwork now down here. Mind control will be pushed away, and ILTW, he will be happy. He'll be able to breathe and stop rubbing his eyebrows as he's up to all the way 27 last hits. He's recovered really nice in these last few moments.
Top lane.
The Boars. They'll get one of them.
And Reza heading to 5 wants to. Yeah, 6 is about to be there for Miracle, so he's going to be punching back very hard.
Early move. I think this is dictating how much he's struggling in the mid. He wants to try to make an aggressive move. The mini shackle, is it enough?
As TP's coming over though, this could be punished. Miracle, and he's going to be fine here as Weehar comes in with a TP rotation in reaction.
Uh-oh.
And we're starting to see already these moves that VP are going to try and make. are going to be responded to pretty easily from Nigma
and
with the heroes they have.
It feels forced, right? Because he just has nowhere to go. His mid lane is impossible for him to do anything. So he's like, all right, maybe I can make an aggressive move top. Weehaw is the easiest TP in the world up there. Now no one, level 5 versus a near level 8 Viper. And we were talking about how their laning phase, I mean, for me, it feels like it has to go pretty well for them. And that's going to slow them down a lot. A Tiny that gets shut down this much. He's bottom 4 net worth. He's below as a Batten already at this point. And look, he feels like he just has to constantly making some moves.
Yeah, he's got to go all in. It's the only way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, this game is definitely a bit of a minefield for Tiny.
Yeah, and it's not like I mean, it was a last pick Tiny, like we said.
Yeah, they wanted to play it.
They wanted to play it, but it's not an easy game for him to really do a whole lot here. Maybe he can get a kill. Nope, GH has raindrop and stick. So now this Viper really will start catapulting ahead. Level 8, like we said, versus level 5 Tiny.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be a lot up to those other cores. The IO and the Beastman have to kind of carry this one now. As I mean, your mid Tiny is just he's out of it for a while.
It's rough. It's definitely rough. And which core are you looking towards? I mean, as we say, Tiny, it's a tough game to just play the hero conceptually against the powers that Nigma have. What hero on VP's lineup can have a good game this match?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure, honestly. I feel like it's just tough. Maybe the IO, depending on how this mid game goes, but I'm seeing them kind of struggle once the team fights start going. He does finally get the kill, though. He's very persistent.
I mean, he has to be, right? You're not sitting, you're not farming against this Viper. He's got to make plays, no one, and he does find that opportunity to do so there.
Finally does get himself a kill, moves himself up, but he's not farming. He's gonna have a tough one. Mind control, keeping in to defend the tower. He's got the slow on Rezo. So we'll be able to get out.
Mid lane, no one.
Weehaw.
Getting some setup on the Weehaw. Can he escape this? The sun rays down. He's gonna be saved solo, and no one will go down. And that is the worry for VP. There's the big potential for that to happen time and time again now. Attempted plays from solo and no one going in, and just not being able to sustain through this turnaround damage that Nigma have. They can just sit back. The combination, this early magical just damage over time between the heroes like the Viper and the Phoenix, it just shreds through these heroes trying to make moves.
Oh, maybe they can find mind control with the relocate. This should be able to be a kill that they can find here finally too. So I think this kind of shows what they have to do. It's all about outnumbering. I feel like if they're ever on like even number footing, it's going to be super hard for them to actually take any fight. Like we mentioned, great team fight lineup, and now with the lanes the way they went, Nigma's going to have a pretty big advantage coming out of this one. But I think if they can do that, they can start to trickle back in this one. They just have to keep playing around the Tiny, playing around these relocates and roars. But still going to be very hard as everyone's buying raindrops. You know, they're all just getting tanked up for Nigma, so they don't get die to the combo. They're going to try to go for that route.
Now, this will be interesting to see what VP do to play on from this position. It's not an easy one.
Nope, it's solo.
Definitely a challenge for VP here. But you know, from the draft, it was a self-inflicted challenge.
It was.
They didn't make this easy for themselves with the picks.
Nope.
So, yeah, maybe just wanting to step up the difficulty here for game 2.
Is under attack.
I mean, it really does seem like that. The Tiny mid, the panel set it immediately. And then they picked with the Viper mid. He's not even level 7 yet at this near 11-minute mark. He's really struggling. And we are seeing the IO still going for the Dominator, although it's an item that's gotten reworked recently. Last night, in fact.
It's down bottom. Able to find a shackle connection. Rezo's coming over as well. Does have the roar.
Got good numbers here.
They're going to be able to win this one. As Weehaw and RMN cannot deal with this 4-on-2. I mean, as you say, VP, they're finding these opportunities to come in and outnumber Nigma.
Yep. Have to play aggressive, especially when Enigma is starting to overstep their bounds there. Miracle's still free farming. Same thing up at top. We see my control is pushing it, but at least they get something on the board there. And they will have relocate back available now too. So if he does want to look for plays with the Tiny, again, all about the numbers. If they can look to catch people off guard.
Straight away, smoke from VP.
Dire are scanning.
They've got to try and ramp up this speed. They're playing with mind control. He's
Radiant's top
Already
tower
starting
is
to
under
get
attack.
back.
He's got max tombstone already, so if they don't kill him right away, the fight could definitely look to be quite a disaster if those TPs do come out. But they're able to farm during the entirety. That's the one thing about it's like I always expect, right? You know, if we relocate, you're farming the entire time during all of this one in the jungle, and you can just join in whenever they do find an opportunity. Mind Control will reveal himself for a moment there. That's where no one's like, okay, let's see. Can I find something here? But yeah, TP responses are coming now. It's going to be tough if VP does want to get aggressive here.
Yeah, as soon as the preparations start to be made.
Yeah. They have to know preparations coming too. They're actually relocating
They want to commit for this, but as you say, Tombstone's going to be set down. Mass TPs coming in from Nigma as everybody responds to this. ILTW is even going to get back away. He's not. He's out. They'll lose Zayas as well. Solo's going for the TP away. If they got anything to capture, they do. RMN in with the hook shot. And the struggles of VP in this game certainly shown that that was such a high risk play.
And I mean, they're trying to force it, but you know, like we're saying it, like you know what's gonna happen if you do try to force the issue. They're just gonna TP Tombstone, Egg. There's no way you, even if you have numbers, it's under a tower under these two abilities that kind of counter your lineup very heavily. Immediate smoke. They want to try to catch someone who split up. No one. He's spotted. He gets slowed for a second.
It's gonna be able to hold back the three of them there with the avalanche. That'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, stops them coming up to the high ground, and no one's able to live to see another day.
Can't quite get the setup there, and then immediately Mind Control. He'll park himself in front of this tower again. Tombstone should be available any moment. So again, if they do want to get aggressive and look for this tower here, which is kind of low, it's gonna be risky. But it does feel like, I mean, it feels like they're feeling like they're forced the way that they're making their moves around the map too. Enigma just overall just feel like they have this much calmer posture prepared for the fights. Now though,
I think the good wraparound on bottom. No one comes in from the side. We are going to start turning, build the poison up onto no one, but it's combo. They catch them underneath the tower.
All right, nice move.
That's a sort of a second time on that bottom lane where RMN and we have been punished for pushing out as just the two of them.
Yeah, and it's the moment that they saw the two heroes top, right? I think they saw the Undying. I think they saw the Phoenix there afterwards for a second, so they know, okay, we have numbers again. We said all about the number game. VP playing it pretty nicely when they do see heroes split away. Enigma have to be a bit careful about those type of mistakes.
Especially, as the Viper, despite Weehar's strong start in mid, this very much is a hero, right? A few deaths and your game can come to a real slowdown as this hero.
Absolutely.
Look at this. Trying with a bit of the bait.
He's really tanky though.
He's incredibly tanky. Tombstone's going to be dropped down and Mind Control is going to start running at them. Zayas, he's out of there.
Oh, Corner dying. Look at him go. He can actually hit people.
No one. He's got the backup of Solo, but you're right. Mind Control just getting some big old revenge for what they're able to do in game one. The bullied has become the bully.
I love Undying is actually really satisfying to hear to watch now. When you can actually see him hit people with Flash Golem, it's just like, they have full damage amp, and you're slowed to the point of 100 movement speed. No way they can burst him. 2,000 plus HP when he gets the ulti off.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Second highest in net worth, Mind Control. They just can't go on him.
No,
you cannot go on this Undying, in particular when he is near his tower. Even when he wasn't, I guess he was still running them down, the two of them.
I think it's just risky to make plays now without Rezo. He's having the good game on the Beastmaster. I think he's getting close to that book. I think you have to just make plays around the Beastmaster because he's going to enable your team so much with that aura, extra little bit of damage too with the drum. Yeah, they're going to be lacking some damage for sure. Like it's really just going to be keep reiterating numbers, right? Like if they see where they have a number advantage, that's when they can fight. If they're doing that at near tier 1, way too risky.
Nice little deny there from Reza. Able to snipe that away with the boar, I believe. Still Nigma holding this lead, 4k ahead. GH, we've seen him do it many times. Pull off those big plays with the Meteor Hammer, and he's going to be able to start doing that again this game as the hammer's on its way out.
Oh, already, look at that. Just straight prioritizing to go for it. Weeha, bit far up again.
He is. This time he's not even got RMM with him.
They're a bit scared because the tier 1 is there though.
Yeah, they're kind of like, is he really alone?
And they don't have theirs to TP to. They do have the IO to relocate, but yeah, too close to a tier 1 when all those ultis are available.
Yeah, didn't have the the no on Tiny around as well, and his burst very much crucial for getting these kills.
He's trying to finish up his blink. I think he's actually getting pretty close to it.
Should be.
He's been farming really well, or catching up really well. Like, he's almost caught up to the Viper, which is pretty huge, even though it has been Weehawk kind of giving his life away from the bottom. But
yeah, been playing pretty wild on the bottom lane, which at the moment hasn't really hurt him too much. It's been working right. Space has been created for Miracle and mind control in that sense, as well as both of these cores are getting fantastic farm.
Again in the mid lane, though. He looks like he's very dead here. He does have the mech to turn it for a moment, but his team TP bottom already.
Bottom sides. He's trying to run for the four of them. Won't make it away, so Nigma finding a trade, but I mean, it is a lot of times back-to-back now that Weehawk's going down. This mid tower won't fall, as they're going to be able to TP over and push VP back away from this, so the tier 1 will be a help for now. But I mean, I feel that there's got to be a point where, you know, there's so many deaths is a little too many on this Viper.
I guess he's just playing as, I mean, he's playing very over-aggressive. I guess he's not expecting how much damage the VP can actually deal out when he is out that far, but I guess it's really in his head too. It's all about the Miracle game, right? Yeah. That's why he went for Mac. He's the supporting cast to his. Oh my!
IOTW is farming away silently and pretty nicely.
I've not seen that pick up actually on an IO.
A bit of a different build.
It's got the orc. Okay. I mean, the silence versus Phoenix is really nice. The heavy amount of attack speed too he can benefit from.
And I think the good thing about it this game is, you know, GH is going to go for this Meteor Hammer build. So, like, what heroes are going to be able to remove the silence? Drow, obviously, with the Manta down the line, but no one else really wants to build anything to take it off them.
Yeah, I think he just wants to break the team fight, because if they can stop Egg from going off in fights, then their team fight's actually not that bad in comparison to Nigma. It's still not the same, but it's a little bit better. So, I mean, can be cool. I've never seen it on the IOs.
Well, definitely something that they have planned here, VP, and we'll see how it goes. Still yet to, we said for the most part, RTW, he's just been silently farming away. Relocate here and there, but very much been playing away from the action.
He's done great.
Farm is very good.
Yeah, farm is excellent, and the rush does go down. Net worth kind of started to even out a little bit because, like you said, ILTW is getting so much farm.
All right, man. Steps forward. That's a quick and easy combo for VP. Bottom. Relocate's coming in. They've got the setup. Raw Rezo just drops it onto mind control. There's the silence from ILTW. I think you've got to be a little worried here if you're Enigma. You had an excellent control at the laning stage onwards. It's starting us for weight. A few deaths here and there as VP. They're making the moves to get back into a game that is not easy to do with their draft. They at the moment are just starting to outmaneuver Nigma. They're getting caught off. They're back in this game, and this IO, this ILTW IO, it's got a lot of potential. These sort of relocate moves comboed with the Silence the Orchid, it's just enough, right, to amp up that burst combo from the Tiny to make sure that they have a solid shot of getting even these tankier heroes like the Undying.
Yeah, and I mean, they've really built up so much. Like, look how shut down he is now. He's actually equivalent net worth or less than the Tiny. It was kind of flickering back between the two of them there. So he's not as tanky as he once was. Now they have all these levels built up. They picked up a couple items.
He has got the Greaves on the Viper now. So.
Okay, so he's got the Dispel at least too for that Orchid, but still, I mean, he's definitely shown that he can die.
An easy catch here from our men. Finds the setup with the cogs.
Yep. Nigma now grouping up. This is where they're at their big, strong point here. We see the IO breathing Orchid. He's trying to cut the creep wave immediately. You can tell the kind of style that they still do want to play on VP. They don't want to run into that 5-man death ball. They still want to look for those pickoffs. We'll be this tier 2 dead here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing for sure. I mean, unless VP start to get really far ahead, a 5v5 is never going to feel good for them, right?
No, it's going to be always very difficult. Unless they can, start with a number advantage, right? That's what we keep saying, is if they can catch, like, the Phoenix in the back lines and then they trickle and start killing one by one, that's how their lineup kind of works.
Yeah, but a heads-up team fight
will be tough.
Yeah.
They can kill Egg, though. That is one thing. They do have Beastmaster Aura. They have IO Overcharge. They do have these elements to be able to kill. It's just when everything is together, like Tombstone, Egg, it's a lot to things they have to worry about.
Yeah, and you can really feel now Nigma with the Greaves. They're like, right, let's just run down lanes as 5. We're very strong still.
To stop getting picked off, right? It's the biggest thing is stop moving to lanes by yourself or showing 2 heroes. Have to just play as a unit. This is now maybe where VP can look to start to find a catch here when Enigma does split away from each other, when they are looking to split up for those lanes.
Zayats with his own combo to play with too. Of course, the shackle into hammer.
Full aggressive build though for him. So who's going to build the force staff for them? Because I do feel like they want a force staff to get people in and out, away from the egg or out of the cogs. So I guess it's just going to be Abaddon who goes for that one first. Maybe they find a catch here.
I certainly will.
These are all gone.
They didn't get the shackle.
But
yeah, he knows that no point popping the ult. He'll save that for the team fight.
They find someone though when they do back up and split off. So they do at least find that pick off here. Their lanes are in a good spot too.
And they've got the force for no one delivered out, so ways to save.
I think Solo, I believe he also has it done. So I think they do have 2 force staffs on the side of VP to get in and out of the action. I mean, all things considered, it's less than 1k gold lead for Nigma. I feel like VP's probably pretty happy with the way all things have gone.
The mid might be in a bit of a rough place here as Iron Man. He's got the hook shot. Still the save from Solo, but Iron Man with a nice pushback from those cogs gets no one back into the hands of Mind Control and Weeha. And they very quickly make work of him. They're going to come charging towards Solo, but no diving the high ground quite yet here.
Still no force staff on Solo. He was actually so close to having it there. If he had it, which is just a little bit of gold away, I think like 20 or so, whatever, he maybe would have been able to actually save the Tiny there. So.
And they're splitting up the lanes nicely. I mean, again, you got to keep eyes on this IO. ILTW is continually just, he's right there behind Miracle's farmer. And his BKB is, it's 200 gold away from being done.
That's,
he's going to be incredibly strong in these fights.
Yeah, and that's a build that he wants to get involved in actual team fights, right? Because then he can actually focus fire things. Now, though, he's trying to go for a solo kill on Clock, but there's a drow here.
He may... No, he's going to bring down Iron Man with him. No, he's not.
The Alpha Wolf, nope, and they get that kill too. Iron Man is fine with 80 HP. Huge pickup. Look how much gold they get too, because that high net worth of the IO. Miracle. And lots of space too. 40 seconds where that IO can't look for a split.
No one. He's running into the 4 of them. He's gone straight in here. Hook shots up. I mean, he's able to turn and toss back Mind Control. The Supernovas and the Fall Staffs is actually enough to save no one. It looks like it is. No one somehow getting away from... No, he didn't. He ended up... Mind Control was able to get him in reach with the final Soul Rip by the looks of it and nuked him down.
That's a quick succession of kills then. Yeah, especially versus the Drow lineup. Now they're going to capitalize on it. Tier 2 likely to go down. Heal up 2 at the Greaves. They were just stunning. They were keeping their footing too very well for VP, but these type of kills they've really snowball.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it just is such an easy draft for Nigma to play, even in a game that's even.
I mean, they just keep the Drow just is able to kill those buildings super easy. Rezo now starting to get back. ILTW is relocating to split push.
Yeah, and use that final wave, and the BKB will be done.
There's no egg, no hook shot. Tombstone still on CD2. They're gonna back away. They don't want VP to try to catch him. That's a scary place for Enigma to get caught, because that's where you start getting tossed into the base, and people just die one by one.
I mean, they're going to try and find a catch here.
They still have the ward on the high ground, so they do see Miracle in the front.
It's not going to latch, and now the turnaround comes into play. Hookshot in from Iron Man is there, further force to save this Wind Ranger. The rocket flare, they'll keep him alive. Dive for it from GH, but the heals from ILTW keep Zayats protected.
They stuck together as that unit. Nigma didn't back away one by one. They waited until DP made the move. Now they TP back. Nice play by them. VP, let's see if they can actually catch anyone, though, on the retreat. It's not looking like it.
I mean, now that they know a couple of them have gone.
Oh.
And do they have... No, they don't have the relocate available, so... No chance for a catch or a setup.
Nice disengage by Nigma. The way they played that one was really nice. I think they recognized, right? Just outside the base, that's where it can be scary. You can lose consecutive heroes on the chase out, but yeah, sticking together. And we see Weeha, like we said, he's all about, you know, buffing up Miracle this game. Greaves into Medallion, into Solo Crest, just buff up the Drow so that she can solo carry.
Yeah, and that Crimson from Mind Control is going to help out a lot against all these little right clicks from VP.
Yep, Solo. Take a step up, but there's a lot of slow.
Yeah, they'll be able to deal with this. Baden. There's no help coming.
7k gold lead, and they get a pick off immediately. It's time to push again into the high ground. And even aggressive Tombstone up there too for vision, so they can see if any heroes do TP and where they are. Tombstone at night too. That night vision it provides, you actually see everybody inside of the base there. VP pretty far. It's like 1200 or 1800 that night vision. So
they just can't get them off this tower.
And they see everybody. Look, Rezo constantly getting those zombies onto him. Same thing with ILTW. They're aware of the positioning.
Jackals are just not connecting. The hammer does.
Hey, he's dead on Zayas. The magic damage.
No one's ever get the boost back on Weehaw, but Weehaw's forced back away and healed up by the Soul Root. There'll be a buyback from Zayat. And they cannot stop Nigma from taking the mid-racks. The melee racks gone. They'll even bring down the range racks as well before they're on their way out, as Nigma got what they came for. 10k lead up now.
Their 5-man is just way too strong. And they're just holding on now. I mean, they still have Supernova. They know they just can stick together. Wait till someone jumps out.
He's going to look for the toss back. He's out of that Miracle. He's up into the base. Miracle's forced aside. Then the second force as well gets Miracle away. He's able to turn with the guts. ILTW with the focus trying to finish him off with the Soul Repeal and the Summary. Keep Miracle alive. Only Iron Man going down. They're trying to go back in. The egg down. No one is it with a huge avalanche of the four of them. Can they take the egg down in time? They're trying. They cannot do so. The Supernova successful as GH comes out of it all.
He's burning them. He's burning them all.
As a die back on Zayas. VP, they tried their best to kick back at Nigma, but even then, still just unable to win these fights. No one coming in with huge stuns, but Nigma's just a little too far ahead.
Yeah, they get the one hero, but the whole team fights together, and we're really seeing just the power. When they're grouped up, it's just impossible. There's no way VP can take anything with just a straight up 5v5. They have to, I mean, they have to just get, if they get the kill initially on Miracle there, perhaps, right? Because then they can start to chase forward, then they can focus fire the egg, but it took them that second re-go to try to get him, where Nigma can respond a little bit better. Yeah, 12k gold lead, not looking easier for VP as it progresses.
Yeah, it's just going to be a game where the deep tosses are going to be what's going to do it, if there is anything here for VP. And no one did come close to making some nice plays there, but the abundance of 4 staffs
and sustain
heals.
Yeah, Soul Rip, Sunray, Greaves as well. Just there's so many different tools that they can utilize with their 5-man. Even if Vlad's now on the Undying too, so yeah, they're all about just auras and group up and end. And they even get now the Roche is back up, perfect timing for them. I feel like VP, if they don't stop this Roche, they're just gonna get barreled down a lane and inevitably lose this one. So I feel like they might be forced to actually contest it.
Find themselves a repair kit, so a little something that's going to help them against these pushes from Nigma.
I mean, I don't even know how they contest it, but no, and he's chilling around the area. He knows it's going on, but
he's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble here. Maybe Solo can save him. Solo, he can't get close enough to shield him. They're just pushing them apart. No one goes down. Solo, he can't get out of this either. He can try and run. He's got the ult. He's got a TP, but as long as Iron Man can close in, they'll be able to cancel this. The space is there as well for Miracle to finish Roche, grab the Aegis. And Solo pushed out of the game here by these cogs. 70 seconds, no Abaddon. Miracle also having the completed Skadi.
Oh god, and he's playing versus a ranged carry of the IO, so Skadi just double benefit versus those ranged carries. I mean, this is just a luxury item, it feels like, as with this Aegis, with the cheese, they should be able to just group up and go. So we're seeing VP trying to split the map here.
They're going to dive this, but look at the TPs. 4 TPs coming in reaction. Can they even kill GH?
Oh, the heals.
They can't get anywhere close to. GH is more than fine. ILTW is going to get popped. The BKB will not keep him alive against the physical and the magic immunity piercing abilities that Nigma have.
That looked like a desperate kind of play there.
I think that was the last attempt there from VP this game. The tips coming out back in response now. Nigma getting some revenge as they fire them the way of ILTW.
GH just buys a full refresher too. He's like, all right, you know what? 1 egg was enough, but now let's throw in a second one. Smoke immediately to the tower. Probably pushing the wave, go toward top. Maybe they can catch some people here too. Rezo, just be a little careful how far he steps up here as the smoke might catch him off guard. He's got a blink. Can they break it? Is there a hook shot? Not gonna go for it. They're just it was like through the board. What the?
Oh man, going straight for it. Rezo, can he get his way out of this? Is there anyone to help him? There is not. Rezo's down. Yeah, no buyback on him. And with this push, they can take these down very quickly. A fortification is there.
Okay.
But by a bit of time, 20 seconds until ILTW's back up, but 40 seconds without Rezo.
Miracle's just so buff. Look at this. Closest ground. Doesn't care.
Bam out. No one. Oh, they hit the fountain. He's in the mountain. 4 stuff gets him out. Diving in the Supernova.
With the Sunray.
They can't deal with it. They're burning inside of their own fountain here. GH gets them all.
And a second one.
And there they go, ending it in style, Nigma. GG, well played is called. And if we had some the show from VP in game 1, this was the show from Nigma in game 2.
Yeah, they definitely got picked off a couple times where I feel like maybe it was preventable, but I think inevitably they probably just understood the nature of this game is there's no way that VP can win a straight up team fight ever in this one. It's just way too strong of a draft, and with the
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
The young boy. Back in the summer of 97.
All right, how about you, Cap?
I am looking forward to seeing how the mid matchup goes, because it seems like that has determined a lot of what this series comes down to. For me anyway, the momentum. Give me some team fight. Give me some snowballing on both sides. Just, do that over and over again.
Let's see if virtus.pro and Nigma go head-to-head and toe-to-toe in the next game. Third game series, deciding game. Let's head over to the Pantheon of drafting.
5 seconds remaining. Virtus Pro's turn to pick.
Welcome to the Pantheon, players. Let's jump into game number 3. When we were actually looking at the second draft, you basically said you wanted to learn things from that game. What did you learn?
Well, I basically got confirmed this time around. I like to make assumptions about whether or not the later picks, especially because those picks have seen more of the opponent's picks, whether or not they're going to have a good game. And when I think about Tiny, what's a bad... His game plan is Blink Avalanche combo somebody, right? That's what he's going to do. After that is the determining factor for what I believe to be a good Tiny game. And the first 4 heroes prior to the Viper screamed, you ain't running away. Once you go in, we have no stuns. Like, our only stun's a Clockwork, but once you run in, you're getting Drow arrowed, you're getting Tombstone zombie slowed. Like, Clockwork's a nuisance. And guess what? When you pick a hero that plays into the strategy that the opponent's already developed in their first 4 heroes, guess what they're gonna do on their absolute last pick? They're gonna double down really hard. They picked Viper, right? If they had picked like a Storm Spirit or some hero that goes in similar to Tiny, but then doesn't die to slows on the way out, suddenly that last pick has to be like not so perfect for Team Nigma. It has to specifically respond to the pick that hasn't been responded to yet. And that's the problem I had with that 9th pick. And I think that can be game losing in a draft. No one, incredibly skilled player, ranked 3rd in EU, best region in the world, bar none. And it doesn't matter if your hero just sucks in the game. He looked like last pick Tiny, Blink Force Staff, queuing up a BKB. That doesn't look like a last pick Tiny game. You want to go like Blink Echo Saber, Ags crit, you know? That's a good looking Tiny game.
He also lost the laning stage hard. He was level 6, 11 minutes in for a mid laner. He tried to make so many rotations because mid lane was just not killable for him. Yeah, I mean, last pick Viper, you know, you're picking that hero to destroy the laning stage, and Tiny did not have a good lane. And the thing about them having like a dispel from Abaddon, it's not very effective against the Drow Ranger slow nor Viper slow. Like, you remove it 1 second after there's another slow.
Important thing to think about in that last game of the series. This one going to decide it. You are just tuning in. And what do we think about the opener here from both of these teams?
What do we think? Definitely did not expect this hero to pop up.
Mag or Darkseer or ET? Which one?
Yeah. You have ET, Darkseer, and 2 of these heroes got heavily nerfed in the previous patch. The previous patch that was dropped a couple of hours ago. And I don't see a reliable stun. You need someone to hold them in place. It's just a bunch of slow coming out from virtus.pro, but a different kind of slow than what we've seen in game number 2 coming out from Nigma.
How bad did Ench get hit?
They nerfed her enchant to be, instead of bonus health to 1200, it's now 500, but it's 8 armor on the creep. So it honestly was mainly a nerf to her plus Clinks. They were nerfing Clinks indirectly by nerfing like how much health you get from Helm Dom creeps and on Enchantress, because people were getting like 800 free damage on Clinks, which I was like, why not just make it so he can't eat enchanted creeps rather than nerfing other heroes and items?
I mean, Enchantress was just straight up busted. The amount of damage that it does, extra damage plus extra HP, that creep is just unkillable. You cannot contest the creep.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm just laughing at the fact that I felt like 3 changes on other heroes and items were directed at Clinks, but Clinks was left untouched. I was just like, seems like the hero itself is flawed if you're nerfing other things to fix him. But Enchantress did probably need a small tweak. We've been seeing her as one of the premier 5 positions so far this patch. Just secures the lane. The creep, honestly, is really obnoxious for just pushing lanes on the other side of the map while fights are going on. Scouting out, it's like a moving ward with, it had 2,000 health, but now much less health.
Armor, yeah.
Yeah, now magic damage, much better at killing the creep because it has armor. The 8 armor did not compensate for the effective HP that you get from it towards the HP that you lost from the nerf. So Mag, they nerfed the aspect of him buffing himself, but still the same hero in regards to everything else.
I wouldn't call that big of a nerf. It's what, 25% less on himself, which is not that big of a deal. So me and Fog played a couple of games yesterday, and I think we lost every single time against Keeper of the Light. This hero just feels completely forgotten, I would say. It's a combo breaker. You can set things up. Maybe in this case, they don't have the best ability to reduce the cooldown on. Shockwave, okay, Fate Bolt.
Looking pretty sick gyro game so far. Yeah, I'm thinking gyro for Team Nigma with Coddle out of all the premier options. The Ember's banned, so that would have been number 1 for me. But the thing about Coddle for me is, as an offlaner, I feel like I have almost always a good lane against Coddle. It's his only weakness. Early on, he's pretty useless, but he's only strong based on the people he's enabling, the people he's chakra magicking. He's going to get a bunch of stacks going, so he synergizes well with Mag. And the Darkseer ET, it's nice in lane for the aspect of protecting your carry, right? They're going to try to dive, they're going to try to be very aggressive up in your face, and the Blinding Light will be nice against that. So as long as their last hero utilizes the chakra magic, their team fight's overwhelming, and the weaknesses of Coddle I don't think are going to be punishable here. They do ban the Lifestealer, which we didn't see too much success in the first game, but I would honestly say that was much more on the fact that they had Batrider Slardar into Oracle, so
it makes sense that troll game for Team Nigma. They banned out Lena, right? Yeah, against Viper, which is insane. Like, Lena doesn't lose matchup to Viper, she just outranges him, but they ban out Sven.
I like your troll suggestion.
They need someone who, benefits from the Empower. You mentioned Gyro. Not so much.
I was thinking synergy with Coddle, but I like your troll suggestion better because it does go with Coddle as well. No stuns, really, on those.
You need a hyper carry. They picked Viper in the second picking phase because they were totally gonna ban it out on side of virtus.pro. Like, you're not letting Viper against the Spectre.
The thing I like about this Viper pick is they effectively said, okay, you're Spectre, not the win condition. We don't have to predicate this last pick on countering or being good against Spectre. We're just going to have a hero that's empowered, and because of the Viper, it's going to naturally outscale your win condition. So they go for the Void. I honestly didn't even notice this hero was still left in the pool. Doesn't make use of the Chakra Magic all that well, so he's probably going to be primarily Chakra Magicking the Viper, which is perfectly fine. His mana problems are definitely a thing, and his Nether Toxin's quite good.
This is a Dream Void game. Like, you don't care about any of the spells. There's no stuns, there's no silences, there's no burst damage. I don't think there is a hero that, just threatens a kill on Faceless Void. What do you pick that, has a stun silence, any kind of, and that is good against Viper? Yeah.
I was thinking like Storm, right? Which they might have to go that route. They might have to go something that isn't ideal in lane, but can eventually kill Void. I was going to say that a lot of people think of like saves making it hard for Void to play. I think it's being afraid of dying before casting Chrono, which makes it hard to play Void. If you're allowed to just kind of pick your battles and eventually look for that good opportunity, as long as you're not afraid of actually dying, Void's really easy to play, at least in my opinion. So I agree with you, Lacoste, that this is a Dream Void game. He's got the Empower to buff him up on the farm. You can either go like Mask of Madness SNY, or you can just go like the, Midas Maelstrom BKB, whatever he wants to do. He's got a lot of options, and that's the beauty of not having to worry about your own survivability, because they just don't threaten you that. Yeah, this is the equivalent of what I was trying to say virtus.pro should have done last game, where the opponent has these skills that threaten your heroes. Pick a hero that's not, so now they have to address it, and since they have the Viper, it's like awkward to pick the laning matchup. This is the recipe for success. I saw yesterday, I don't remember what series it was, but they had to lane counter a Viper, I think it was the same hero, and in-game counter the opponent carries. So this is I like what they're doing here.
Tough decision for virtus.pro right now. You can see that they're thinking very hard. They have what, 45 seconds left. They might just use all of it, you know, because I don't see the hero that is good in the lane against Viper and that does well against Faceless. So yes, you have Spectre for the late game, but they have a break. They have much stronger team fight. Like you have one of the best team fighting abilities in the game. You have RP, you have Will-O-Wisp, and you have Chronosphere.
Invoker is fascinating. I'd say that matchup between him and Void goes both ways, but it's usually based on Invoker being like a follow-up to like a Beastmaster or some hard initiation. Zero.
As like a BKB, or if he catches Invoker, I think this will be Quasvex Invoker to out-region the Viper in the mid lane and have Tornado EMP to reset the fight against the Mag and Faceless. Once again, I mean, even EMP is not going to be that extremely effective against the Keeper of the Light. He can just replenish their mana, so they can also reset the fight with it.
I don't think it's much of a surprise that the odds are where they are on EGB.com, but I will say, I feel like we have one of those situations right now where you just see that glowy brain checkmate happen when they actually do lock in that pick with the Void. So how do you want to see their opponents play the game? What do you actually want to see happen? You talk about the fact that there are no saves. It looks like it's going to be a little bit dicey. How can they mitigate the fact that they potentially got out-drafted?
I don't think there is. I might be wrong, but it's very hard for them to play Dota. You know, you don't have that hero that can set things up for successful gank coming out from Spectre. Like you have Enchantress. What is she gonna do? Enchant? Like maybe for the laning stage, yes, but post 15-minute mark, this lineup is very hard to execute in terms of ganking.
Yeah, when I look at Dota, I look at like how do you counter the lineup? Like what's their lineup bad against? I think Team Nigma's only weakness is like low cooldown skirmishes. They rely on Kotl ulti, Mag ulti, Void ulti, and I don't think virtus.pro's lineup is capable of punishing that weakness. So that's why I heavily favor Team Nigma here. But if virtus.pro is somehow able to make a ton of plays around no one, huge weight on his shoulders this game, he pretty much has to be all over the place, disrupting the entire game plan for Team Nigma.
Well, you said you're not sure if their lineup is capable of it. We're going to throw you over to very capable hands of our casters and see who is going to take this final game of the series.
Yes, the point arrives.
So here we go, getting ready for game 3 of VP versus Nigma, and sort of on the same lines of game 2, it looks like VP have drafted themselves into a position where it's not going to be an easy game against the heroes that Nigma's managed to grab.
No, it definitely looks pretty volatile. I like the way that Lacoste kind of ended it there. Like their draft is just, it's tough to use your abilities. Just tough, like looking at the just straight up of it, right? It's like vacuum into ET, stuff, spells like that can be there, but Invoker is just a very scary hero in these type of positions to draft, especially when you're playing versus Void. Time dilation clips you and you're moving extremely slow inside of the fights. They're gonna run the Rubik and the Mag top to pressure the Spectre. Yeah, I really like the way they've got this set up. I think it's probably just needed that he has to go Quasvex on this Invoker to be able to eat with that harassment. He's tipping GH because he tank the tower hit, so he's like, here you go. And he's gonna say thank you, you know. Very nice GH, of course, and he's gonna, and they're all gonna tip GH now for so you can just say thank you so much to everybody, because we all love GH. So yeah, it's definitely looking a bit tough. I'm not really seeing good ways for them to pressure this Void, and they just have no stuns and no real silences. So like they said, I feel like this Invoker has to have this godly game for them to pop off and really be able to look to it.
Let's have a look at around the bouncy runes.
They actually ended up getting that one. Rezo was able to snag it away. So 3 for the side of VP, at least there. A lot of harass though. Already 2 tangos expended on LTW. Probably a third one also gonna have to be used. GH versus Solo, the battle.
Oh, GH still has a Fairy Fire to play with.
The heals. Is it enough?
I think GH's got a Fairy Fire.
He's got the Fairy Fire.
But so does
the double
Solo.
bait. He's got to hug the tree.
Oh, the Duke should go back for the Fade Bolt. He's coming in.
Oh, the ward. He's gonna place it up and try to juke around the trees. He switched it in.
Yeah, he's holding it for now.
Oh, it's a sentry. It's not an obs. Just kidding. He's got to run.
Oh, hang on. This could be a... okay, no.
Okay,
Viper doesn't want to turn back for this.
320 movement speed. Oh, he got the creep wave, though.
Oh, he was back up.
He better bring that back to no one. No one would not appreciate if someone takes the creep wave away.
Don't make no one mad.
No. Okay, so TP tap. He had to expend both of his heals, though. So that's going to hurt a little bit for the Spectre. The amount of pressure that he can at least absorb for him, but it's Spectre. We've seen Spectres do pretty well no matter what. And we see creep manipulation down bottom. ET pulling the wave, Miracle trying to grab it as well. Oh, he lost the range creep though. Range creep's walking back into the tower. Miracle,
see you later, nerd.
Is able to catch it before it gets into tower range at least, but looks like this ET will be able to hold the wave a little bit better as he's dancing with it. Miracle's trying to meet it. Nicely done. Oh, they actually lost. Okay, the range creep too. That's a concern there for the Darkseer and ET. We'll take a glance elsewhere for a moment as Zayat's nice. Boots. He's got the damage.
Ooh, bashes coming in from Miracle. Will hold Zayat's back.
Oh, I love me some ET. Let me see IW. He took the space from Solo being chased away from GH. Nicely there. He's got his wand fully finished up, so every time he can empower, anytime any spell gets casted, he'll get more regen. Already up to 9 last hits, looking good.
And Spectre, what we saw was one of the heroes that did get a bit of a nerf, but you think we can expect to still see teams playing it?
Yeah, I mean, Dispersion's still there.
Yeah.
You still have the base mana, base HP regen inside the laning phase. It's just the late game that got affected and that little bit of early, right? The dagger does 75, Dispersion got, Desolate got nerfed too. I think he's still overall the same. It's that ulti though. 140 seconds at level 3 even. More than 2 minutes, one of the longer ones in the game. And we do see, of course, that Quaswex in mid. From the Invoker just to be able to eat the harassment of the Viper.
Well, I'm gonna go for the drag back on
okay.
It's the skewer.
He's got a lot of stick charges too.
Yeah,
Pop Fairy.
Not a kill that they're gonna finish off, but still just trying their best to keep LTW push back.
To get the courier down bottom.
Now GH he's still going for this. He's almost certainly gonna die here. Solo stands with the sensor. One more hit. That's gonna do it there.
Doesn't even bother using his Fairy Fire. He saw the dagger coming in. He knows he's dead. And Enchantress doing Enchantress things in the laning phase. Getting that creep very strong. Miracle did lose his courier bottom. Did see Zayat's able to snipe that one in the meanwhile.
Yeah, farm for Miracle down here. Continues to go fine, but yeah, really sort of star of the show on the first few waves has been ILTW on that safe lane Spectre, despite Nigma's all-out aggression on him, trying to push him out of the lane. Not been able to do so far.
Our men just hitting it Zayat's over and over again. He will have his Tranquil Boots delivered, so he actually can reset and come back fairly quickly. Yeah, all about the blast in this wave, as we're seeing the Coddle. Like, he prioritizes blasting the wave out so they can make sure that they're not pressured by double ion shells, so that the Void can actually farm. Oh, pause. The Tornado is going to clip Weehaw here.
Yeah, no mana though. No one to throw any follow-up.
He's got to use Tornado to secure himself some last hits. It still is a little bit hard in this matchup to be able to do so. Sure, you don't get harassed from the poison attack, but your animation, your base damage is a little bit neglected because you have no Exort. Does have to secure quite a bit with Tornadoes.
Don't be mad.
So this game from VP, when does it all start to kick off? Like when will they start to make moves as for whilst the Spectre's elsewhere? I mean, can they do that very early, or is it going to take a lot of time for their lineup in comparison to what we saw from them in Game 1 and Game 2?
No, I think the Invoker can get pretty active. I think Darkseer usually wants to wait until like 6/7 to really do so, but I do think they can look to get aggressive around that haunt timing, right? You haunt in, you have an Invoker rotation with a Tornado, Cold Snap, you can likely pick up kills with the Ion Shell. So he'll probably make like a move maybe toward bottom if there's an aggressive Time Walk, or they can make a move on mid. Viper's too far forward, sets up TPs with the Tornado. They have a couple of different ways around those level 5, 6, 7. That's probably the big moment for them, at least to start looking for some moves.
And then for Nigma this game with the Void Mag, is they sort of under less pressure? They can sort of take this as
they can chill
whatever sort of pace they want.
Yeah, I feel like they can kind of chill it out. They can still make plays around those ulti timings too, but I feel like for them it's less pressure because of the way that they've drafted. You know, they have a counter to the Spectre. They always have a break mechanic in their draft to deal with any late game potential. That Viper pick will always be something, and look at that, Invoker looks pretty dope.
So hopefully we'll be able to get the action underway ASAP. Just waiting for both teams to ready themselves back up, and there we have it.
And Rizzo's always got a smile on, I feel. Oh, look, Solo's having. They're
having a bit of a laugh
right now. Okay, they're feeling good at least. That's good.
Yeah. I feel like they probably didn't have that sort of attitude a few minutes into game 2. You know what I mean? So it's good to see that here in game 3.
Yeah.
Spirits are back and a little higher for VP.
Ooh, key timing for Zayat's level 3. So as ET players, that's when you have your strongest kind of thing in the laning phase. Being able to utilize your spirit at its max. See Arman setting up for some runes, given we have some mana too. Oof, oof, oof. Ouch. If he was level 5 on the Viper there, likely a kill being able to set up their unknown, or at least force a Ghost Walk. Starting to build up that pressure though, for sure. 17-10 to 12-6 of the Invoker. Sure, he's got the sustain, but like we said, last is a bit suffering. Now, in the meantime, though, Miracle, he was left alone bottom because of this rotation from the Coddle. So they're capitalizing on it, putting pressure onto him.
Oh, see top, Solo. Yeah, it's going to find the wraparound onto G8. Shockwave will slow the 2 of them. LTW is diving in.
That's very deep for them to actually try this. He has a Fairy Fire, too. Oh, he doesn't pop it.
Solo with the nuke there. Very nicely done by him in the Satar Tormentor.
Mind Control was actually bottling him as well. I don't think he expected to get just popped out. Maybe could have Fairy Fire saved. Still gets caught off guard. Nice move by Solo. Very nice creep control there. And good aggressive play, kind of pushing them away from a creep wave or so. Or attempting to push them away from a creep wave at least. Let's see what Zayat's doing with his movements at the moment. I think he's kind of scouting out stacks. Because I think Kato disappeared from lane for quite some time. I think he's probably expecting that some cap is stacked. And ET thrives off of those stacks to be able to put pressure.
Yeah, back to that Miracle having that backup. Back and around, Ironman's hit.
Just farming very well still on this Void.
Yeah, both carries.
Yep.
I mean, this game so far is just this mid lane where no one's falling behind a little bit, but there's going to be some good setup. With the Tornado and the EMP and the Cold Snap, it's set up for Zayas to get in onto Pawiha, and they'll get themselves to kill it.
And stop. Okay.
To stop Iron Man from taking down Zayas in return. They can now surround the Cold. Solo and no one trying to take him out as well. GH heads over. The Telekinesis will slow them down, and that will allow Iron Man to get away. But now VP, they'll just turn their attention over towards GH. They get GH's courier. Cold Snap's back and available again. VP, they're not going to quite be able to find a second one, or are they?
The Banshee can't quite get, or the Ghost, sorry, can't quite finish him off there.
Not enough damage, but still
nice moves.
A good move here from VP. They needed to do something. That was the one lane where, you know, things weren't going ideal. Viper, of course, winning the matchup, and they're able to address that very early on, 6 minutes in, a solid gank on Weeha.
Yep, love that. Excellent ET rotation. Gets deep wards down aggressively too in the meantime. Arman,
he's got these Fairy Fires saving lives. They
really are.
Solo, can he close the gap? He's getting a good angle.
Speedy. Oh, yeah. He got him.
Alrighty, Solo.
Solo's killing it.
He's on a killing spree here, pre-7 minutes.
Look at that. Oh, and he gets Zayas gets a career, but look, he's bullying GH.
Oh, center on a cliff.
But still pushing them away, and all this is space. The Spectre's not getting pressured because of all this, because people are getting chased around, and TP and react.
Yeah, Solo just all over the place.
He's owning this start. 2K lead. Definitely where they want to be right now. And they're starting to get those 6s online. Spectre's up there, Darkseer 2. They can definitely look to make those aggressive moves with the Haunt. It looks like no one's going to heal. Then he can make his first rotation if he'd like to. Maybe he can set up for something here. Yeah, he's going to TP bottom. I think he sees how low that Miracle's sitting. He's eating a lot of harass from those Ion Shells. He's got the Morbid Mask to try to sustain up.
Let's see if they can combo him. They've got him in with the Tornado, the Cold Snap, and hoping to get their hits in to stop him from jumping. So Miracle will still be able to lead away. Top lane.
They've got enough of Solo's
sweeps across, drops the Viper Strike, and they'll have more than enough magical damage to bring down the Enchantress. So avoid the gank bottom, get themselves a kill mid.
Oh, I see what you did there. Avoid the gank, okay.
Aha. Miracle, he does of course have that 6 ready to go.
Okay, Weeha looking to get active here. TP does instantly go out there from ILTW, so won't be able to find anything. But yeah, this could have been a rotation from there with that break. Definitely can apply pressure on Spectre. He's got Haunt available now too, so it looks like he's walking toward the top area, and they've got good levels. Level 6 on that Darkseer like we were mentioning. He's got the Ion Shell to throw onto Zayat, so Zayat is going to look to make that aggressive move around his mid laner again. Solo's maybe baiting them a bit here. Rotation's coming.
I mean, he's trying to go in on Solo, but there's the response from VP. The horn. Cold snap on the We Are.
I mean, Solo is just baiting them. He's playing this so well here on this Enchantress. Just leaps and bounds of space for his Spectre.
He's done so much.
He's just baiting Weehaw too there. Very nicely done. That's the first taunt. And they make sure, that's the thing, they didn't just bring like 1 or 2 heroes, they made sure that the Invoker and the ET were there, plus the Spectre. Just making sure they do get those kills in high control.
And he's pretty tanky. No one is going to lose his courage and intimidate the delivery, so he's managed to pick up the Urn. Tornado set up in. They're going to be able to get the kill here, so charges for no one.
Courier, but they do get the Urn charge, which is inevitably the most important thing picked up there for that.
Some very early moves here from Solo. Now it's sort of set up for no one to be able to make good moves around the map.
Yeah, I'm loving how they're playing this draft here with this early. I was going to say, it looks a bit greedy when you're playing with an Invoker and Spectre, but when the Invoker goes for the Quas Wex, they have this Enchantress that's doing so much. It's looking pretty good in this early start here. Miracle, of course, still free farming, and he still will have the backup of a farmed mag with Empower too. But yeah, so far, great aggressive start.
For GH. He's in Chancellor's, setting up for the stomp into a follow-up, but again, he's on the cliff. GH, he just keeps putting that Centaur in its place.
Rezo, he doesn't have the surge up. It's got CD, they also have time dilation. He's very dead. Empowered Void as well, invading.
Back on mid, GH. This time round, he should go down the Urn and the Cold Snap. Is it going to finish him off here? He's ticking down low.
Oh, and he dies. That is so important Urn charge early on. RP.
They've gone for the RP lockdown. Oh, I didn't catch him. Oh, no, Miracle.
Tip him for sure.
Oh, the tips are coming out.
Oh, he tried to be perfect.
Coming out right there.
Tried to be cheeky, get him right on the edge.
He's still trying to go in for the kill. He may find Solo. He does do so. The stomp from Zayas won't catch him. But not getting that Invoker kill there. Going for the 2-man and only getting the one and not the one that he wanted the most.
Nope. Oof, that's painful. He does, like you said, he gets the 1 kill there, but that's the first chrono usage, not getting a core hero. That's what happens, you know. Just trying to be. You're trying to be too perfect.
I mean, it was incredibly close as well.
I thought he was in it.
I mean, I think no one thought he was in it. He sort of didn't move initially, and then he was like, oh, hang on. You missed.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Glyphing up this catapult, trying to apply pressure here around this Darkseer, tanking the wave for a second, but they will lose the catapult, so tower push. Nice tornado ESP.
Actually gonna get the third man. Mind Control still trying to step in, but he's out of mana. Iron Man gets taken down underneath the tower. Weehaw comes in with the TP, but the stomp into the splitter from Zayas will control him. No one runs himself away with the Ghost Wall.
He burning.
Gets away from the 3 of them, but the space has been there for them to take those down. It's 2 dead. Again, VP, they're speeding it up. They're playing this draft nice and fast. Miracle tries to turn onto Zayas. The Haunt's actually going to come out.
Very aggressive Haunt, actually. Too over-aggressive. They were already backing away.
It's under attack.
Yeah, maybe I was just a little concerned that Miracle would aggressively time walk in and wanted to stop him from doing so.
Radiant's top tower.
Bit of a waste for that one for sure there. But look how much they're applying so much pressure. They're forcing all of Nigma to react to try to defend that mid-tier 1. I mean, this EMP, this Tornado EMP plus Stomp is actually doing a lot of work just to set up for these easy kills early on. And definitely seeing that EMP, it is painful. Sure, they have tools behind, tools to at least kind of counter it. I believe the Arcane Boots were picked up on the Viper early. But yeah, this is hurt.
I mean, this combo, it's setting up for a lot here. GH, can he get back away from this? The stick charges, it will save him. He's turning around, has the lift on Zayas, and this time GH will be a man that will survive. Midas done, whilst all this action goes down from VP at ILTW with the pickup, and should help him keep on track with the Farmer Miracle's Void. At the moment, of course, Miracle just relying on the Mask of Madness and the Empower.
Yep.
So we'll see both carries scale up at a similar pace this game.
Yeah. I do like that. I'm fine with the Midas just because of how this early game went. Yeah. Just able to farm so well, and like you said, he wants to match Magnus. And I mean, they've shut down the Viper quite a lot, right? That Invoker versus Viper matchup, he's done very well. He's actually 900 ahead of the Viper. And
Yeah, they played him out around the mid lane excellently so far, VP, in this early game.
Yeah, and even though, sure, you've got your corrosive on this Viper, you're playing versus ET. ET really does break a lot of that because if you don't much, he amplifies damage, and he's maxing the aura on the ET early on. I believe I saw 3 points for him, and he's rushing a Veil. So any way to kind of amp up their damage, because that is the one thing VP is lacking a little bit in the early game. Like right in this mid game, they're strong right now, but next few moments, they're going to be lacking some damage. That's going to at least help a bit. The Veil plus that ET aura. And still looking to continue being as aggressive as possible. They don't like this downtime either way. Like Void with Empower, it's still a concern. So they still want to be making aggressive moves. No one, as well as Zayat's, constantly on the run. And they'll find the Cod on the back. Easy pick. No one dominating right here. He's doing super well on this Invoker.
Yeah, this time round, really making this last pick work. BP, something that they struggled to do with the tiny 5th pick in game 2, but this time around, this Invoker, and no one he knows exactly what needs to be done, and he's getting away with it this game.
And they're very fast, right? Darkseer plus Invoker with a Quas Wex versus a Viper. Viper is a very immobile hero. These heroes move around the map very quickly to be able to set up these plays.
Well, Zayas, he's going to get the stomp on Magnus, but he will still fall. Everybody else is out of there. Not wanting to fly into this one. Miracle's got the Gasha going straight for the Manta after the Master Madness.
Might be able to find no one here.
With this RP, they should have. They got the follow-up lockdown. They do. Miracle, Weeheart, GH close in upon him. Some quick kills and a solid grab there from Mind Control with that invis.
He stayed in this for a minute. He was just staying off of the map for the entirety of that, really looking for that type of pick, and finds it. Rezo should be just fine here. A stolen Surge now. So we were talking about Viper being immobile and then being able to play around him a little bit. Now they've got Surge at least on the side of Enigma to be able to play fast and match the moves.
Yeah, they've got the mech done as well for Weeheart.
Yeah, now they've got a strong 5-man lineup here put together. VPs is also not that bad though. They have this Darkseer in their ET, which enable their team quite a lot. Nice body blocks by Solo.
Set him on the Miracle. Horn comes in from RTW, away from the Void. He'll put the stick. Got enough mana for the Chrono if he wants to use it. He's thinking about going back in. There it is. He's going to catch no one and Solo this time round. They've got the damage, or have they? The mech comes out. It won't save no one. No one still falls. Now that Will-O-Wisper's out, drags the 4 of them back in. Miracle jumps in aggressively over towards Resolution, but Resolution has the surge to get himself away. Mind Control and GH to see if they can catch RTW, but now the turnaround comes in. Rezo, he just commits with the vacuum. Miracle's still trying to jump forward into the 4 of them. They've got to be a little careful, Enigma. As VP still with the 4 of them alive. Miracle thinking about fighting this, but now Will looks to back away. Stomp catches Weeheart, Surge out onto him as GH trying to save the Viper.
They dispel it, but they can't actually chase forward. RMN, he's refilling their mana. Like Viper was out of mana there, so they tried to get aggressive. Chakra fills him up, even though through that EMP. Panel talked about it. That is one of the big things that they will always have to factor. And the Arcane Boots on Viper too. A lot of different ways to restore that, and their big team fight, it is there, right? You see that Will-O-Wisp, you see the RP, you see the Chronosphere. That's their power spike. So right now, maybe this is where VP wants to try to make an aggressive move, because those are on cooldown.
And at this point in the game early on, do you think that's kind of all Miracle needs to do? He just goes for the Invoker in these fights? You take no one away and the fight falls apart for VP?
Absolutely. He's the biggest one that can... Panel said right. There's no protection inside the Chrono. They have a Stomp that can come out, but it's an easy one that you can avoid as a Void most of the times. No one. A bit far forward, but he does have the
Surge. Yeah, Mind Control, no hesitation. He's dropping the RP for any sort of core kill. There'll be a little bit of a save coming out with the Stomp, but not lasting long enough.
No, they gotta... I mean, they have to be a little careful on VP. They're kind of running into the chain 5-man of Enigma. They know they're starting to actually expect these movements. So I did say that I wanted them to capitalize on the fact that some of those ultis were down, but they have to do it with a better approach there.
Is under attack.
And these items starting to come out fast for Miracle. The Manta Star is pretty much done. You have the full Blink Dagger on Magnus, so
nice
Mind Control can look for these plays with even more ease.
Nice neutral items picked up here. Clumsy Net plus Vambrace, both very nice for their side. If he wants the net on the Viper in particular for the Nether Toxin. We'll get burned out. Do they deny the tower?
Radiant's middle tower.
All that work for 18 minutes of EP does just inevitably get denied, but at least they open up the map a little bit so they can make more aggressive moves. But these ults, it's ticking, right? They're starting to come back up for Enigma. And we're seeing they do have that strong team fight early on. Spectre still not quite online there. And we are seeing, I was mentioning the damage on VP being a little bit lackluster. It's starting to show a bit there. They have these mana burns and all that, but the nitty-gritty of all that damage is a bit lacking without items.
Yeah, most of these fights, as we saw, they really have to step away from Miracle's Void.
Yeah.
If they don't get him with the initial combo, no one can stand toe-to-toe with him when he has this Mask of Madness, Manta, and of course the Empower buff. He's always going to be able to just win the straight right-click versus right-click if it comes down to it. Against the Spectre at this early stage.
Yeah, it's very minimal control really coming out from the side of VP.
Yeah, right? He's just all over the place.
It's a tornado and an echo stomp, and that's their control inside of the fights. That's it. They really do not have that many stuns to work around and to play with. So it's very tough for them to actually set up for these kills if they don't just get the, like you said, the initial just bam. It's going to be tough for them to actually put those targets down.
Do you sort of see any items coming out soon from VP's heroes that will allow them to have any further control? Anything that's would be built up by the lineup?
I don't know what they really can. I saw the Yules was almost done for the Invoker, but it's not really... I don't know what they can really do to just give themselves that better type of catch. It's going to come a little bit through levels for the Invoker, but yeah, itemization is going to be tough. It's like, do they want to go for something like Atos or anything on ET? It's not the greatest. He's already committed for the Veil. It's going to take too long, so I'm not sure. It's going to be tough for them to actually just control these targets.
And the thing is, sure.
They're trying to sneak this one in here.
I think VP check this out. It's not going to be super quick, but that might sort of play to the favor of Nigma here, meaning there's a little unsuspecting that they would actually go for this.
Yeah, I don't think they know this is going on at all. They have taunts available and everything too, but this is quite a sneak here. Empowered Void with Master Vet. Yeah, he's got it.
Alrighty.
That's a huge move.
Yeah, this is... I mean, it really does feel that each passing minute this is going to get more and more difficult for VP unless they can keep these fights going. And like, sure, right, they have a Spectre, excellent late game hero, but it's against a Void with a Viper backup. They've got so many ways of holding this Spectre down in the poison of the Viper, breaking the Spectre at all portions of the game. It just makes it an incredibly dangerous, risky game for ILTW to play. One sort of step in the wrong place, he gets caught in the combo, he's going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at his item build, right? You see he's gone for the Manta, Q's up BKB. That's when you know it's a tough Spectre game. It's going to be hard for him to really just carry this game by himself. They're smoking out to try to catch Enigma when they're split off, but have to be careful how many you run into. Enigma has everything available right now on top of that Aegis. They have to kill some heroes, trickle them in one by one. Killing the front line is very tough. They're tanky. Greaves, a Magnus who's naturally tanky, and a Void who's elusive versus little stuns.
That should help.
It looks like it's going to be... Oh, is it going to be 4 bounties as well? Looks like it might just be 4 bounties here for Enigma. GH being a little bit cautious. He might get caught here.
They want to dive for him.
Top tower is under
DP coming over. GH is going to get the opportunity to turn with the telekinesis. No one got self-fuels, but now he's caught into the Will of the Wisp. Miracle jumps across. No need for the Chrono. They just kill him straight up. I feel like those are the sort of moves that we see teams start to make
when they feel forced.
When the game really starts to take a turn for the worse for them. If you're making moves like that, something's starting to go wrong.
And yeah, Nigma now chasing, he refreshes the time walk with the chakra there. Can actually set up for the kill here. Stomp. Looks trying to stop the back line.
There's the RP. Micah dropped in. He's got the 2 of them. They do have the matter to try and get away, but he's pushed back into the poison of Weeheart. ILTW down. Solo falls as well. And the game, I mean, in terms of numbers, it's 11-11. The net worth is even, but you can't help but feel that this game is only going to get worse for VP.
They don't have damage. They don't have great catch. It's starting to look real difficult for them for sure here. And we see that was a very cute little play there, right? The time walk, chakra time walk to get on top of the Spectre. Yeah, this is starting to shift very quickly here. And they did have to expend all their ultis, right? So I think when Spectre's online, I think it's, you gotta be go time as VP. You have to catch Nigma when they're split up somehow when Spectre's back up, but it's still so difficult as Solo does TP in the front here.
They're coming in with a wraparound.
Okay.
They can take these two down.
Nice ice wall.
Down, sets up the man stomp as well. EMP comes in, RTW jumps over with the horn. Top of we are, focusing towards the RMM first. Get the quick kill, turn back for the core. That'll give the two of them a
Give it Spectre.
good strike back there from RTW. Yeah, 2 kills for him, straight up with the Midas usage. I mean, these are the opportunities that they have to jump on immediately, and they do so.
Yeah, as soon as there's no ultis, they're overplaying their hand a little bit. Enigma, capitalize on
keep going.
They do, and keep going. Yeah, there's still the ultis on TD. Sure, you're playing versus Aegis, but you're worried about RP. You're worried about
Miracle just jumped in on this.
Oh, he's very far.
They're coming over for him. Alrighty, he's going to try and jump away, but they're awaiting. They'll take him down the ones. Is there any sort of help that they can offer? The CP's coming over, stomp timing, no mind control. He comes in with a skewer. He peels the Elder Titan away, so the stomp doesn't come out. Miracle still taking heavy damage, but he's able to get the time walk off. They've got back on the high ground. RMN and GH are here.
Oh, they're turning.
Will-O-Wisp is down. He's trying to kill him. Zeiss is getting low. He's also getting very, very low himself on the seconds without the chrono, but they're able to turn and kill off the ET, and now it's VP that's having to run away.
Refreshes lift there from GH to the chakra.
20 seconds until Chronosphere. VP's got to be aware of this timing. They're still trying to fight this. If Nigma can sort of buy time for the chrono to come back in play, they'll have a chance. But Weeha's been isolated. He has been surrounded. Viper will fall, and VP, they're going to continue to chase.
Yeah, keep going. Of course, you have Surge. Try to catch anything else here. No, and on the front.
Sound again. He does have the chrono, but now with the Viper down, he's going to be a little more careful with how he turns to drop it. Here's the setup.
Do they have the follow-up, though? Don't think they do.
There's now maybe a little harder for them to continue to chase there. They won't be able to get anything else, but nonetheless, they get the Aegis away from the Void, and they're also able to find that big kill on Weeha.
Back-to-back, right? Weeha just can kind of respawn, walk back in to help out Miracle, and just goes down again, so great moves there. Great aggressive plays, playing around those ulti CDs and finding Miracle too far forward. Very nicely done. And Miracle there, he almost actually died. He popped the Mask of Madness when they were walking up the high ground and immediately starts panicking for a second because Spectre just turned and started hitting him. That Desolate really started to build onto him, so.
Yeah, solid save from Mind Control coming in with that skewer. That stomp comes in onto Miracle. More than likely the setup for them to take him down a second time.
Yep. Now, though, they have to be a bit scared on VP. They're going to smoke and maybe try to
This is a little like
stay grouped together, but they don't have anything available for themselves.
And this is into the Chronosphere, the RP, and also the just completed MKB on Miracle.
Oh man, yeah, he's had a big timing here. They're still very strong, empowering themselves up, looking for something to pick. I mean, Spectre showing himself in mid. This is the pick they want.
Yeah, they just dropped the chrono.
And he's broken. And he looks very fragile when he is broken. Oh, is that a stolen? Was that a splitter or was that just a? That looked like just a dagger, I guess, last hit.
That was the great.
No,
yeah, okay.
It was a splitter too. Yeah, he had a stolen splitter that went down too.
Oh, nice.
So gets the last hit there, steals dagger. And that jumps the lead up very quickly though, because now Spectre's off the map for 50 seconds. Now you're just going to see Enigma just chase anyone they see on the map.
Oh, and top Mind Control. He's found the second big grab. No one's found by his RP. He'll try and play his way out of this, but there's no escaping. And Miracle also, meanwhile, clean up resolution. So across the map, all 3 cores going down on VP. And that whole situation regarding the Spectres, we said that's the struggle of the Spectre this game. That's never not going to happen unless he gets the BKB and he's able to pop it before he's chronoed. Still, at that point, it's very likely they're going to have enough physical damage to really bring him down during that chrono and the BKB.
I mean, it's really starting to look like it's just Spectre versus the... Look at just the levels. 19, 15, 14, 13, 13 on the side of Enigma. It's just the Spectre up there at 18. The rest of them are really starting to fall off. And this is not a game where Spectre can solo carry. No. He's versus just these counters straight up here. And Miracle's starting to get real out of control. MKB getting close to... not close, but going toward that Satanic next, which he will get pretty quickly.
Now we'll see. The Diffusal Blade has been completed by IRTW, so at least has some good aggressive potential. Does mean that he has postponed the BKB, so still very vulnerable himself.
They're looking to get aggressive though versus these double cooldowns of ultis.
You know what? It's going to look for the setup on RMN. They'll try and save him with the forks. Might just do it. They're going to come in with the Hawk for this one. What sort of a chase can they find? They're just going to look for RMM.
They want more though.
ILTW jumping over. Can he have any further control? Dagger's out. still, it's hard to get that further catch.
Yeah, it's too far.
It's not going to find anything else, that Horn.
No, and you can't defuse either because he just pops Greaves and then he's able to reset anyway. A Spectre hunt just for a Coddle, that is not what they wanted. They needed to get more out of that.
And look at the straight up farm on Miracle right now. 4K advantage on ILTW. This Void getting so large.
He's only 1,200 away from the Satanic even. They struggle to kill this man anyway, as it's an elusive Void into pretty much 0 disables. Throwing a Satanic on top, throwing some chakras to refresh his time walk too. He's gonna be pretty impossible to kill, and like we said, they used Haunt, they wanted to get more out of it. Ticking back, it's probably in the back of their heads this entire time on the side of VP. It's just...
It's getting harder.
It's getting scarier and scarier.
It really is.
Burn his mana though. Haha, gotcha. But he has a Coddle, right, coming over there from the mid lane soon. Refill him up shortly. Yeah, constant arcane boots as well too. We see Mind Control even picking up arcane boots on Magnus. When you're playing versus EMP, when you're playing versus these Invokers, you tend to see more arcane boots picked up in these games.
Yeah, especially when you have a core like Void that, again, just doesn't have a great mana pool. Chrono's nearly half of it.
This is a scary place for VP to be set up around. They're gonna just keep burning his mana and stomping him though. Very annoying.
It's kind of working.
They're gonna actually toss down the splitter too. And the wall. I mean, you're saying kind of working.
There's nothing worth about that. No, that's... I mean, VP, they need everything to win these fights.
They
throwing them out like that.
Go back to split push for now, for the next few minutes. There's no way you can look for a fight here. They're gonna lose that top tower. Yeah, now when Haunt is back up, they're not gonna have wall available. They're not gonna have splitter available. And like you said, it feels like they really do need to utilize absolutely everything in order to try to bring these heroes down.
And another Roche.
And another Roche is back up already.
And with no splitter, no wall, that should fight around the pit gone.
I mean, they can scout it, they can say hello, but
they're not going for this.
No way they can contest this.
There's not even any point running over.
No, I mean, they're gonna try to throw their stops and their EMPs in there, but...
EMP just off the side. Miracle's able to sidestep it. Solo's heading over. The Will-O-Wisp holds them back. They cannot get over to the pit in time. Miracle jumps over a few bashes and Solo's out of action. It's just, I mean, as we said, that 11-11 mark where that little lead that VP started to get when they had, so there, a few minutes of really nice moves with the Invoker in the early game.
For sure.
It's just only going to get tougher and tougher for them to really do anything to stop this lineup from Nigma, just take over the rest of this game.
I mean, Invoker's level 14. Look, GH is 16. Everyone, like we said, everyone on the side of the Nigmas just has a plethora of levels and items now. He will get away.
Yeah, he's not going to go for the blind Chrono.
No one also gets away too. I thought for sure they might lose one target there, but we'll at least be able to disengage. But yeah, you're seeing, just keep looking at these levels, right? Everyone on the side of Nigma is growing, but nobody except for the Spectres growing on the side of VP.
Oh, yeah, that's...
And it's like,
that's rough.
I mean, it's a game where he's countered. It's this win condition. Spectre it's not a win condition when you're versus Void and Viper. They just have a lot of different ways to play around you. And they just have so many ults. It really is. It's Will-O-Wisp, RP, Chronosphere. There's so many different things that they can just throw on single targets and just kill them. Oh, lovely.
Oh, DD.
Oh, man, he is hitting for 430.
Everybody get back to the base.
And now he's empowered. He's hitting for he's hitting for 500. Oh, the net with the Arcane Supremacy. Look how long it lasts. Oh, a value bash.
Oh, damn, that hurt.
Oh, look at this. He's even has the greater Fairy Fire also on the Void. So he was already impossible to kill. Throwing some more heals on top. Solo. He's cheeky. He dispelled the Empower and the DD. All right, cheeky little move there.
All right, what are you going to do with your VP? How are you going to get them off your base? It's Miracle dancing around. He's also been able to finish himself off for BKB, so he can just sort of waltz in, drop the combo. No one. I mean, they don't even need a Chrono to kill him.
No, they do not.
He's just
getting caught in, but the wall.
Beat him down. No one's gone. It's just falling apart here for VP. They don't have the means to play against the power of Nigma here.
No. They don't have the straight team fight, and the Invoker, who had that pretty decent mid game, he's fallen off completely. Spectre knows he can't even hunt in. A stolen wall of Replica will come out eventually too. There's no BKB on Weehaw at the moment, but Miracle's he's just standing in the front line. He is satanic. He even has a full butterfly in a second too after these racks. GH wants another catch. He's got the net.
Couple of hits.
Goodbye.
He's gone. And Nigma will slowly continue the cleanup. Giants. Oh, where's the bash? They won't find it. Giants able to turn with the Earth. Bit of a force.
They force him out.
On a Miracle. He does still get hit by it, but it really doesn't matter. Miracle steps back in. Fix double kill. So trying to run away.
He's gonna get immediately.
You don't run away from me, Miracle says.
And that's the Spectre. See you later. They're probably going to call it off of that one.
Yeah,
right? It's very, very over.
There we go. GG. Well played. It's called. Nigma take game 3 with that. The series is theirs. 2-1 against VP. And I mean, these last 2 games, it really did feel like the sort of lineups that the VP were trying to play really were a bit of a swing and a miss, especially after that game 1, which just worked so perfectly for VP. They came in with a phenomenal showing in the first game in terms of draft and play, but game 2, the last big tiny just didn't pay off, and this game 3, it was
sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an
5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Seconds. Alliances turn to ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Alliances turn to ban.
The draft is a moments away for our last European Immortal League series of the day. Evil Geniuses taking on Alliance. And I'm here together with Lacoste and Lizard, and they're going to tell me how they think this series is going to go down. Lacoste, you want to go first?
I want to go first, and I want to go fast. Like after EG lost to Na'Vi, even though EG had has three players from CIS region, pretty much, you know, and it was a pretty big win for Na'Vi. EG looked shaky, and Alliance also not the top of their game at the moment. Depends how Alliance is going to play. Yeah. Alliance is a team that can win against pretty much any team, but they can also lose the, let's say, 5 men, which is kind of surprising to me. Alliance is a team that sometimes looks very one-dimensional, and a lot of the teams tend to punish that.
When they lost to Na'Vi, it was GPK's birthday, if I remember correctly. As you know, in CIS, they like to celebrate everything in a quite spectacular way, so maybe that impaired them a little bit when it comes to getting victories. Also, they picked Storm for him.
They did.
Yeah, which didn't really work out. It was...
I mean, his win rate is atrocious in that, right?
It was 38% before this game. Now it's like 35, 34%. So it's pretty bad. If they pick anything else for GPK...
Faster.
I think it's gonna be great.
Yeah, we're still not. We have some time.
We have some time.
A little bit of time, tiny bit of time.
Stirring me up.
Don't worry. Well, you know what? The thing that I wrote down with these two teams at the moment is that they're, like you're saying, they're able to take games with the best of them, but they're not consistent with it. Like both of these squads at the moment are not consistent. Is that fair to say?
Definitely, but it's difficult to talk about EG when you know that they have GPK there right now. The mid laner has changed, so
sure,
it's kind of difficult. However, they did take 2 games. Alliance lost 2 games, so overall in the tournament so far, EG have a little bit better of a score. Let's put it that way. They kind of faced even matched opponents. So,
well, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen in this first game of the series. Evil Geniuses and Alliance going head to head, but they're gonna start off slowly with the draft. Let's head over to the draft pantheon.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We may be transitioning in slowly, but don't worry, we're knee-deep as we jump into this Game 1 draft EG.
Teams, I think, outthinking themselves, just trying to pick stuff that's just versatile, multi-role in the opener, which is always good, but it's like, just give me some dank, you know? Double Doom potential, Wisp Sven, self-explanatory.
Who needs flex when you can just win fights?
Yeah.
Tigov, I'll let you take a little bit more of an analytical approach. What is it about this this EG situation that made them look so miserable against Na'Vi? Because I had high expectations for this roster. They show up against Na'Vi and they just kind of fall to pieces. What exactly happened for people who may not have been able to catch that?
I think it was simply EG as a team is always pretty kind of like cookie cutter. You know what going to come from them? Like they're very good at a certain pool of like heroes and style. And Na'Vi, they were in a position where they were trying to like reinvent themselves after like a shaky start to the tournament. So they came into the series like with the Alchemist, I believe, and actually trying to kind of go surprise that we're going to get you. You're a little bit stale potentially. And EG, they're very good at certain combos, but that is easily punishable if you do the correct homework.
Well, it's curious that you mentioned that because I also have considered Alliance to be kind of cookie cutter at times, and that more often than not, it's all up to Nico Baby to win the game. Would you consider that still to be the case in a post S4 world, or not so much?
I think the issue here for Alliance, or at least maybe the new life for them, is they always seem to pick S4's hero in the first phase. They are a team that gravitates towards, I believe, second pick. And it's always about, okay, how are we going to get S4's hero early so we can enable Nico Baby later? Predominantly, that would have been Darkseer during the start of this tournament. We've seen the changes to Darkseer, and clearly these lads are like, well, maybe we don't want to first phase of Darkseer now, because if Surge has changed...
Yeah, but...
VP. No, it's gone.
They could definitely second phase it.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
It is vintage Alliance, it's vintage S4, and it synergizes real nicely with the Sven because you get the double bonus with the Wisps as well. You surge one target, the guy he's tethered to also goes away super speed. It's pretty nice.
Even if you can't break the speed limit, it's still worse.
Yes. Okay. It's still two hasted heroes for the price of one, and then the Vac stun potential. It's weird how the game's changed a bit, but that's something I feel like a lot of times now Darkseers are played for the surge, but back when I was a lad, still young enough to play out on the field, it was more about the VAC combos and the big stun follow-ups.
Well, if you're Alliance here, picking up this Eye, you want to see like an Earth Spirit, some melee 4 that can be your initiator starting out the fight. If you don't have that, it's often quite hard to run an Eye draft. And okay, they're going for a Lina.
It's quite nice here too because Limp will always play it if necessary. It's likely going to be a 4 position. This is as close to inspired by complexity as you could get. We used this exact same trio of heroes. I think we picked it in this order back at TI5, and this is really cool because Lina is one of the better supports to go with a Wisp because you have kill threat, and you always want this other support to be able to do stuff, specifically when it comes with a locked TP interrupter stun.
I'm trying to think of like the S4 hero right now, like the Brewmaster, like maybe even the Centaur, like these heroes that can either A, get you out of that doom, because once it's put out, you want to get out of the fight, or B, you have the option to be super aggressive, setting up that relocate. Brew as a hero, naturally very strong laner. It is pretty good against these illusion heroes that RTZ naturally wants to play. And again, it's that pairing of a strong lane for the laner.
It's so weird. I heard the name Artesia. I'm like, wait, he's playing? Oh yeah, it's EG. I forget. This is the first time we've seen him play against a European team. Well, other than earlier in the tournament, of course, but in what, like 6 months?
Yeah.
This has been forever. It's so interesting.
Stuck in that NA kind of bubble.
They've been under the radar for a while, which is why I was so excited to see the GPK version of this roster.
Yeah. Newly 11k MMR as well. Don't know if anybody's shouted them out yet. Well done.
Well done.
That is some insane dedication. Like I don't have it in me to get to like 8k. I can't imagine just saying, you know what, only 3,000 more MMR to go.
Underlord's basically the same situation in terms of countering the illusion heroes. It's going to be a strong laner and allows the laner, if it is going to be that 4 laner, can easily sit behind the Underlord. If it is going to be the laner flex, because again, that's what they've set themselves up for right now. They're going to decide mid or 4. And overall, pretty nice. Yeah, I don't mind it. After watching Secret play today and how they had a lineup that wasn't really active, but it was super good at punishing that 1 over aggression at a defensive position, and then you just own the map because again, you get such a gain from that one fight.
It's ideal. Like Underlord's one of those heroes with a ton of gravity, right? You're gonna need people to show up in lane if you want to push him out of it. Just one's not gonna cut it. So as he draws these extra heroes, it creates openings for your Wisp +1 to make moves. So Underlord can be completely isolated in a corner of the map, and if you try and chase after him, there's always that threat of relocate, so it allows him to play with more aggression, and he can actually get extra creep waves because of it. It's a very interesting selection. I don't really like Arc Warden into Wisp or Underlord. You have any thoughts?
I honestly don't mind it because they're in a position right now that their Doom is pretty much irrelevant in the fact that the fight reset on Alliance is so strong, they don't really get to play out. There's relocate and there's the the taxi, the Uber from Underlord. Therefore, like Alliance get to dictate every fight. And when you're in that type of position, you can't really double down on more team fight because again, that escape you're never going to stop. So EG are basically deciding, okay, we're going to always be able to play the map quicker than you. Your lineup is pretty clunky in terms of how they move. Again, they're versatile, they're quick in the relocate, but an arc clone is super scary to play into.
This makes me feel like it's probably a crit Doom, though. So their last pick is likely going to be, could be offlane Void Spirit, I suppose. I know Ramses can play it. I'm just not sure what direction they'll go.
It's
it could
very
also
open
just be
right
crit
now.
offlane.
Yeah.
It could be Ramses on Doom off.
There we
it
go.
could be Doom mid. It could be Void Spirit for crit. Like we really
Exactly. That's where this double comp, like the Void and Doom, is so open because they can play in so many roles.
Do they need that kind of flexibility, even though they know that they're going to be laning up against a Sven IO? Because usually that kind of offlane flex potential is like, well, let's see what the carry matchup is going to be before we commit to one of these things.
It's more about like like an insurance policy, knowing, okay, what are we gonna, like, you see 4 picks, right? You get to decide quite confidently. If you didn't have that option of flex in your draft, you wouldn't have that kind of openness going into your final pick. It just keeps your kind of mindset on the game a little bit more open, your playbook, your timings.
And we are leaning, what, 4 position Lina, mid Lina? What's the situation here? Because I feel like Alliance are more often than not giving it to Hanskin. They find more utility in not giving it core role. You have the stun no matter what. Unless if it's a Phoenix where you need the attack speed to kill the egg, it's not really critical to give her a high farm priority.
It's hard to say. I know for a fact it's one of Limp's favorite heroes, dating all the way back to Heroes of Newerth. You can see EG banning out the mid heroes, so they expect, you're correct, that Hanskin will be on the Lina. I think it's more likely, especially when you have a carry Sven. It's just kind of, you look at this and you see Sven and Underlord as heroes that Lina wants to play around, so it makes more sense for it to be a support in that sense.
10 seconds.
I'm just not sure what hero Limp would play in this spot. I was thinking maybe a Death Prophet, but they just haven't picked that for him in a while.
Well, they have last pick for Alliance, so right now that they can decide between a mobility core to get onto the Arc Warden to lock him down, setting up the relocate, or they can go for like a vision-based mid like Zeus that can just, okay, that's Arc Warden, relocate, go on him right now type of situation. Especially with Sven going for Ags, hard to really kite him. He can always get into the bubble because, again, your Stormhammer. EG though, they now have to decide what's happening with this Doom.
Dude, what about a Wyvern? I keep saying Wyvern. I don't know what's wrong with the hero. No one picks it.
No.
But I see a Sven. I see a Wisp. Like, damn, that'd be pretty sick.
It's very good at prolonging the game, defending those early towers. Alliance doesn't have Waveler. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a fan. They go for a Tusk. Doom will be offlane now, Void Spirit mid. And now Alliance basically can go, okay, what is our mid laner? What type of game plan are we going for?
That makes Lina mid, I think, really unlikely, just because there's so much save now. And the biggest problem with Lina as a core is that no matter how far ahead you are, you're never durable. So if you just get caught out, punched, kicked, no bolt cut off, you're just dead, even if you're 2 items ahead. I think it's got to be Hanskin now. You're thinking about a hero for Limp. I feel like you want that kind of utility. I lean towards Death Prophet. It could also, you could go back for something like a TA perhaps, but that's really greedy.
Yeah, that's very greedy, I think.
You'd love to have some early tower pressure if you could.
Which of the EG heroes do you think has not been answered yet? Like, do you have enough anti-Arc Warden?
The Arc Warden's your biggest issue right now, especially the way EG play.
Could you go for like an SF type situation, going for like the Blink Yours type build? You're the one who can just jump in. Again, it feels very clunky. Like Jakiro.
Select your heroes.
EG and Alliance's previous showings in this tournament so far, they're looking pretty even. So this Lina, it's gonna have to be a game changer, it seems.
My expectation would just be you put the Lina mid, and then your Jakiro and your support duos, and then the Jakiro Underlord together can just constantly push out the wave and force it under tower for Arc. But
I'm just worried. How do you keep EG off of you, right? They're gonna throw the Grimstroke ult. Doom run forward. Tusk go forward. Void Spirit leap forward. You have these 3 squishy heroes in the back. How does a Sven and an Underlord, like, that's not enough. They're just going to ignore you and run past.
The main reason for the Jakiro pick is because it's the counter to Tusk, right? In lane, the tag team, you attack slow, so it's going to enable that Sven. So if they want to do a tri-lane, it will be Sven, Io, Jakiro, and keeping him safe. Underlord just passively farms by himself, very strong at that. And then Lina will be, I believe, your mid in this situation. Again, like you said, it's hard to, how do you actually stop the rebuttal? They have a lot of soft, like, defense in terms of root, ice path and stuff, but
yeah, I have to lean towards EG though. I feel like they've got the late game advantage. I think if they, you know, if they run into each other and everybody uses their spells, EG just win the fight.
I would agree.
Like, you just win the fight. You up Doom off, even just one, it wouldn't matter. Void Spirit's gonna get his spells off.
There's a lack of early
Tusk's
damage as well. Like, it's like the big burst comes from like the Lina, and other than that, it's a lot of tick, a lot of like slow damage. And when you have these heroes that don't even want to really play in the fight, Void Spirit Arc, they can like poke from a distance and instantly get out. They love playing against this type of damage because there's that not hard punishment.
However, if Alliance can play ahead, if they can get some early towers and just sort of crush through the map, as we've seen other teams utilize Wisp and do so, you know, you can just play too high tempo, right? Arc Warden's not going to be able to get out on map. And if Doom's on cooldown, like, you have no fear from this hero. EG suffer in a sense that they're somewhat cooldown reliant, and it could punish them.
But they Arc Warden, the fail safe, the eventual Alliance high ground.
Fine, they're going to bulldoze their way through. No problem at all. Either that or Arteezy Arc Warden's going to carry us over. We'll see how they do in game number 1.
Alliance versus Evil Geniuses, a matchup that has gone the test of time in Dota 2, and at least one person has a little bit more experience than the others, but we're going to watch FNG give away the first blood before we talk about...
Oh no, that's actually second.
Oh!
So,
okay, GPK actually already got picked off, so that would be first blood for Alliance instead.
Yeah, that's...
All right, worthy trade.
Yeah, that's definitely worth the trade.
The battle begins.
So are we going to have Jakiro mid? We are.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay. So what Kyle was saying about running around the map and just closing in the map with the Wisp, that is definitely viable with this hero being mid. I mean, the tower pressure coming out from this hero with the levels in his third spell.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty immense. I think they can definitely death ball in this one.
So, do you think this is a winning mid, though? Because you, Jenkins, we were talking about, like, what is Limp going to be playing? Is he going to be, is this a core IO? Is he going to be playing mid Jakiro, mid Lina? And the conversation obviously came to his mid Lina and how, while he's really good with that hero, it's just not a game-winning hero.
It's it can feel like pretty hot garbage when it comes to the late game, and you have this extremely squishy hero with all of your net worth. She never really gets enough items that she's unkillable, but this Jakiro, it's, you know, probably a little bit tankier than Alina, and it actually is a counter to the Void Spirit mid. Ramses?
I think Ramses might be dead. It's he's certainly going to be taking a lot of damage over a long period of time here. He still has the Fairy Fire. He can eat another Tango. He's actually got a healing salve. I almost think he should have devoured the melee creep that he was tethered to, you know, just to slow down that IO. He's going to live, but, like, is it really worth it?
What is it really being alive?
Yeah. Man. You can see the change in the Devour, the nerf that got. What, one regen?
Yep.
It's pretty rough.
Yeah. That's not a hero you expect to be difficult to cut the creep wave against. I think that's why he didn't wait to Devour there, because it's like, it's a Wisp. What can a Wisp do? It's like, oh wait, he's got a lot of move speed now. He just pokes you to death.
Yeah.
Well, not quite.
All right, get back to the mid.
Yeah, is
this a game-winning hero, or is this a game-losing hero, Jenkins?
No, I legitimately think this is pretty good. I mean, like Jakiro as a mid, generally speaking, is it's not the fastest of heroes. It's not going to run around killing people. It'll take tower. It's like a Dragon Knight, another dragon, but it does counter the Void Spirit. This is what people were doing when Void Spirit was just put out into the game. Was people were picking Jakiro mid as a counter because it's all magic damage.
Yeah.
You just spam him with magic and his shield doesn't do a single thing.
And a major lane winner, right? Any melee hero that goes up against Jakiro is probably going to lose. Hanskin missing out on that LSA. Nice juke there from Crit. He may still die as S4 indeed is able to pick up that kill. Turns that damage back around onto Arteezy.
Support for support. I don't think either lane really cares too much about that. Both of them get to go back and function as essentially a courier, a very expensive courier.
It's a lot of relationships that go back and forth. I was going to open with Limp, basically, and how his extensive history in playing against Evil Geniuses goes back to the days when he was playing in North America.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And now EG is here in Europe, and he has to play them again.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of players and teams like that, honestly, that you've seen in NA or even SA once or twice.
And here we see S4 trying to get aggressive on his former teammate in
all right, S4 as well. Of course, he was on EG. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup.
And something that I had heard that part of his pickup into Alliance and stuff allowed him to have a little bit more leadership and agency in the team's direction, you know, as a drafter and as a captain, and something that probably was missing when he was on Evil Geniuses before.
Yeah, that iteration of EG with him on it was... They didn't do too hot, did they? I think a lot of people were expecting a lot more from them, but you know that does happen. Remember Universe on Secret?
Sure.
They didn't look so good. It really depends on just like how you mesh with the team, personality-wise, what they need, what you need.
The race for that 4-minute rune, and of course it ends up being top. FNG is gonna go for it. The dissimulate doesn't quite land. The ink swell completely whiffs, and Limp going unstunned gets a little bit more damage on a GPK. Crit's gonna come in, blocks in Limp.
So
didn't block him in. He's able to sneak on by.
He almost got it. You can tell FNG's been playing Aghanim's Labyrinth because that's why he was so good at dodging that Void Spirit thing. Because if you get hit by the Void Spirit boss in that game, one hit, you're done. Those mechanics, man.
Isn't this? I think it's the second time we've cast together, and the second time you brought up Aghanim's Labyrinth. This time in record time, 4.5 minutes into the series.
You, dude, it's a game changer, man. You think Void Spirit's popular for no reason?
Okay. What other heroes are really popular in Aghanim's Labyrinth? Viper's really good, right?
Tusk, every game.
Tusk, every game, yeah.
Look at the damage.
He's very, very dead here, or at least I thought he was dead. The snowball onto him, but he still has the fairy fire. That orb of venom might just get the kill. Crit needs that last hit, and he gets it right before the LSA stuns him.
Once again, support for support. I think if you're Arteezy, you're kind of happy about this because you're an Arc Warden, so it's like, I'm a late game here. I'm not supposed to be getting kills. And then if you're S4, you're also like, oh, well, I'm an Underlord. This hero doesn't get kills.
Yeah, and you get a bunch of damage from being around that kill. You can turn that around and maybe get some extra CS or denies that you wouldn't before.
True, yeah, true. Unfortunately, you don't get the permanent damage anymore. That was a fun patch.
Yeah.
For Underlord players. When you got damage.
I felt like there was a very, very small window where maybe he was good, but then he just became garbage again.
Yeah, it
GPK looks like he went in for the kill and now is being punished by Limp. Takes a whole heap of damage, and he definitely needs both the bounty rune and maybe even the 6-minute power rune that's coming up.
GPK is doing a really good job in this matchup. I think it also goes back to the rune control that EG has in this game. It's making it a lot easier for him. Void Spirit, you can just sit there and get harassed and just bottle up and then die and then bottle up again with the rune.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ooh, he's got the siege creep though on Limp. Time to pressure.
Yeah, Limp gonna take some tower shots while he has the bottle. Gotta be careful he doesn't take too much though. Just trying to keep that siege creep alive. This was not worth it, Limp. I mean, I've seen plenty of players make that mistake. I made that mistake a time or two, but as a mid laner, to try that badly to keep your siege wagon alive and put yourself in that much danger, that just looks silly.
Yeah, you can tell that, like, you know what he's going for though. You know, you know that it's like, I'm a Jakiro. I'm supposed to win this matchup. I'm supposed to put a lot of pressure on his tower. And then all of a sudden you give a Void Spirit a kill in an unfavorable matchup for him. It becomes very favorable very quickly. This hero is so good at playing from ahead against almost anything because you just have so many nukes and disables and escapes. I mean, the hero does everything, really.
I think that's a skill in Dota in its own right, is just not overreaching and just allowing victories to come your way naturally rather than trying to force things too much. GPK, this is a very natural rotation for him as the Astral Step is going to be able to get the kill onto Hanskin and slows down S4 as well, but with the creep wave coming in, the flux load no longer being there, not an easy dive.
So nice kill from GPK. Unfortunately, there's not really any tower pressure that can amount from that, but he's coming from base anyway, so may as well. Oh, the Doom comes out from Ramses.
And with that as well, they're going to be able to run it down. Now, FNG is going to provide a little bit of heals here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough with Crit here to seal the deal. Now, there is going to be a lot of heroes still coming in here. The TP out from S4, but they don't really have any stuns, right?
Not like guaranteed stuns. You need to get kind of lucky. You need to catch them in a Pit of Malice or something like that.
There's the pit into the LSA that will get the kill on Fly.
Okay, nice return kill. I mean, it's something.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think Limp wants to stay mid anymore. I feel like if he does stay mid, he wants to stay here with the team. They need to pressure with this Jakiro together. I mean, he's got level 4 in his third spell. Like, they want to push with this, right? So you don't want to just sit here and be a sitting duck. Is that what they call it?
Yep.
And you're just
indeed a sitting duck.
Where does that come from?
I believe it comes from hunting, which a sitting duck is probably an easy target, if I had to guess.
I think hunters often consider that pretty inhumane, though. I mean, I guess if it's duck hunting season, but I know it's very looked down upon to shoot a deer out of your car.
Yeah.
They're like, you have to do the whole process. Otherwise, it's not fair. So I feel like a sitting duck might, depending on the situation. Anyway. Back to Dota.
Back to the ethics of hunting, and that's what Evil Genius is doing, is hunting S4, and it's an easy kill. An easy head to mount on their proverbial wall. As GPK continues to look for more.
Speaking of
kind of running around at this point.
Speaking of sitting ducks, I honestly feel like Alliance are just sitting in all 3 of their lanes, like waiting to get ganked by EG. They're playing really responsive here, which I think just shows that they're really confident in this Sven versus Arc Warden late game, but I also feel like with the Jakiro mid, maxing out the Liquid Fire, you probably want to start pushing soon. But maybe they're waiting for like Lina level 6, Unlord to get more levels in his Pit of Malice.
You're the optimist here because you're saying, oh, it's because they feel confident. I was thinking the opposite way. I was thinking pessimistic.
You think they're
which is that, well, and then maybe not that, but I think Alliance just doesn't have the most natural heroes to rotate around and make things happen.
Yeah, they need a death ball basically.
Yeah.
I really think that's all they can do.
And it's kind of too early to death ball, right? It's not like, okay guys, 4-man up at 8 minutes, Limp doesn't want to move to the side lanes. He wants to pressure that mid lane, but you don't have a forward position that actively ganks the lanes very well, right? You've got a Lina, that's leading off with an LSA stun doesn't sound like the easiest or natural thing in the world.
Yeah, like we saw the pit into LSA. That's kind of the best combo that they have, especially without the Jakiro W.
Yeah.
Not that that's good setup by any means.
Trying to kill the Arc Warden Tempest double, and they should get it here. That's an extra 180 gold. Arteezy, you gotta be careful with that, man.
You also have to be careful, though, with Nico Baby free farming the bot lane, top of net worth.
Yeah.
We have seen this guy carry games from the brink alone. I mean, obviously not alone. There's a supporting cast, but whenever the carry does the sick 1v5 thing, we always say he does it alone. But he's this guy is a scary carry. I almost feel like he plays better when his back is against the wall. Like he fiends the pressure. It's like, yeah, sure. Oh no, guys, don't feed. Don't make me 1v5.
Yeah, seriously. This was a conversation we were having the other day. Is like the ability of to clutch, and I think that's something that some players have and others just don't.
Nico Baby has it for sure, man.
Yeah, I think it's a very natural thing for a lot of players. And Nico Baby, he came into the scene and he was naturally clutch.
Yep. And he still has it. That anti-mage game versus, I believe it was 5 men. Man, that was nice. That looked disastrous right until the end. But he still stayed top of net worth. Same thing as this. Like anytime you see Nico Baby top of net worth, you can never count Alliance out. I mean, obviously it's fairly even.
So the next question is, does his Sven in this matchup, if he is clutch, like, is it an easy win for him?
I don't think it's easy. I think the heroes other than Arc, it's all about getting on the Arc Warden. It's all about getting on Arteezy. Sven is very capable of doing that, obviously with the Aghanim Scepter, especially once you have that talent for the cooldown reduction on the stun.
Right.
But there is a very difficult supporting cast on EG to play into. What happens if he gets doomed and he can't press the stun? What happens if he gets kited by the Void Spirit? You know, there's Tusk Shards, there's Snowball, like, there's a lot.
Walrus Punch is a big one, right? Just that slight disengage where we could see Crit is trying to get that Walrus Punch off. Does manage to do so, but he's going to lose his life to the Laguna Blade. Now Alliance finally see their opportunity. Evil Geniuses have overstepped themselves, and in turn, Alliance will try and take that mid tower that they've been looking at for so long. Evil Geniuses not going to give up that easy, though. They quickly re-rally around that mid tower and stand strong. Nico Baby, meanwhile, does take that top tower, though.
You know, I do think that's a pretty interesting play that they just made. This is one thing that I noticed looking at Alliance's games is they do a lot of things that I would consider fairly risky, but very interesting. You know, they'll go and they'll put down deep wards without a smoke, just on a solo support. And they'll say, okay, if I die, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like they'll do a play like this where they have Nico Baby pushing top, and then everybody else pushing mid and making space for him while taking the top tower. Like, you'd think you bring the Jakiro to the top lane, right? This is your tower pusher. What's the first tower you get in a game of Dota? It's almost always the enemy safe lane tower. But they realize it's a Jakiro. He can hit from this far away with the level 10 talent. So why not pressure this from afar?
It's exactly like the Dragon Knights, right?
It's just like the Dragon Knight.
If you have the ability to poke at this mid tower, and you're going to take it eventually, abuse that fact.
It's better than Dragon Knight, honestly, with the level 10 talent. Like, look how far away he is.
Hanskin going to be slowed down by the Flux here. Very likely dead, Hanskin. Going to be able to turn around, get out the LSA. Nice double soulbind into the silence as well. GPK getting some nice damage in, but both of those heroes are super tanky, and as a result, he eventually runs out of damage and has to run down the river. But now Sven's here, and he got the double stun into the ice path as well. A little bit extra damage. GPK, he'll fall. No more mobility left in the tank and Alliance. They're just going to swarm into this mid lane. Evil Geniuses, they have certainly lost that tower, and they may be losing more lives as well. Fly eventually dies. Nico Baby just keeps on hunting here because why not? This man at this point, like with an IO behind him, he's looking kind of unstoppable, and he does manage to find Ramses here, almost into the tier 3. They're looking for these kills. Nico Baby doesn't slow down just yet, but with Arteezy making an appearance, they're finally gonna leave this place, and it's all because they've got S4 probably making the calls. Go for it, guys, do the dives. I'll Uber you out of here.
Oh, and they went top 2. Dude, that is... Alliance is playing crisp this game. This is really nice. Like, it all starts from this choice to push mid with the Jakiro and Nico Baby farming top, and then coming in once he's got the Mask of Madness, and then they Uber out to the top lane. But dude, EG, they know.
Yeah, they've
got the Double Doom.
They're immediately gonna smoke up and see if they can get that Soulbind into Double Doom. Actually, they don't have the Soulbind off cooldown just yet.
Yeah, it's long cooldown at level 1A.
They didn't really see an opportunity to jump. Maybe they saw the IO, but it's like, it's hard, right? You show with the snowball, he tethers away, then the Tusk is pulled out of position, so it's not worth taking that risk. They'll wait for a better opportunity here, wait for the 15-minute bounty runes. Maybe that's when they can catch Alliance, or maybe Alliance will catch EG as they break apart. Look at this nice ward they have up here. They saw that nobody else is there with the Doom, so they're going to be immediately jumping Ramses. Ramses trying to use that movement speed to get out of here, but he's been caught once. Centaur Stomp, the Pit of Malice doesn't snatch him up again. Here comes GPK. He's going to be able to pull back. Nice grab there with the Aether Remnant, grabbing the primary target of Nico Baby and pulling him off of Ramses.
So Nico didn't want to commit the ult there. I think with the ult you maybe kill him, but just kind of zoning Ramses off of here. I feel like Alliance probably saw that EG smoke with the ward or something. Just they played around it really quickly. Like it seemed like they knew it happened. They might have seen it with that mid ward, which EG just dewarded at one of the eye spots. I feel like they probably saw that. So a bit of nothing happening. I mean, that tends to happen when you see people smoke, or you just think, okay, this is an obvious smoke. One team just avoids it, the other team doesn't farm because they're smoked.
Especially like other teams, maybe maybe some tier 2 teams, they would have pressured that smoke a little bit harder, right? We smoked, therefore we have to find kills. What the better teams often do is just let those kills naturally occur.
Yeah,
right?
You like smoked for this opportunity to clothesline Alliance into the top lane, but then they sniffed it out.
Great. Oh, nice snowball dodge. Does manage to get that off, but it's still looking pretty grim for him. And Hanskin with the finishing touches there of the Laguna Blade, not messing around, getting that fast kill, and immediately just running up to the tier 2, which is being pushed out right now by GPK.
But they fourth the wave.
Yeah, they fourth the wave to make sure that GPK can't kill it, therefore stopping this entire tier 2 push that was going to come in from Alliance. So heads up play by them. Honestly, heads up play by both. Just kind of reading each other like that.
It's funny we were talking about the lack of setup from Alliance. But
oh, they know he's here. They spotted the Aether Remnant.
Yeah, he's out. It is so easy to pressure these towers with the Jakiro. Yeah. You know, this is definitely one thing that I'm not going to call Jakiro mid underrated. I mean, it's a pretty crazy pick, but I could see it being underrated just because of this ability to pressure those tier 2s.
Relocate's gonna come back in. Evil Geniuses, they're looking to fight around this area, and they've got the fresh BKB from Ramses. Hanskin, he's gonna be the first target here. The Dark Rift down from S4 is looking to be able to collect the IO and Nico Baby. Snowball trying to dodge a little bit of time. They actually cancel it. They decide to fight this one. Are they gonna be right though? An Ace-Well stun onto 2. Nice Soulbind Silence onto 2 as well, but GPK being controlled up. Laguna Blade trying to jump away from the Pit of Malice. He does jump back to the left-hand side. Nico Baby, meanwhile, hunting down some more heroes. Going for a fly, getting some damage out onto Ramses. Evil Geniuses, they thought they could take this fight, but Alliance had a nasty trap set up for him. Nico Baby, oh, what a misplay there, as Evil Geniuses thought they could turn on a Nico Baby, but FNG, he pumps up his primary carry in Alliance. Nico Baby is more than healthy enough to be able to run down the rest. This Fly's going to be up next, and look at this quick TP reaction into the mid lane. They want to try and keep their mid tower alive during all of this.
Man, they're going to get an 18-minute tier 2. Yeah, I don't think there's any way EG defends this. This is just stalling. 18-minute tier 2.
Yeah.
You do not see this happen these days. That means they get this 20-minute outpost. Very nice. Dude, whoever made that call on Alliance to cancel the ult on Underlord,
yeah,
that was ballsy. I mean, obviously, it paid off. So shout-outs to whoever made that call. But that's like one of those calls in Dota that you question it as it's happening. You're like, okay, I'm gonna say that this call was good if it turns out good, but if it turns out bad, it's like, all right, that was a terrible cancel on that ult. Like that is so risky because it looked rough. And I would guess with Wisp having buyback, it was probably one of the support. Like, we can fight this. Maybe Nico Baby because he's the Wisp tether.
Yeah, and he looked so healthy, right, in that fight.
He looked confident.
Yeah.
He looked like he knew he could go in.
He was just always kind of pushing forward, and they were absolutely right because the damage just ran out from Evil Geniuses.
It did, yeah,
right?
It did. Arteezy doesn't do anything yet. I mean, it's an Arc Warden.
Yeah.
Like it really doesn't do much at this point, so.
And you've got the first step of the counter to the Arc Warden in that Aghanim Scepter from the Sven. So scary when he feels like he can take any fight against you, and now he's got that catch mechanism.
Yeah. I do love this matchup though, just between these two carries, because these are two of my favorite like 1v5 carries. Arteezy and Nico Baby are the type of players that even if their team is super far behind, they're always capable of 1v5ing with very little support. Oh, Ramses.
He breaks the smoke, and I think he actually had a good idea of that. Like, he could have committed more for the bounty rune, but he played pretty safe there. Played around his ward that he had on the high ground there.
Yep. I like his choice, too, on Ramses to go for the BKB first after the drums. Like, I really feel like it, in this game, with the BKB, he's unkillable until, like, 40 minutes, and Sven has multiple items on top of him. Like, the BKB just makes him immortal. If he gets a blink, he's killable before Doom. But all he needs to do is get the double Doom off. And they are very likely to win fights, as long as it's on some good targets.
Yeah, speaking of, I think we've only seen that double Doom once, right? It was in that mid-fight, I think?
I don't even think he did it there. I think they haven't actually got the double Doom off. I mean, I don't want to make excuses for Ramses, but it isn't the easiest thing to hit, you know?
I mean, isn't it in some ways more on fly, right? He's got to get that Soulbind initiation in the first place, but that's hard position for a 5 to be in.
Right, and then also, you know, Doom is often the hero that runs in first as well. So it's like, you're just getting stunned up, which is why the BKB is such a good item. So it's just having played with the Grimstroke, sometimes the opportunity doesn't exactly present itself. That'll happen.
Despite having a lot more map control. They've taken more towers. They only have 1,000 net worth lead on Alliance. So while it may look like they're just kind of crushing Evil Geniuses, EG surprisingly have kept the net worth relatively even here. I feel like the experience is probably a bit more lopsided. But,
I also have that feeling. That's always my gut reaction after a game looks very one-sided, despite the goal being the same, around the same. So I was like, all right, there's got to be a differential in the experience here.
Yeah.
There usually is. Kills give a lot more experience than last hits do.
Aether Remnant is going to be able to get some vision inside the pit. Now, they don't see Roshan exactly. Now they've got some idea. You see, it's pretty healthy. They don't have to commit here. They can just kind of poke at Gambit.
Ooh, Arcane Rune.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Very good on Jakiro.
And he bottled it, too.
Yeah. That makes this fight pretty hard for EG.
Dude, look at Nico Baby, man. He just made the call. He's like, I'm going up to the high ground and we're going to catch somebody. And sure enough, they do potentially catch somebody here fly. The Yule Scepter is going to be able to buy him some time, but the Aether Remnant was absorbed by FNG, so Nico Baby was able to stick on a fly and get that kill. He does have buyback. And he may just need to. At the same time, Arteezy did manage to get the kill on Honskin here. This is him late, managed to dodge the Stormhammer. Bouncing back. I think they just want to wait out this Sven ultimate, but not let them get too far away. That movement speed, though, they're so damn fast. Yule Scepter into the Remnant. But it's so dangerous to go down into the high ground. Oh, Pit of Malice from the low ground catches Ramses, but now the Sven, he's put himself into a nasty position. He's really far up. They're going to relocate out. He's away. Reset. Not too far away either.
Did he get doomed? Did I see that right?
No. Doom's still up. Doom's still up.
I was gonna, if that was a relocate on the Doom, like that is Roche.
Yeah, and I think that's why Ramses was holding on to it. He knew, he's like, okay, they're probably gonna bail him out here. I don't want to overcommit.
Right. You need to wait for the double too. Your Grimstark was about to respawn, so just wait. Just wait for it.
So good bailout by Alliance, simultaneously good discretion there from Evil Geniuses, and not getting too excited. I'm being like, oh shit, get him.
I think if you're Alliance too, you're not too concerned about forcing this Roche exactly. It's more like, I'm going to use this Roche to try to get a good fight for us. But EG can't take Roche themselves. Like it's going to take them. They do have the Tusk, but it's still like when Arc Warden is your best hero with Tusk to kill the Roche. Like it's going to take a while.
Oh, dude, Ramses in the position again to break another smoke like that, and uses his movement speed to make sure he doesn't get caught.
So value. It's funny because it's some of the plays where nothing happens that are the best plays in Dota.
Yeah.
Like literally just standing on the high ground and then running away. That smoke could have been a disaster. You know who they're smoking for. Who do you go to the triangle to kill? You're going for Arteezy.
Yeah, there's a reason Arteezy hasn't had a whole lot of screen time. It's because Alliance has not been able to connect on their ganks with him. They've succeeded in a lot of team fights, but oftentimes what they wanted was kill on Arteezy, take some objectives.
Yep, it is not happening. He is level 18. Midas in 2020.
Okay, so let's reverse this. I said early, can Nico Baby 1v5 this? Is this the right kind of Sven game? Is this the right kind of Arc Warden game?
I think against every other hero but Sven, it is. And you have the Doom to deal with the Sven. So I think going late, as if you're EG, you're pretty confident. It depends on who has the...
Here they come. They're searching. Can they get the LSA? Oh, into the Stormhammer Dispel on the Yule Scepter there. The relocate back is going to leave Nico Baby here. He is, but Ramses is too fast anyway. That was an offensive Yules from Lina, right?
Did he... Can you target Sven stun during Yules?
I guess you can.
Yeah. I had no idea.
I did that play-by-play like I knew that was going to happen, you know?
I haven't seen that.
I mean, you could use it like the Dispel gets rid of the Yules. I knew that.
Yeah, but that was Lina's Yules.
That was Lina's Yules.
That was his friend's Yules.
Yeah, so I was just like...
Shouldn't he be invulnerable? Wait, how could you dispel an allied Yules on an...
Well, I think that actually didn't happen. I think he just happened to come down just as he did that.
You think he's stunned before he was traveling, then the Yules went up. We know why Sven's stun takes 2.5 seconds.
No. He definitely targeted during the Yules, but I think he came down.
We need an instant replay of that.
Yeah.
Can we get that?
Hey, meanwhile, they just take Roshan and they got out with a Dark Rift, which was super cool.
Yeah, that is really nice. That's a very nice play. Oh, he's going for Bloodthorn.
They did get the Roshan kill and the Aegis, right? I know they got the Aegis, but just wanted to make sure. Limp did have to grab it in the haste, but I don't really think they care too much because it feels like Nico Baby, he's got a second life in the eye.
He's got the Wisp, yeah, exactly. So I think this is fine. Man, I really like the Bloodthorn from Nico Baby because it's just gonna let him blow up Arteezy in like 1 or 2 hits. That's all he needs, and I think that's all he's gonna get. Once again, going back to, I really think this supporting cast on EG is quite good at kiting a Sven around. So in the Sven stun, I think with the Bloodthorn, he can actually kill Arteezy.
Is there any call to like? I mean, I guess you can because the IO. I was just thinking, like, it would be nice to have Blink Dagger on the Sven as well, just to kind of like bypass all the frontline heroes and see if you can get on top of the Arc Warden. But I'm not sure if you could do that with an IO.
I feel like Sven gets too.
Dude, look at this trap. They're setting up the Tempest double for them to try and fight around it here. Nico Baby, he already jumps in immediately. He's gonna come. Look at that damage! Holy smokes! And the Ult Scepter. It stops FNG as he came in to try and save Nico Baby. Now they're gonna throw out the Doom because they got the kill. The Wicked 6 streak is given away. Ramses picks it up and they're gonna get an extra kill on S4 as well. A big trap set up by Evil Geniuses, and the claws of that trap dig into Alliance and cause some serious casualties.
That was a nice trap. That does not work against a worse team, because a team that's not really good is going to focus a lot less on killing the Tempest double, but you know good teams try to counter Arc Warden by killing the double because it gives so much gold and XP, especially XP. It gives a ton of it. It's worth more than a hero kill often.
Yeah, and you don't want to be giving up like tier 2s to that kind of attrition. You need to be proactive, and Alliance is trying to be proactive.
Like that's a pretty next level bait. If that's the real Arc Warden that shows up there, it's so obvious it's a bait.
Yeah.
If that's even Ramsey sitting up there, it's like, well, he's got a BKB Shivas. That's obviously a bait. But the Arc Warden clone, you think that thing's always on its own, right?
Yeah.
If you're good at the game, that is very interesting. I mean, that's not going to work a second time, but very cool that time.
But maybe one time is all they really needed, because Evil Geniuses, all of a sudden, it looks like they are holding a lot of map control, and they're also 8,000 net worth up. Yeah, they lost Roshan. They gave up an Aegis to a Jakiro, but I'm not sure if that matters. I personally did not. I was like, man, isn't this... Like, won't Sven out carry the Arc Warden? But this is beginning to be a little bit of a landfall in just the net worth dip.
So he switches from the full Bloodthorn to BKB, which I think is absolutely the right choice. He is getting way too kited and stunned in these fights. And I think probably... If they lose this game and if they go back and look at it, probably something that they're going to talk about is we probably should have had a BKB on the Sven before Bloodthorn, and then eventually go into the Bloodthorn. I do really like the item just in general, but I think you probably get the BKB first after that fight. I mean, also you probably say, let's not kill the Arc Warden clone in that particular instance.
A bunch of heroes, and they got the right one that they needed to. They need to kill S4 as quick as possible, prevent the Dark Bridge, or maybe Alliance can actually win this fight. Never mind. The jump in, the Stormhammer brings GP down. Almost they managed to finish him off, but he astral steps away. Is he going to be able to TP out? He tries to go for the TP. Looks like he's good for now. Limp is going to die to Arteezy. That's just the Aegis, though. Evil Genius is a blink away. Managed to dispel off that hammer and get away from him. Ramses, he's just trucking forward. Has to turn around and go for S4 because the threat, the Dark Grid, they're going to try and finish him off before he gets away. But a good save by S4. He gets out, saves his own life. They lost their 4 position and their Jakiro, and I can't even say 2 with a serious face at this point in time.
Yeah. This is what you would expect from a Jakiro in the 30-minute mark. We were talking about Jakiro versus Lina, and Lina just kind of feeding and feeling like a support, but Jakiro has similar issues, maybe a little tankier, but still a problem. Ramses, he's in deep, man.
Yeah, he just does not seem to give a damn.
I really like the choice to go for the Blink Dagger on Fly. I would imagine Crit probably has one too, or maybe he's going for one. Although he doesn't actually need it. Like, if you think about this, if you're on EG, you're either Arc Warden or you have some sort of disjoint for the Sven stun. Obviously, Void Spirit has tons of disjoints. You have the Grimstroke who has the Blink. You have Doom who's going to get a Blink and he has a BKB, and then you've Tusk who has Snowball. And then BKB on Arc Warden. How do you Sven stun in this game? Nobody's Sven stunnable. This is This is a very interesting way of dealing with it. I was actually talking with Fog backstage, and we were like, the only way to beat this new Sven is to get disjoints.
Yeah.
Nothing works. You can't Ghost Scepter it because he dispels it. You can't Yule Scepter it. You can't
Force Staff, you're not
Force
going to
Staff.
get far enough away. Yeah.
He just goes with you if you force.
Yeah.
You literally have to disjoint it. So I think this is interesting. This is the first time that I've seen this happen in a game where the Sven in the last fight felt kind of useless. Like he couldn't get on anyone.
Yep. I mean, even Fly. Like, Fly, of all people, you figure, like, oh, that guy's definitely dead.
He should be dead.
All of a sudden, he blinks away. Oh, Stormhammer. Kind of wasted.
And that's exactly why he rushed the Blink instead of an Ether Lens into Blink or a Glimmer into Blink.
Yep.
Because both of those two items, he's not going to finish the Blink if he gets those. Because he just dies to Nico Baby in every fight.
4-man smoke up behind Nico Baby here. There is a lot of EG members here as well. And RTZ can always boots a travel in, especially since they still have the glyph up, so they can protect the creep wave and have him TP in. If a fight breaks out, they're going to smoke to the other side, see if they can take over the triangle here. They're going to run into Jakiro. Limp. Looks like he has no mobility, right? He's decently tanky, but once he's caught, he's just kind of dead. And Alliance, maybe S4. A little bit too far forward there, thinking maybe he could save Limp. Dark Rift out, should get him away though. He's good to go.
God, I really love this idea as a Sven counter. Actually, these disjoints.
Yeah.
Like this seems really good. I seriously don't see how Alliance has the damage to win a fight if Sven is able to stun people. If EG doesn't just waste their blinks and their BKBs and Tusk Snowball in these disjoints, I don't see how they have any damage on Alliance. I'm seriously concerned for them in this game. They need to get some crazy pickoff.
They're beginning to get clamped in here. The Soulbind onto 2. They do manage to get the double doom out as well. The Ram's already taken so much damage because God Strength had already gone out, but now it looks like they're just trying to retreat back to the fountain. It looks like S4 is going to be left behind, but GPK with this double damage, he really wants to kill in this Sven, and he's so close to getting it too. But Nico, maybe he dodged away from the Astral Septic Simulates coming in to heal, coming up from FNG. Now the turnaround, the silence is out onto GPK, and GPK stumbled a little bit too far in his hubris. He tries to get the Sven killed, but he's found, caught, and killed underneath the fountain. And Alliance, they get their chance to respond.
A little deep, but also very nice mechanical play from Nico Baby there. The way he dodged that, running into the trees, dodging the Astral Step, and then he also dodged the Dissimulate as well. Like he had 2 clutch dodges there.
Nico Baby says it's time to go. They just straight up, no doom, it's time. Guys, let's try and take a fight, but he also doesn't have BKB. He's taking so much magic damage, he just dies. He's dead, and that's a dieback on the Io as well, so they're both out for over a minute.
What just happened?
Nico Baby made a call, man, and I don't think the rest of his team was ready for that call. Nobody else was really that close to the triangle. S4, nice block in there. Too bad they can't really take advantage of it. Limp now gonna have to hold with S4 on his mid Jakiro, something he's played 7 times before. No stranger to this hero, but how is he going to be able to showcase the power of mid Jakiro 35 minutes in against an Arc Warden that's stacked to the kills?
Is under attack.
You know, they are doing a decent job at holding the high ground. But with this clone pushing them back to Fountain, it doesn't look like that's going to last very long.
Yeah, now they're getting time to swing on this tier 3, but still, they have to back up soon if they don't want to take a 5v5. 10 more seconds till the Sven is up. Are they going to try and completely disengage? It's looking like no. They're going to kind of still stick around and see if maybe they can take a fight around here. S4 pulled into an awkward position as this Tempest double just keeps on laying out the damage. He popped the God Strength. He is convinced he can catch somebody here. Pulled in by the Aether Remnant though. Not able to catch up to RTZ until, is he going to dare the high ground? Slowed down a little bit more by the Yule Scepter, and the rest of the team is so far away.
I mean, yeah, just bait out the Sven ult and walk high ground again. I mean, you think they can just go right into Alliance's triangle, I think, once the Sven ult is down. I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, Fly's already there. So is Ramses.
Yeah.
They get all the bounty runes as well.
They've got that high ground ward occupying this enemy space.
Roche is up now, too. I mean, I suppose you just take that, walk high ground. It's very hard for Alliance to fight this Roche.
Cheese would be pretty massive for GPK. I'm not sure. Do you think you give the Aegis to somebody other than the Arc Warden? Because I haven't seen Arteezy targeted.
It's true, but I feel like it's safe to give it to him. I mean, he has 30K net worth. Like, he has 10K more net worth on the next guy in this game.
That's true. It would be a little silly not to give it to him.
It just feels safe.
Radiant
but
are scanning.
It is EG, so, you know, maybe they'll go for the more high-risk, high-reward play.
Alliance, they know this Roshan's going on. What they may not know is that EG, they just picked up a double damage. GPK immediately going for Limp. A little bit separated from the rest of the team. They are going to go for the relocate out, but Crit jumps forward and tries to catch some of these backline heroes. And here comes that dude before the God Strength and before the Suns can be laid out. He gets the Centaur stun in. GPK, they managed to get him just before the Dark Rift could bail him out. FNG, did you see that? He was surrounded by so many Spark Rays.
They should have just let him instantly die to the Spark Rays, just to traumatize him.
Ether Remnant and like 3 Spark Rays, maybe more.
Yeah.
That's dirty.
It is dirty. That's greasy, I'd say.
Oh, he is level 25 too, so he's got the upgraded damage on that.
Yeah.
To the dice.
Gem picked up.
Okay, so they do get the Aegis to GPK. So they feel like Arteezy may not just...
I get the logic. I mean, I could see Arteezy making that call. He's got the BKB and Satanic, so he can just BKB travels out if he wants.
Anyway, GBK is doing his job. The more confident he feels and just going in, right? Because he is drawing attention away from Arteezy.
Yeah, for sure. And he has the Genesis Wall. This gives them a massive amount of map control. Just deny all that vision.
Yeah. 14 seconds left on the Sven. And the Evil Geniuses will manage to take that first lane of barracks of the game. 25,000 net worth up as well. They can't just keep on sieging. They've got all the advantages they could possibly hope for.
Cheese on Crit. Man, you're totally right that they want to give the people that are just jumping in and being maniacs the regen items this game. Because they know Arteezy is just going to be a turret hitting towers, so... I think that's an interesting call. I think that's a cool call. I think most teams would probably go Arc Warden just because it's safe, but I think this is a fascinating call. Oh, he pops the ult on Eco Baby.
Okay, and oh geez, Arteezy putting down some serious damage onto S4 there. Saved by the Glimmer Cape, but eventually Tempest double fades away. Alliance, are they going to make use of this God Strength? Are they going to find an opening anywhere here?
If you're EG, don't you just wait now? Like,
yeah. Well, I'm not sure if they've seen it. They've definitely seen it now.
I think they saw it with the clone. I think they did see it. Because, I mean, it looks like they're waiting.
Jesus, S4. Somebody has to tank up the Spark Race just to make sure he does indeed survive. Nice block in once again. But it's so hard to deal with this Tempest double underneath the bubble.
Yeah, man, as if it wasn't already annoying to deal with, and now he's got the Satanic. You kill it twice. Yeah, they're just slowly losing their base. There's so many things being dropped on the ground that you can't walk into without taking damage.
Ether Remnants and Spark Race everywhere. They kind of have to clear some of them out. That's why you see like S4 or FNG sometimes pop some of them. Immediately cleansing off the sounds there from GPK, catching him inside of the Pit of Malice, but nobody can really follow up. They have to deal with this Tempest double first, which is going to pop its BKB and focus on the melee barracks. It's dead. Alliance, they've got to find a way around this siege. They cannot take it to the face any longer.
This is toxic. This is borderline toxic. The way that they're sieging here, it is so difficult to stop this. A worse team, I think, would run up with all their heroes and try to engage in some sort of fight, but EG, they just make the call to literally send the clone up over and over and slowly take the base.
Yeah, I wonder if you could actually track Arteezy's damage from just his hero on enemy heroes, because it feels like he has had very little contact with the enemy, and that's exactly the way you want an Arc Warden game to be.
Yeah, I think he probably has more damage on the buildings with his normal hero than on heroes. But this is the perfect hero for him.
Oh, jeez.
That makes their sieging a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that's going to make Alliance's decision-making a little bit harder because they're going to be under the gun. They're going to be, that timer's going to be picking up a lot faster when a leveler is chopping down your tier 3. Dual Scepter. They're off on the side here. The Spark Ray. They could actually saw some of them. GPK's going to jump in, man. The silence of two of them. But at the same time, they do manage to get a spend right on top of the Arc Warden. He has no buyback, too. So already, if Alliance can clean up the rest of these heroes, it'd be fantastic. But it looks like they're a little skittish and going too far forward. As for, probably they should be. Both him and Hanskin are going to be caught here, as Ramses is more than strong enough, as is GPK, to be able to run down the rest of these heroes. They're going to buy back on the Lina. Sven wants to be able to go back in. They deal with the Tempest double. Have to deal with that first. GPK, he'll TP out, and the rest of Evil Geniuses is on the run. The relocate, looking to be able to cut him off at their tracks. Oh, the blink away from Ramses. They're pretty fast, though. Can they catch up to him in time? They can't. If anything, again, they have to be scared of a potential turnaround.
Crit, you maniac.
Yeah, seriously, look at them. They're like, they want to go without Arteezy. This feels unnecessary, but they're gonna try. They do have the Doom up. They do have the double soul bind. If they can actually get it, but Fly, he gets caught in the process of trying to blink it. He does manage to get off that double soul bind, though. The Doom is gonna go off as soon as the silence fades away, but he gets sucked up first. The LSA follow up the ice path as well. Laguna blink. Can he get it off? He gets on the center stun. Finally turns around. Doom's 1. That's gonna be on the Sven. Doom 2 on the Jakiro. A smash to the face, and it looks like the Sven could be taken out, but he's saved by the IO. No, he goes down. It's too much damage. FNG couldn't bail him out. GPK is there to make sure the Sven goes down, and they're going to force that buyback. Crit looking to be able to stop Nico Baby here with the snowball, trying to stop that damage on his GPK. GPK not trying to get out, though, stays in with the Inkswell. Now decides it's time to leave, but an LSA stun catches them into the Stormhammer stun. They have a little bit more. They do. They've got the Pit of Malice, and now GPK is dead for 100 seconds.
Has fallen.
What a long fight. That was... that could have been a game ender. I mean, shoutouts to whoever on Alliance made that call to fight outside of base. I think that...
Oh no! They've lost their tier 4s! S4! He might just die to Dark Rift. It's not going to come out in time. The Tempest double is too strong. They win their fight for the first fight they've won in like 20 minutes, Jenkins, and it comes at the cost of almost all their buildings.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so late that the gold deficit is so much that there's going to be a cost to anything. I mean, there's so much net worth on EG to work with. I really like the fact that they're like, we need to fight outside of base. If we let EG get it set up into their sieging formation, we cannot break it. So we have to go before they get into that formation. So that was a good call.
Gotta take some risks here. The Soul Bind looks like the IO is far enough away. He does not get tethered to that, and he does manage to pull the Sven out of that situation, which he thought was gonna be really bad. But now they don't have Gun Strength. Now they don't have IO relocate. Maybe it doesn't matter.
GPK is so essential for these fights. I think they need to wait for him to respawn on EG before going.
Why do you think he's so important?
I think he needs to be the guy that's going in and getting things started. If they want to fight.
Well, Alliance, they feel the same way. They're going to just go up into the high ground immediately. A little bit blind, but it doesn't matter. As you said, GPK is important, so they're going to try and take the fight while he's down. They got to make a few risks. Bring down the Tempest double, 300 gold. So much trouble to deal with, though, as they're down 36,000 net worth.
Myself right.
See, the question here is like, what happens when all of EG has respawned and we're not having this chain feeding thing happening? Like, there is bleeding happening. They are hemorrhaging on EG. And I think that's the only reason that this is looking good for Alliance at the end here. So what do they need to do? Rapier on Nico Baby?
Yeah. Probably. I mean, they just need really fast damage. Looks like he feels like Satanic is better for him.
Yeah. I mean, strength item on a hero that gets immense amount of bonus damage based on his strength. I feel like it makes sense. Gives him a second life.
I don't disagree with the Divine Rapier just because it feels like he needs to pump out as much damage in like 2 hits. Like
yeah,
you were kind of saying.
The problem is it's like a Sven Rapier is not a great Rapier here.
That's true.
If it was
a pretty bad one.
If it was a Gyro, it would be a guaranteed thing, but I'm not even sure if a Sven Rapier is that game-changing.
Yeah.
If he didn't have Bloodthorn, I would say the Bloodthorn is a game-changing item. It's crazy he can just man-fight this. Are you serious?
Satanic. That's 4 heroes.
Arc Warden late game is obnoxious, man. You look away for a second, it's like, oh shit, our tier 4s!
Yeah,
What's happening? Is that the real one? I don't know. He's got a cosmetic. I can't tell. They look the same.
It's funny. They could just lose in so many ways here, right? They could get mega creeps by a flat-out siege. They could get bum rushed by 5 people from Evil Geniuses. They could get distracted and have Arteezy, whether it's his Tempest double or his actual hero, hitting the throne.
A lot of ways to lose. Pick your poison.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like right now, is that Alliance have to, at the risk of losing some other way, choose how they're going to attack Evil Geniuses, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they go outside their base and they get backdoored, you know, and they lose their throne. But the alternatives are not looking any better.
Do you want to die slowly or quickly? That's the question here. Do you want to let them just whittle away at your base?
But there is still hope. They've shown they can win fights. They've shown they can kill this Arc Warden. They can kill him relatively quickly, too, if they can just get on top of him. But that's the true issue here. It's the Tempest double. Once again, pushes itself up into the high ground. They try and deal with this Tempest double as quick as possible, but it never happens quick because it's got BKB Satanic. Eventually does die here, but a hefty amount of damage is already on that tier 3.
Once again, we have the formation. They're just sending all these remnants, and spirits, and waves of paint, and all of this bullshit up the high ground.
Ramsey's attempts at initiation. Soulbind onto 2. Okay, Ramsey's gonna pop his BKB, see if he can chase down these heroes with Inks. Well, they do manage to get the stun on 2, kill on 2. Non-stop buybacks there by Nico, baby. He gets onto the real Arteezy, but look at him, he's getting ripped apart. And he's got no buyback, and that's just GG. Evil Geniuses will win with this Arc Warden strategy. It looks so gross, Jenkins, and so good at the same time.
You know what? I think from what I've seen, a problem that Alliance has is that they have a really good early game. They make quite a few really great calls come mid game.
Yeah.
But then there's like one really
5 seconds remaining. Alliances turn to battle.
I don't even have a guild. I got kicked out of the guild because I was not.
Oh, I'm sure you can join Owen's guild. You can join us, although you wouldn't probably do your guild contracts. I want to have one final sentence before we head to the second game draft.
Yeah,
things to look out for, things to keep in mind.
Things to look out for. Another Nico Baby versus Arteezy showdown, where hopefully Nico Baby has a mid laner that can carry his load, because no Jakiro.
I want to see some more late game potential coming out from Nico Baby's hero in this one. It's going to be a great battle.
A great battle. Nico Baby versus Arteezy, EG versus Alliance, and to the draft panel we go.
Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Alliances turn to pick.
A Death Prophet. Yeah. And did Alliance deliver the first 20 minutes the way that you were hoping they would with that kind of draft?
Not especially, but it was kind of a tough spot for them. You know, none of their cores, like no one could really do anything. Felt like EG just kind of got a pretty comfortable spot. I've always been afraid of this team, no matter who was on the roster, when all three of their lanes go just fine and all their cores can farm peacefully. No one really had a tough game. Yeah, it was just a dream for
I will give props though to Alliance. The way they utilized the Underlord and IO, it was like beautiful to watch. That 20-25 minute up until that point, just moving around the map, choosing the fights, it was really nice. Just again, fell victim just to that timing, and again, Sark Warden just being a little bit too big.
So I think the most obvious thing to look at is, what do we give Limp this time? Because are we looking for something that can make mid-game space as a playmaker? Do we want someone to late-game farm to join Nico Baby? What's the situation here?
I mean, Jakiro is cute, but the thing I have an issue with is that it's very much an S4 hero, right? Like, at least when I think about S4, is this like kind of spell casting mid-game.
Some teams have actually run it in the offlane as well for Jakiro to punish these like non-BKB built-in cores.
I think you could have in that game, but when you have an Underlord, it's just not possible. And my concern for Alliance is, you know, I feel like Limp and Chessie are stylistically very similar as a player, and I think they need to be given something that can kind of create its own game. And I felt like the issue for Alliance there is none of their heroes really could. Like, Nico's got to be farm first for some time. Underlord is not a playmaker. Like, it just felt like they were so slow that all the fights they were winning were effectively off the back of either really cool global moves or just Nico Baby. I saw a really interesting, I'm gonna say, a top tier comment from a fan on the game is was our Nico Baby's God Strength on autocast?
Yeah, in the new patch.
That's how it felt.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was an update or not. I checked. It cannot be autocast, but it did certainly seem that way.
It was very willy-nilly with him.
If it doesn't work the first time, try again.
Until you lose.
Practice makes perfect, although EG is going to be mixing it up a little bit. Even though Alliance pair up the Eye on the Sven again, EG starts out with a Warlock this time.
The main thing though to note here is that this is the first game of all of EG when they've won the coin toss or have priority in pick selection, they've actually chosen second pick.
Really?
Normally they pick first pick or Dire depending on the teams. So when you see these tier 1 teams move into that second game of the draft series, they often take what their opponent wants normally, right? And Alliance, they are 4 wins, 2 losses on second pick, and they are 0-2 on first. So this is EG's way of basically going, we're putting you not only on your less favored drafting position, but also we're going to just, you know, be confident game 2.
And on a different
5 seconds
topic, I just think it's super cool. You know, we don't have many legendary brands in Dota. You know, teams that have been a part of the scene for as long as, you know, we don't. We have like a handful. Okay. EG and Alliance is one of them. I think it's really cool how they're both still years later, completely different rosters. The same identity persists, right? All the way back TI3, you'd very commonly see Alliance with a first pick Wisp into the Loda partner in the opening. And EG, I believe they used this exact same open at TI5 when they had Sumail. Maybe it was, it might have been a Shanghai Major actually. They knocked us out in the lower bracket, but they have this Warlock Ember to target the Wisp, but more importantly, it's again superstar youngster mid player, new to the roster, just first to his hero. They did the same thing for Sumail TI5. If you remember the finals, they would give him Ember Spirit, Lesh, whatever it is that he wanted right away, and it's the same case here. Although I guess they opened Gyro Clock. It doesn't matter. It's a long time ago. The point stand.
I'll give you hero tendencies maybe being the same, but Alliance has worked hard to shed that rat Dota identity that kind of defined them in their earlier iterations. I don't really think that's so much the case now in modern Alliance.
That's good. I think the main thing is like the game itself has always been like the heroes are still the same conceptually, right? So across time you see patterns arise, right? And then it's nice to compare the patterns within the team. So again, Alliance is just, you know, demonstrating a pattern that has presented itself.
Yeah, I mean they lost, so you know.
Yeah, clearly it's
just
good.
Keep it going. It's moving. It's doing pretty well for him so far.
EG using this second pick, this Ember, we've seen it before. You just cover it with the 3 bans. We've harped on it so many times, and they ban out Viper. They're like, I think this pretty much to me shows okay, this is clearly just a mid Ember, right? There's no way with Arteezy you're going to flex it
they
to that
have
role.
GPK. Like, you just keep him on the
Yeah,
spirits.
exactly. So you're now going to use your 3 bans to enable GPK. And I was thinking about it, Alliance, the carry pool that you have. How many actually fare well against Arteezy's heroes, right? Like, you think of Nico Baby, Slark, Wraith King, Sven,
Morphling,
Medusa. Like, yeah, like these aren't always that great against like illusion heroes, Arc Wardens. Like they have such different carry pools. So I think this naturally just puts Alliance at like a difficult position going into any game against EG.
It's true. I mean, I've joked about Arteezy having not a hero pool, but a hero puddle.
Yeah.
The thing is, all of what he plays is incredibly strong right now, and he's excellent at them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see EG bust out more Arc Wardens. Like, why not? Even in games that could be considered more difficult. The previous one, you know, was kind of free in a lot of ways. And then the last pick, Jakiro, didn't really do much to help. You need something to get on top of him. And I hope when I look at this opener right now, I'd love to see Alliance double down on the defensive support. I'd like to see an Oracle perhaps, just so you have something to prevent GPK from going off like he did in the previous game.
It's very hard though to slot that into your draft when you've already presented the IO. It's how do you innate, like right now I see Alliance, they need to be able to actually take good continued team fights. If you see this God Strength be popped, I want to see lockdown. I want to see
Legion
fights.
Commander. The LC Sven IO, old school OG combination. You just buff the Sven and he kills everything. You
can use plus cleanse word if you want.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare use the C word on my panel.
For the viewers at home that don't understand the terminology, the Dispel can be offensive, that's a purge, or defensive, that's a cleanse.
No.
A defensive purge is a defensive dispel is a cleanse.
No.
Yes.
The dispel is not an umbrella category. It's either a dispel if it's defensive or a purge if it's offensive.
Remaining.
Tsunami is correct.
A purge is an offensive dispel.
5 seconds.
Then a dispel is a defensive purge.
He gotcha.
I'll transitive property your ass all day.
We will send that to the commissioner.
Sure.
Let's get the response.
Let's send the discussion back to the draft. Why exactly is Alliance just not banning the Arc Warden if they think that that's the problem?
10 seconds remaining.
Just maybe don't fear it. I love that EG just go for the tusk. This is a 6 support duo. Warlock doesn't offer too much control, but okay.
There it is.
They were mashing that button.
Bang.
They were hitting that. Give it to him, eh? Okay, fine. So then EG has no issues. They swap out the Warlock instead of the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Still need to figure out Ramsey's hero most likely.
I think your points about Nico Baby's hero pool is very valid. I think it also carries on to Limp as well. What do these guys play that fares well against Arc Warden? You know, something as an example that was always considered like a hard counter to AW was Tinker. Limp is not going to play Tinker.
No one's going to play
he
Tinker in
played
this
one
match.
game in his last like 120 pubs. He played one Tinker game and lost it. So just saying.
Soul Ring got buffed though. So
let's go.
Let's go.
I do love it with Wisp. I mean, I wouldn't mind some sort of I don't even know.
I'm just so surprised that they haven't shown the respect to this Arc Warden. The fact that you've shown the Sven and you've seen how it's been like, not like counted in terms of how Arc just plays the game. There's a window in which Sven can pop off, and you can see the adjustments in Alliance draft of going, we need to have, okay, so Centaur Rubik, they're lane dominators, and they can actually open up the map to allow the Sven to have something to play with.
Here's the problem is that they have no method of controlling terrain. Whereas if you look at EG, the bubble's going to go down. Shards, upheaval, constant slight change, zip away. If you're Alliance, your whole lineup has to sort of just tunnel vision and walk forwards until you're on top of somebody. And EG has so many tools to disrupt you in your quest to reach Arteezy. And if Limp's hero can't use some sort of non-blink required initiation to start a fight, to get onto the Warlock, to get onto the AW, I think they're gonna have major issues.
I think the counter argument to that is when you have a Warlock 5, he is a hero that is basically, I will decide if I want to stop a fight or start a fight, and other than that, again, he's maybe just this upheaval, this fatal bonds. So
that's fine, just fatal bonds against 3 strength heroes.
But when you have these like, there's such a brute lineup on Alliance. If they want to go to a terrain, they're just going to walk up it. They're going to own it, right? You have so many skirmishy heroes on EG that if they ever fall behind slightly, it will be very scary to try and mount a defense, right? It's going to be Ember poking. Tusk can commit with maybe the golem behind, you play off your clone, but if Alliance have these items, it's scary.
I think you underestimate Arc Warden's damage output in the mid game. Like, I think EG can just chill. Why do they mind being reactive? They have so many tools to cut off whoever goes in from Alliance from their backline, and GPK is just going to hunt for the Rubik IO at all times. Both of these stuns from Alliance right now are super easy to juke out as well. I guess the lift isn't, but the 2 cores don't threaten him.
So given the fact that Alliance are relying on this IO Sven strategy again, is the idea to double down on winning in the early game and making sure that 20 minutes extends to like a 35 minutes? Or are they going to keep the same 20 minutes and then give Limp a hero that maybe becomes more relevant post 40 minutes so you can have actually 2 heroes that may be able to deal with Arc Warden?
We joke that, draft panel on this last series is the better position because if it's a 2-0, you get to just go home, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And I'll be honest, I'm almost confident enough to just take off my microphone at the conclusion of this because I just see Alliance saying, let's that didn't work, let's try it again. EG hasn't even better 5 in terms of a matchup. There's no Doom. With the Doom, I'm all in Grimstroke, but now you've got Warlock Ember. Like, this is just sick to me. Look at the raw damage output from EG's lineup, and think about how much easier it is to deal their damage.
Until you see the Limp hero. Yeah. Let's reserve some judgment before you start shutting the microphone.
Yeah, you can see EG's bans, Quap, Void Spirit. These are heroes that can,
I just hope
extra
it doesn't
tempos.
Puck. Please don't puck. Please.
Then give me another hero that can jump on an Arc Warden.
I think Death Prophet again. Like this DP, it makes a ton of sense here because then you also have a method of self-sustain. The issue right now is that the Wisp is going to be tethered to your Sven. Centaur is going to fend for himself, as is likely Limp's hero. So it has to be something more durable that can kind of just go in with the squad.
In terms of the tethering side quickly, when you talk about if you did go DP, he doesn't always tether the Sven because we saw how that Ags, he disconnects himself. So I naturally wants to have that kind of second tier tether that he can feel good playing into. And with the DP now, like you just mentioned, good job, Kyle. He can just decide, okay, if my Sven's committing, my DP is now the one I'm enabling, right? You want to enable this DP.
Why couldn't they pick this last game? Why Jakiro? Because this makes a ton of sense.
Jakiro's
the silence, the silence is just so easy to execute, especially against these spirit heroes. You'd much rather have an instant click 6-second silence than I've got an ice path. You totally won't dodge this.
So you're leaving your mic on, right? You're quickly backpedaling. It's kept on.
We'll see. I think it depends on the lane. I'm still concerned for the Alliance lineup, and they're now very cooldown reliant. You have both DP and Sven that can get played around. I will say it's a sick Death Prophet game. Like, this is so insane for them.
When I mentioned like how Alliance that when they go to an area, they just command it with their tankiness. This is what I mean. When you look at EG's lineup, it's 4 skirmishy heroes plus the Arc behind. That doesn't fare well against a DP-esque Deathpool type lineup. When you go to Roshan, it's like, of course it'll be scary for the Warlock, but it's so easy for Alliance to just go to a tower, dive, fight. They're going to have Siphon, they're going to have Tether Hill, Centaur Stampede as well. There's so many ways to disengage.
I'll give you that. The thing is, EG kind of have to play reactive. You want Alliance to initiate, you want to kite the spells and just abuse terrain, right? Make Alliance run through a choke point, close the door behind him with shards, with upheaval after a golem, something. But it's a closer draft than before, but I think I might just be biased because I love the deck.
is now a talent, and you just leave it at that. You don't do anything else. You don't backpedal, nothing like that. You want the audience to laugh at Kyle. That's the whole point of
Kind
this.
of played out, though, you know, the Kyle being...
That is true.
Kyle, you're right.
Kyle, you're right.
It's attached to the spell.
It's attached to the spell.
Yeah. But on the real, I do really like the Necro pick this game. I think for the lane and for the game, it's good. Other than the fact that the Sven can dispel the Necro shield, but Necro can also build a Blink Dagger. So you have that, and I think the lane is going to go really well. I think Necro is going to do a ton of damage in this game. With that being said, I totally agree also with the draft panel. They were saying that Limp being on a hero that could do something to actually supplement Nico Baby probably would have looked a lot better in the first game, because what
I think Kyle said, why didn't they do Death Prophet last game instead of Jakiro?
He was very visceral about it. So he really was not liking the Jakiro. I'm totally open to these crazy picks. I like seeing it. I find it interesting, but sometimes most of the time it doesn't work out. Limp loves that mid Jakiro though. He does play that a lot.
Yeah, he's done 8 times in his professional history when it comes to professional Dota 2 games, and he is 4-4. So it's a special niche that he's got, and it's not even convincing in its win rate.
Yeah, I mean that's better than negative, I suppose.
True. Well, it was positive before that last game.
Okay.
Maybe it only worked with Kyle. Back on complexity.
That's true.
Maybe he just doesn't have the right captain and mastermind.
I was gonna say this is actually like the best. This is the best series to have Kyle as a draft panel analyst, because he knows some of these players in and out. Any of these players that he's played with, he just knows.
All right, let's talk about our own analysis for a bit, because I feel like both you and I were on the same mindset, which was Alliance was looking good.
Yeah.
In game 1, we both thought they were winning. I would even say that we probably both thought they were going to win.
I did.
Okay, this Sven is really far ahead. He's got this Aghanim Scepter. He's just going to get on top of the Arc Warden. And that didn't happen at all.
Yeah, they took a tier 2 at 18 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
That does not happen these days, even with push heroes, Beastmaster, Death Prophet. It doesn't matter what you have. Tier 2s are extremely difficult to take unless you have some supremely good early game. In Alliance, they were looking really good.
So my question is, were we misreading the matchup and how that goes in the Io Sven versus Arc Warden? Do you think it's entirely about the supporting cast? Because clearly Alliance feels that way, where they just kind of like redrafted the same thing and said, okay, let's go again, but with just some different heroes behind it.
Yeah, that would definitely depend on who you ask, I think.
Okay. But I'm asking you.
I still think Sven is good. I still think Sven is good against the Arc Warden.
Okay.
I would say it's a supporting cast. That's my personal opinion, but clearly EG thinks that against the Sven, the Arc Warden is great. Maybe it's the game. The way that Sven wants to play the game is conducive to how Arc Warden wants to play the game, and Sven's timing is just nullified by Arc Warden's timing. That's what I would assume their logic is, something along those lines. But I personally like the Sven.
Okay. And we can at least agree they've got better heroes to get on top of the Arc Warden this time around, right? We've got Centaur, who enables everybody to go at him. We've got the Death Prophet, which I'll be honest, I'm slightly concerned about the Death Prophet not having the clear saves, right? Because Io being paired up with the Sven oftentimes may not be able to help the Death Prophet. The only other defensive mechanism we have is Stampede.
Right. He's got to get some items this game. I think he needs a Blink. I think he needs a Yules, BKB.
So he needs a good laning phase.
He needs a good laning phase, but this is one of Limp's specialties, so I feel like this is a good patch for Death Prophet as well. That change to her Crypt Swarm, where it's got the much smaller cast time, it's really nice. Oh, I like this play from EG, sending the Warlock to this lane. Just buffing up that heal from Ramses. The nuke, I should say.
Meanwhile, though, they might just be able to get the kill on Hanskin here because Crit is up here. Perhaps something that came as a surprise to Alliance. They do manage to get the first blood.
Yeah, that's another one of those interesting calls that could go either way, but clearly it worked out. Sending the Tusk with the Arc Warden is pretty nice. He's a hero that really benefits from that tag team. Necro, not so much.
So it looks like they're just going to be playing the harassment game, which, I mean, this Fatal Bond looks really good against the IO.
This is actually something that I see Alliance doing a lot, where they just play a lane to constantly shove and pull this hard camp. It's very difficult to deal with if you don't have lane push. You just lose the level advantage.
So do you think that's something that EG maybe picked up from Alliance in that regard?
No, it's more so it's a fairly common trend over the last probably 1 to 2 years where this is like a way that people actually choose to win a lane. It didn't exist for a long time, at least not to my recollection. So I think it's just like the tier 1 teams are pretty comfortable knowing like when to do this and when not to do this. Warlock's a very good hero at doing this because the Fatal Bonds is quite difficult to push against.
Yeah, and then you've got an AoE nuke in the Necrophos, so it just kind of combos up together, guarantees the wave pushes into the tier 1 tower, and then it's very hard for one support to deal with that hard camp pull, particularly from the Dire side of things, where it's super easy to pull that Radiant hard camp crit. Trying to do a snowball dodge on the stomp. S4 does a good job of canceling that stomp, though.
Ooh, he wants that last hit.
He got it. He's got all the last hits, it looking like.
Very nice.
Still not happy with his regen, though. Fortunately, at least IO is able to make efficient use of the regen, but it still is looking really rough. And speaking of rough, GPK continuing to be shoved back. Once again, the stomp being fake pumped out. Does manage to hit the stomp eventually on a crit, but it's too late. Hanskin has already taken the damage and goes down again.
He's just suiciding.
Yeah, he's going to suicide and gets the courier on the way. So that's actually a nice little combo there.
Yeah, that was really nice. I mean, I don't think he expected to get the courier, but, you know, just a little gift there.
No, most of the time when we see supports do that, they like go and cut around and die to the tier 2 to not give up experience range. Why do you think it was so important for him to die right away?
I think Tusk is a hero. You can just run up, pop tag team, snowball.
Okay, maybe this is why. Maybe GVK needed the extra assistance. He needed a refill on the bottle.
Yeah, this is always nice. I mean, especially on a Tusk that wants to run around anyway. I mean, he's perfectly fine with this. He doesn't have boots, but still 315 base move speed hero.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
He's even bringing Wraith Band components to RTZ too, so he's really functioning as a courier here, making a lot of use of the death, just like you said.
See if in turn Arteezy's able to get all the last hits on this hard camp just like Nico Baby was. Back over to mid lane, GPK gonna be chased out again and again and again by that Spirit Siphon. Super annoying. Fly will take the Arcane Rune right in front of Limp's face.
Very good rune control. EG, both of these games have had great rune control, which is especially important because Limp is doing an extremely good job in this mid lane matchup. I don't think this is Ultra Death Prophet favored, but he is just playing mechanically very well here. Pushing the Spirit Siphons to the limits.
You can see even when Ramsey's just a little bit low, he has no fear of any aggression just because it's double healing duo. So sturdy.
Both of these lanes, honestly. I think if you're Nico Baby in this lane too, you're so happy that you have an IO as a support. One of the few heroes that can actually give you the regen to sustain through the Necro Heartstopper aura.
Yeah.
That Heartstopper is completely devastating for Sven usually, but with an IO. I mean, clearly he's doing perfectly fine in this lane.
Yeah, they've got top 3 CS all across the board for Alliance, so things are looking pretty good. Bounty runes, let's see, we got, looks like 2 for 2. S4 being dove at here with a snowball on him. Magnetic field just to protect. Nice toss back though. Hanskin sees an opportunity to get aggressive onto Arteezy. Arteezy turning to kill S4, pops a fire. Does manage to get the kill on the Centaur first, so he collects the experience. At the same time though, between the two supports, Hanskin certainly looks healthier.
There's a bit of indecisiveness there from S4. You can see that he kind of thought that maybe he needed to run away there, but then it's like, oh, Arteezy's taking a lot of damage. I can turn this.
Yeah.
And if he had just committed, I think Arteezy dies first. But, I mean, still, he's doing really well in terms of CS on S4. 24 and 10, like, that's a lot of denies.
Yeah.
This is one thing that I noticed in researching Alliance is that they're very good at laning. Like, they tend to win their lanes. Even if they're favored to lose the lanes, they'll still do really well. But EG bouncing back with the good rune control on every single spawn.
You know Limp's a little triggered right now.
Yeah, that's always a
bottom rune again.
Right. That is the play of the mid laner.
Blocked in. Nice ice shards. That'll guarantee the kill onto Hanskin here. It does cost them a GPK rotation. That won't find anything else.
Just a Rubik kill.
This is as the Siege Wagon push is coming in with Exorcism out, so GPK, he's got to get back here soon. Fly, he's probably going to be dying to this as, yep, sure enough, does manage to get this kill. And S4, they actually went back to kill S4 despite this hefty push coming in from the Death Prophet and everything. They opted to ignore it in exchange for being able to kill that offlaner.
He's taking up some of the enemy jungle there too. He knows the rotation's coming back in. Gets a good amount of damage on the tower though.
Yeah, decent amount. Not too bad.
I was gonna say, Nico Baby needs some help down here. You do not want to leave a Sven solo versus a Necrophos. That's one problem here, is that you can't leave him alone down here. I mean, he's gonna just die to the...
The stench
to the Reaper's soul.
is upon you.
I think maybe he got level 6 outside of vision because of nighttime when that last creep died. But yeah, I was literally going to say, like, he needs to heal up soon because level 6 is coming in for the Necrophos, and then all of a sudden it was there, and then he was dead, and then S4 is dead. And now Hanskin's going to be trying to dodge some Spark Race, but he shards makes it really difficult to do that. And a double kill is picked up for RTZ.
Crit is playing mega aggressive up here. I really like how they're playing this top lane. You wouldn't think it would work with an Arc Warden, but with the Tusk and against these heroes, clearly there's not much they can do to turn it.
And they're just totally neutering this Death Prophet by keeping control of all the power runes, and that stems from the fact that they can leave Necrophos alone at bottom lane.
Apparently, he will do very well if they leave him alone. God damn.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is looking a bit rough for Alliance, because as you said, it feels like they're a team that oftentimes depends on being able to have a pretty good go of the laning phase. And hits a really nice, like, 15 to 20 minute timing. Feels like they so many times they solidify a really nice advantage in the space of like 5 minutes, but...
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not like they're down by a whole lot, though. Even if Evil Genius is getting a lot of kills.
It's not, but I'm definitely concerned about just the Necrophos. I mean, this is a last pick Necro, so this is very typical that it'll happen. But if you do rotate the Sven Io out of the bot lane, who do you put there? Death Prophet? Like, this is the hero you want to be aggressive taking towers. Centaur, this is a melee strength hero versus a Necro. Like, that's not going to do well either. So this is when you need to kind of make moves. Or you can static the game, but you have to have the Io bot. You have to have the Io with the Sven.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Chipping away at that bottom tower. You just can't leave Ramses alone, otherwise he'll take the tower, but at the same time, always showing two heroes against one isn't going to feel so good. So it looks like Hanskin's making the call. He's like, okay, we really need to kill this guy. I'm going to rotate across. You're going to TP in on Limp, and we're just going to go for it here. They're going to pop the Exorcism and everything. They need this kill, but they have stun. Telekinesis comes in. They had to use the Stampede to give Hanskin the movement speed to get there in the first place. But it all comes together in the end. And even better, Evil Geniuses was making a rotation at the same time. A rotation that now is going to maybe result in nothing.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. Okay, fighting the runes.
Yeah, they're going to fight for the bounty rune here. Might be able to get the kill on Hanskin. Yeah, he quickly gets taken out by the punch from Crit, who already has his level 6 before the 10-minute marker. Now GPK looks to be able to... Okay, never mind. Doesn't try and run them down even further.
Tower is under attack.
Wow! Just takes the one, gets out, does have an arcane rune waiting for him in the river.
So, I really like that move from Alliance. I think that's... They needed to do something like that. Alliance is very good and creative at making these sorts of moves where there's some sort of stalemate going on. It's not good for them, and then they break it. They tend to be good at this. But the problem is, you don't take an objective if you fight in your own safe lane, because it's your safe lane. There are no objectives near it to take, and the tower that you can take isn't important.
Oh, look at that. They're relocating into mid while they don't have the Ember Spear here. They're going to try and run down RTZ on this Arc Warden, and they might be able to get the kill, but Nico Baby's going to be in some trouble, especially as the Golem is dropped on top of him. All that movement speed, trying to get away, the relocate back out, it'll be enough. Nico Baby is put into the saving grace of the IO, but Hanskin, well, he's left alone underneath this tier 1 tower and will die. Maybe gets the revenge kill against Crit, but no, he gets the tower aggro off of him. Ramses, meanwhile, just calmly pressures this tower again and again and again, and back over to mid lane, where they rotated the IO Sven. They ran back to mid. They said, forget bottom, we're giving that tower up, we're going to make sure our mid tower is defended.
Yeah, I would say this is a good trade for Alliance. Just breaking down the lanes, having this top area accessible to them, where they don't just have to choose, like, okay, do I send a Centaur versus a Necro, or do I send a Sven versus a Necro? When you take this tower, you don't have to make that choice anymore. I think that trade definitely favors them.
Pops Stampede just in case.
Okay, I think he thought probably Ember was heading up to try and kill him there.
Yeah.
RTZ does the trick where you pull the creeps away from the catapult, get the catapult killed. You don't have to worry about taking extra damage on the tower. It's always a nice one. Denies up that haste rune. That's always something to me that speaks to how fast these tier 1 players like to play. Is when they deny something like a haste. It's literally 2 feet away from them, but they're like, "This is if I walk to this is enough time for you to kill me."
Yep.
Like that to me just speaks to how fast they give respect to the enemies that they're gonna play.
Yeah. No, you see it all the time. It feels like that's become more and more a bigger deal. Is that just power runes getting denied over taking the risk of picking it up yourself when it really wouldn't change anything. What is a hasted Rubik going to do here? Probably not that much.
Right, not that much.
GPK, phase and drums for him. Nico Baby already has the Mask of Madness. Was that an Echo Saber or BKB he was building? Oh, S4 gets caught out. 5 to 12, but a very even net worth, so.
Crit's got boots, medallion, Blightstone. So he is really going for that extra minus armor.
Yeah.
Possibly building into an eventual Dessa, but even if you don't do that, the Blightstone is still quite effective, especially when it comes to amplifying your team's damage with, with the tag team. I like where Alliance are putting the Sven. Oh, he's going SMY, yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
I do think probably this game he's going to opt for like a 3rd item BKB though. He's not going to, I really doubt he's going to go like full greed. But then again, you do have the Death Prophet, which changes things. You're not solo carrying the game.
Okay.
So, I mean, maybe that's famous last words and it's like, oh, I'm not going to go BKB this game either. And then you just feed. But he got really kited when he got that Orchid and then the timing was gone.
Yeah. And in this game, anyway, he has to certainly worry about a lot of this magic damage that's going to come out. Ember Spirit, and then that Reaper Scythe that comes into play, so.
Yeah, this is true in the Necro Aura, too, now.
Stop. Catches GPK. The silence follow-up, what? Because he grabbed the Illusion Rune before S4 was able to stomp him, he uses that Illusion Rune to dispel off the silence.
That's the 2nd Illusion Rune that he's used like that. That's a real nice change for mid laners.
Yeah.
That one. The rune went from very useless to very useful with that change.
Yeah, Illusion Rune just always felt like it was
the worst.
It was great on like very, very few heroes, you know?
If you have Terrorblade or Naga Siren, it's
Axe,
great. Yeah, exactly. Or a Radiance.
Everybody else is like, oh, an Illusion Rune? Are you kidding me? Especially early on.
I'm going to go feed my illusions. That'll be good.
Yeah.
He might have been scouted placing that
ward. Oh, look at that. He placed that ward, and he saw the Remnant get put out, so he actually did manage to steal that. Now, FNG turning around, trying to get the tether range of the creep wave, but he's too far. Wonder what he was doing out there by himself.
It's a solo kill, man. I think FNG's level 9, right? So crit killing him, that's a pretty big deal. Getting that XP solo on a Tusk who's basically already a core.
Do you think playstyle-wise, we talked about the draft changes, but playstyle-wise, do you think Alliance is doing anything different against EG?
No, this seems about the same.
Yeah, that's concerning, right? I'm feeling like, okay, Stark Wardens has his hand of Midas and is still going off. They do get the Fatal Bonds Golem to try and turn things around. The Reaper Scythe is going to go out in the Centaur and does a big boost of damage, getting the kill. But Limp is sitting right on top of Ramses. If he can keep up with him, they have Evil, though. It's slowing everybody down so damn much. Nico Baby isn't really able to help out, so Limp's just going to have to do it all by himself with silence, and that's going to be enough to be able to get the kill on Ramses. Turning that damage now onto the mid-tier 1. GPK looks to be able to poke at them enough that they won't be able to continue to go for that push, but it's just not enough. This death ball, a little bit too strong. They get the mid tower.
seeing the effectiveness now of the Death Prophet there. It's like you can't just kite Nico Baby anymore. You have Limp to worry about if you do that. Like, Limp is going to do enough damage. And that's why the Death Prophet feels really nice, too, is that, like, she does so much damage. She doesn't need to build any damage items to do damage. She's just going to do it. Okay.
Smoke up.
Smoke up.
Evil geniuses working their way down.
Are scanning.
A bit surprised. I mean, I guess they have Ember Spirit. I was just like, they just used Golem and stuff, but they're just going to keep going because Alliance, they already used Exorcism, we already used God's Strength, and if they can catch Limp here, what a beautiful Flying Shards. That's going to be able to lock him in, allow the rest of Evil Geniuses to funnel in, but no, a good save from S4. Managed to catch 2. Limpet's going to still fight Infist as he had the double Spirit Siphon. Nico Baby comes in without his God's Strength, just only a stun right now. FNG trying to heal him up, does heal him up to full, but he's still slowed down by this upheaval. It's just nasty. FNG dancing away from some of the damage, trying to keep Nico Baby alive, but he just can't. And S4, who jumped back in and try and save his carry, is going to die as well. It does a lot of damage to Ramses, but he's being healed, kept alive by the Warlock. Limp is still gunning for it, but Alliance, they commit again and again and again to try and save and get kills, and it's just not working. They've overcommitted now, and they're going to lose their entire team as a result. All because they wanted Ramses, all because they wanted to save this mid lane.
You know, a lot of both of these games have been determined by the calls made by both of the teams. I keep wanting to shout out, like, whoever makes the call to fight without Warlock Golem, man, that is risky. That's quite risky. And I mean, clearly it worked out, and it makes sense in retrospect. You have a Death Prophet ulti that's really important, Sven ulti that's really important. You know, you have an Ember that can go in, it has no cooldowns. The Fatal Bonds at the very least, like, this ability arguably is the most important thing about this Warlock hero, especially if you have an Ember on your team and a Tusk that's this farmed. Like, with the right heroes, Fatal Bonds is amazing because it's just 30% extra damage to everybody.
Yeah.
So that was a fantastic call and great initiation from Crit with that shards like that. It's like he had vision.
Beautiful.
It's like he had vision, but he didn't have any vision.
I think it, like, to talk about your point there, I think it would just be easy for you to just be like, we've got a Arc Warden that has a Animitis. We could just chill. We could just keep farming, you know? But instead, they chose to get active, just like Alliance. Choose to get active, using the relocate to be able to get this pick off on Crits. Not a small kill, even though he has a support, 450 gold off of that because of the mega kill streak.
Yeah,
so.
he's huge. He's a really good kill to get. He's also instigating a lot of these fights, so... S4 has also done a really great job being super active in these games, or in this particular game. He's been hitting big stomps in all of the fights with counter initiating. That's one thing about having a Centaur with a Wisp, is that you have the old combo of just a guy that blinks in and stuns somebody, and you can relocate anywhere.
They're going to use the Stampede here because they spotted Fly. They're going to be able to catch up to him. Kill him before he can get off the Golem, before they can plan a team fight around him, and then use this positioning to try and take that mid tower, or bottom tower, excuse me.
Dire's bottom tower.
The glyph goes off. I wonder if they're still going to stick around. I'd be tempted to.
They do have some abilities. You know, they've got the Sven ult still.
Oh, he didn't go for that SNY. He did go BKB second item.
Okay, it feels like that makes sense. Given how the last game went, I could see why he opted to go for that. The game was looking really good, and then he picked up an Orchid, and then he got kited, and then the game looked horrible. So I could absolutely see why you would go to that item.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Just don't risk it, you know?
Yeah, so this is going to be another adjustment that we see Alliance make in their decision-making tree to see if they can beat this Arc Warden in a second game. And I also like the fact that it feels like they're picking up the pace here, you know? They're just going to keep running at Evil Geniuses. They feel strong right now with that BKB.
Into Rock, too. Okay, now they just push the lane in. They hope to get some sort of response to it, and they do. You know, the Warlock's down there. He's not a very fast hero. He can't make his way to elsewhere on the map, so now would probably be a good time to smoke.
Very aggressive wards on both sides of the table here. You could see Evil Geniuses, triangle ward, another ward behind the tier 2 at bottom lane. Meanwhile, Alliance, with their aggressive move, was able to get some aggressive vision down into the enemy triangle as well. But did get counter warded, so they're left with a little bit more, not quite as deep vision as EG was able to pick up.
That's one thing that I noticed in researching Alliance, is that they they tend to get really good deep wards down that don't get dewarded. They place like really fringe wards, ones where they don't exactly give the best vision, but you'll always see people running through that area, so you know where they are. And they'll do it like literally without smokes. They'll just have a support literally run in face first. It's like, if I die, I die, and then that often works.
3-man smoke up from Evil Geniuses here as they shadow Ramses. He pushes in the mid lane. I feel like they're just going to run up into this triangle area. Yeah, they do manage to catch S4 initially here. The Reaper Scythe will put him down into the grave. He's gone for a minute. The rest of Alliance were TPing in pretty quickly here. GPK just poking at this Rubik. Now, the rest of the team is still kind of looping around. They get a ward up on their own high ground here.
I don't know if Alliance can take the stack with S4 being dead. This is, I mean, if they can take this, it's really good for them, because this is farm right in front of EG's face. Wow, what a very ballsy call. And the funny thing is, we just saw S4 do exactly what Ramses was doing in the previous game, but unfortunately without a BKB, it's not just like a free get out of jail.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that, but the positioning was still really great. Obviously, the person you want to pick off there is Nico Baby.
Yeah.
But S4 says, no, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill some useless Centaur. You're going to use the Necro ulti on me.
Yeah.
Like, that's the dream for an offlaner. It's kind of boring, but that's what you have to do.
And it would have worked perfectly, except Evil Geniuses had this ward. They still have it that is in the triangle. They saw S4, and that led into GPK being able to get that slight change from the low ground, so there was no opportunity for S4 to be able to break the smoke and blink away.
True, true. If it was blind, he could probably just press ult and run.
I would say those 2 wards have been causing a lot of havoc for Alliance. Those 2 wards that Evil Geniuses has managed to keep up. They managed to get the kill on the Rubik here. GPK is getting very, very big. At the same time, though, Nico Baby almost completed his Aghanim Scepter, and that is obviously going to be a big, big window for Alliance to start aggressively taking fights into EG. See if they can turn this game around, because, yeah, you can see it right there. The win probability, it doesn't feel that different from Game 1, Jenkins. In fact, in many ways, it feels worse, because I felt like Alliance was ahead at 20 minutes, and here, it's Evil Geniuses ahead. They're going to relocate down to the bottom lane. They do have the help of the Stampede to be able to run over Arteezy here. Get on top of him, get inside the bubble, and start swinging. Arteezy trying to get saved here, but no, S4 is there. Managed to get the stop. Nico Baby, they actually leave him behind, not tethering up to him. He's going to try and fight it out, but the BKB is worn out now. You can just need Reaper's Scythe. Ramses is going to go for it. Gets it off just in time before Limp can stop it. Limp starts putting out some damage onto Ramses. Ramses, though, getting the heal off of the kill, plus the Essence Ring, plus the Warlock. He is not an easy target to bring down, but eventually he will get caught. He will go down, and they're going to be able to catch one more. It's going to be Crit trying to hide in the trees, trying to TP out, but a good Yule Scepter puts a stop to that. Good play from Alliance. Just as we said, with the Aghanim Scepter, they can maybe turn this game around. Apparently, they don't even need it. A big win.
Man, once again, I love these calls from Alliance. That was literally just a relocate. That's it. They're like, dude, he's out of position. He's on his own down here. They just relocated Sven. No setup whatsoever. They literally just relocated Sven in there to kill Arteezy, knowing that he's alone, because they have the ward. They see that there's nobody else there behind him. So it's a tad risky, because it could still be a bait, but they just say, screw it, let's go.
Yeah. I don't think Arteezy really gave them that kind of opportunities last game.
No.
Because he was like, I remember watching him, it was like he was always farming like triangle or around a tier 2 or something like that. I don't really remember him putting his hero out there, so.
And he just picked up a blink, Arteezy.
Oh,
he doesn't want that to happen a second time.
Yeah.
And once again, you have this Sven stun that you need to disjoint. This is the way you deal with it. So having the 2 disjoints of the BKB and the blink is going to help out. But man, you really don't see that play anymore, where it's literally just a flat IO relocate, nobody set up. Like, that was when IO first came out. That was how everybody was doing it. It's been so long since I've seen that, though.
Smooth little move there from GPK just to take one creep wave with him as he leaves the top lane. BKB completed with that.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tempest Double was pushing into that mid-tier 2. Nico Baby says he's got to go address that.
Radiant are
Alliance
scanning.
looks a little bit more chill in their farming. Maybe that's just because, as you were pointing out, I mean, there's a big difference between having a Death Prophet and a Jakiro mid, right? You've got a core you can kind of rely on here.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot more comfortable going late, and they have all their tier 2s up too on Alliance, so you can, you know, if you take one tier 2 right now, you can just take the outpost.
Smoke in, Nico Baby. He needs that opening. Somebody give him the vision. He tries to go straight into Ramses. Looks like with the magic damage, they're going to be able to pop him. Crit's going to be up next. Snowball buys him just a little bit of time here. Going on to Limp, but obviously he's very unlikely to make it out. Maybe he is. Fly's going to turn around. Oh, the Fatal Bonds, and look at that damage. The support's just getting wiped out almost instantly, and Limp, he's taking a whole heap of damage here. Nico Baby's going to turn around. Not scared of GPK one bit. FNG coming back in. He fought back. He relocated back in, and he's going to die back with that, and Limp's going to go down as well. He couldn't even save his core. He can't save Nico Baby either. He's guided to infinity. Crit running literal circles around Alliance as Arteezy gets the ultra kill to wipe Alliance for the second time in this game.
That rock Fatal Bonds, I wish I could see the Maelstrom damage, because there was so many Maelstroms chaining around, and then the Fatal Bonds, and then there was also the Mjolnir from Arteezy on both of the clones. It was just so much damage all at once from that Warlock.
Here's that moment. Fatal Bonds, they're all grouped up. Boom. 5-man rock. What a hit from Fly.
It looks like pure damage when it's that much damage all at once.
Yeah. They're going to be able to grab the Aegis. MKB now complete for the Arc Warden. Feels like we just saw him pick up the Blink Dagger. You can see his farm, it's beginning to just exponentially increase compared to the Sven.
Yeah, except last time when it was when he was 10k ahead, it was 30 to 20k, and now it's well, it's not so bad.
I mean, I think what we were hoping to see, Jenkins, was that Alliance would make the adjustments that would beat the Arc Warden with this strategy, and instead it looks like the opposite. It looks like Evil Geniuses just got more practiced with this Arc Warden combo that they ran and look even better on.
Yeah, I mean, they've made the adjustments as well. You know, they've got this Warlock Necrophos Ember Spirit combo, which they didn't have in the previous game. Like, these heroes alone can carry a game in the late game.
Yeah.
And then the Arc Warden with the Blink Dagger, I think that's a really interesting pickup. If a good rock comes out, he can blink in. He can also blink the backlines like this and put so much pressure.
Here comes GPK, going to be able to lock down the two of them. S4 struggling to be able to get the jump that he wanted. Ooh, but they caught Arteezy. Can they get him a second time here? They're going to have to wait out this Aegis, but Nico Baby still has BKB. They're trying go for the jump ball save. Instead, he blinks away. Arteezy is able to get a little bit farther out. Now he's giving Walrus Punch up in the air. Nico Baby's holding on to his BKB for now. Now pops it, starting to go for Ramses, but Ramses heals up pretty quickly, and they gotta deal with this damn upheaval. It is killing everybody's mobility, including Hanskin, who is gonna be left behind. He's gonna be the target of the Reaper's Scythe because Ramses said, by God, I'm gonna use it on somebody here.
Oh man, he's dead for 100 seconds. I think that was that was a dieback into Reaper's Scythe. Man, that is that's an opening for EG to do basically whatever they want.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Look
attack.
at Evil Geniuses sweeping through up into that triangle. They've got their Tempest Double leading the way, I think that is. And GPK is not too far away either, so they're going to be able to get this one bounty rune, it looks like. So that'll be 3 for EG. Tier 3 items are up.
God, this is looking pretty rough. It's the fact that it's not. It really isn't the Nico Baby versus Arteezy story anymore. I know that's what we all wanted to see. We want to see a repeat of the first game, maybe with something a little better from Limp. But I feel like the supporting cast of EG can almost outcarry Alliance alone, just based on the Warlock Fatal Bonds with the Ember Spear. Like, this is such a strong combo.
Yeah, this feels like Fly, GPK, Ramsey's obviously doing a pretty damn good job setting the pace of this game by winning that laning phase at bottom in the first place.
And the same thing would be true for Alliance as well, if they were ahead. I mean, this is a Death Prophet, right? This is no hero to scoff at. She can literally 1v5 if she has enough net worth on you. It's just that she's not ahead. You know, there's a 15k gold deficit, and that's the nature of these snowbally heroes, is that when they're ahead like this, they can look really good. This is how Smurfs and boosters gain so much MMR. They just get one item advantage and they snowball like crazy in 1v5.
Looks like EG's gonna go for what I call the sweep. When you're strong enough, you know, the off-lane towers don't really matter too much for map control. So once you're strong enough, both the tier 1 and tier 2 are up, you feel like you can win fights, you just bulldoze through that lane, you know? It's a bunch of gold on the map. Just take it all.
Honestly, people these days sweep like back and forth too. Once they've taken this lane, they just go back and forth. They say, "You want to farm somewhere? Like, get out of here."
Yep.
You just vacuum clean the whole map and push the enemies into their base.
And that strategy works even better. Oh, relocate. They actually are going to fight over this tier 1 tower. They've caught Ramses in an awkward position. He does have the Andis, but it quickly gets dispelled out by that Stormhammer talent. A nice block there from the Ice Shards will make sure that nobody else will get caught.
Gotta say, Eon Disc, not a solution to Sven. Doesn't do anything to that hero.
Why does Aeon Disc get dispelled?
That's a good question.
I feel like you invest a lot into that item, then you probably shouldn't get dispelled.
Yep. I feel like what he's going for is the Eon Disc procs. It dispels it after the stun, and then he has the ghost shroud, something like that.
Sure.
But I really genuinely believe that just the blink is the solution, and RTZ seems to believe that as well with the blink. And he did not go for this last game, but it looked really good on the other heroes that did get it.
Well, he's got the level 25 now, so the Arc Warden is very scared with that upgrade in spark rate damage. GPK is terrifying in his own right, as I believe he's got Aghanim Scepter complete. As for, they break the smoke, blink away. Is everybody gonna get out? No, they're not. Hanskin, he's gonna get caught because he doesn't have Force Staff.
Crit's been on point with these Ice Shards this game. Just mechanically. That's one thing that I always have found really impressive about Crit, is just his mechanics are... They're insane.
Yeah, he's good with the skill shots too.
Yeah, he's like one of those players that's good strategy, but his like skill shot prowess is insanely high too.
That's why his Ice Shards are good. That's why he's been playing so much Pudge lately.
I'm kind of beating around
Marana.
He's not a zoomer, okay? He's not a zoomer, and yet still his mechanics are really high. You know, he's not one of these like 18-year-old mid laners where it's like, all right, well they're a zoomer, so that's why they're popping off.
Do you ascribe to the age thing in esports?
Yeah, to some degree. I feel like there's an attitude thing there.
I think I think it has less to do with the physiology and more to do with the mentality. Like when you're 18-year-old and you're just grinding games nonstop.
You don't give a shit. Yeah. You just.
Well, you've been playing when you've been like Crit and you've been, near the top of the game for quite some time. At some point in time, you figure you probably practice a little less seriously. You probably grind a little less. Nice initiation here from S4. Trying to blow up this Tusk as quick as possible. But on the high ground here, they do have to relocate coming in from the Sven, but it looks like they're not going to help out with the rest of Alliance. They actually were chasing somebody else. Now they come back in. S4, was he bailed out there? The Reaper's side, it wasn't enough to be able to kill him or something there, but they do have the stun. Coming in from Nico Baby, putting in some work. Trying to save by the magnetic field, and it looks like that was just enough. They get the damage onto the Sven. He goes down, and RTZ, he seems to reign supreme. Some of the EG members got a little bit low, but in the end, RTZ stood strong, healthy, and just wiped out Alliance. There's nobody alive, nobody with buyback pretty much, and well, this is looking like a swifter end to game 2 here, Jenkins.
They don't even have the tier 2, they're just walking high ground.
Yeah.
They're gonna go to the mid lane.
I thought for a second there, maybe they're just going to go tier 3 into tier 4s. They might.
Maybe. Yeah, I could see it.
What happened to that Reaper side? I swear to God, I thought I saw it on Centaur and he was low.
Maybe he got IO healed, something like that. I mean, there's a lot happening in that fight. It's very confusing to look at team fights with Warlock, Fatal Bonds, Ulti, Ember Spirit, Maelstrom, Arc Warden, 2 Maelstroms flying around. These fights are chaos, but when you have the Warlock on your team, I think you favor fights being chaos. Then again, you could say the same thing about Death Prophet too.
Yeah.
Once again, it just depends on the lead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Look at those.
All right, who wants to walk through that?
All right, S4.
2,500 magic damage or something, probably more.
Do your job, S4. Go out there.
Look at the supports. I'm not going through that.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
And then she's like, Hanska, you go through that. Nico Baby's like, I'm gonna TP out, and so is the rest of the team. They're all gonna TP out here. Sven Stun leading off onto the Necrophos. Aeon Disc is gonna get popped here. At the same time, they do manage to get the lockdown onto the Embersphere. Not too bad, but they're not focusing on the same targets. But Nico Baby got the most important target of all. That's Arteezy. This time around, they threaten him, and look at what a difference it made in these team fights. FNG, oh no, don't tell me he's gonna die. No, he heals up. He's good. He's not gonna die to that last Necrophos nuke. Crit spotted. The vision is given, and they get a third kill there.
Very, very well done. I mean, I think just every fight we see Nico Baby get on top of Arteezy, it does look really good. The question is just like getting on top of him.
Yeah.
Both of these times where it's happened, it's been when EG has broken their formation or Alliance has gone in a way where EG doesn't have their formation yet. Like Alliance is, they are doing a good job at finding these opportunities, but obviously when it's a 22k gold deficit, it's you need to do this quite a few times in a row to make it work.
You got to feel for him. They really needed Roshan to be up right now. Sadly, it's going to be a late Roshan here. Another minute and a half left, so no opportunity to take advantage of the Arc Warden's death timer here, and they couldn't find an additional kill. They're hoping to kind of snowball some kills.
Yeah, and their lanes are all shoved out too, so they can't actually get towers with this either. Like you said, they were looking for kills. They were looking, okay, maybe Fly's going to step up a little bit too far. Maybe he'll be dewarding or pushing a lane out or something like that.
Yeah, Lehanskin's sitting in the pit, just like, please, spawn. Spawn.
Yeah.
It's not, it's too late. It's not going to happen.
You know, Gaben giveth and Gaben taketh sometimes.
Yeah, and he certainly tooketh quite a bit here.
There's a lot of taking happening.
You remember that Limp running top power rune like 3 different times and it spawned bottom every single time?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel
a lot of taking.
Yeah.
Now, Evil Geniuses, they're going to 3-man smoke up. Arteezy can join them off the Boots of Travel, so they feel pretty confident that if they find somebody outside of their base, or on a low ground area, let's say, that'd be pretty easy pickings. Now, there is that high ground of the triangle that's always difficult to fight into, and that's where Alliance are holding right now. They cannot afford to give up Roshan. They have to be able to fight for this. The sad part is, Evil Geniuses, they've got one of the better heroes to expose this, right? Just keep pushing bottom lane with an Arc Warden Tempest double.
Yep. At this point in the game, very convenient to have an Arc Warden on your team, as well as the Spark Wraiths just to defend the pit. I mean, they're giving constant vision.
Jeez, look at him go, man. It's just, this is insane. But look at Alliance wrapping around like this, and they may actually catch Evil Geniuses a bit off. They're going to run into crit and run into GPK. They're going to pop it. God, straight. 2-man stun. Up from S4 with the Stormhammer on to 3. That's going to be a big one. Can they finish off Arteezy? He's dead. Reaper Scythe comes in, takes out S4. That's a dieback. He's dead for 2 minutes almost. But a one fight for Alliance, no doubt. The bounce back there of the Stormhammer stun. But Ramses, you know he's going to be run down. And a stolen Reaper Scythe, making it look that much better for Alliance. Running, chasing him down. Fly, going to be caught as well. 3-shot quite easily. GPK up next, but it's very hard to catch him with the Aghanim Scepter. Their Octarine core that he has. He's going to be able to get away fine, but that's a buyback from Arteezy. That is a win condition that just opened up for Alliance. Oh, maybe don't get caught here, don't get chained. Oh god, but they might just get caught by this. They know there's no Sven. That's why GPK is playing super aggressive. That's why FNG goes for that very defensive relocate back out. Now, are they going to relocate back into the Spark Rate damage? I don't think they're going to bring Limp in, that's for sure. It looks like Io's probably just going to instantly die, as can't really get away from all those slows.
A worthy sacrifice.
So in a way, this buyback is going to be forgiven, as they're very likely to get Roshan here, or Aegis for Arteezy.
That wraparound was absolutely beautiful. They had a very small window where that was going to work. They weren't playing in division.
Yeah.
That was the only angle where they could actually get on the back line, and there wasn't Spark Wraiths down there. But Arteezy was about to put them there.
And S4, that blind jump into the pit, that is exactly where GPK and Arteezy were both standing.
And that's the target. You have to hit Arteezy with that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think you just lose. Yeah, that was super nice. This is how they win the game. If they can kill Arteezy twice, and they've showed us multiple times that they can do it.
Yeah, there's not like buyback is way more valuable on Arc Warden than the Aegis, right? Because he, like, a second life may not mean very much on this Arc Warden.
Right. There's always that argument that, like, this guy dies, like, in one spot. A lot of the time, you just die a second time in the same spot. Like, in the situation where you die once.
Don't leave the item behind.
What is that on the ground there?
It's a purple item.
Yeah, but which one?
I don't know.
Maybe it's garbage. They're like, yeah, that's not even worth picking up.
Yeah, what tier 4 item is garbage? Havoc Hammer?
No, that's a good one.
I mean, the leveler was, I think the leveler was dropped by Arc Warden. I saw that.
I hope that's not a leveler. That's a good item. It's exactly what they need. I'm sure they'll get it.
Okay, Satanic almost complete for this Sven. Very big upgrade.
Ooh, Ninja Gear for S4. That is the item to get on a Blink Initiator.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's stoked. I mean, that's going to help him with these initiations. And they've always been so crucial in these fights. Getting on the right heroes in the back line.
Question is, can Alliance catch evil geniuses by surprise a second time? You can see EG already trying to give themselves every small advantage they can with this smoke up behind Ramses. It's not like Alliance is going to be surprised that they're behind this Necrophos.
I think they want to do another wraparound play. It worked the first time. It worked in the first game to go on EG before they were set up in their formation. And I think they need to do that again, especially with this Aegis on Arteezy. Then again, you could argue maybe they want to just stall for the Aegis and then kill Arteezy. But by the time...
Who has the Magic Lamp? Because it was on the Ember Spirit, and now he's picked up the Spell Prism. So I need to know who has that extra save. The Ember Spirit, he got cut out with the Reaper Sight. The Snowball save, though. It came in, and now Alliance is grouped up. And a giant hit from GPK as he is putting out the damage back and forth with those remnants. They've lost their IO in exchange for a toss, but S4 is super low. Can they catch him? Managed to blink away. He's trying to run. Looks like he's going to get out. Ramsey stumbles a little bit forward here. Nico, baby. They're going for Arteezy. He needs the vision, though. Do they have it? He sits the magnetic field onto the side. Can they get on top of him with the Necrophos? They got him with enough damage here. That's going to be life number 1, but they can't stick around. The Reaper Sight is coming out. Then Death Prophet doesn't die to it just yet. Nico Baby coming back. S4 with the storm on to 3. Hits the Tempest double as well. Nico Baby's going for it. He's going for Arteezy, but he doesn't have the damage. No! Arteezy pumps it out too much. He gets the Ultra Kill. He gets the Rampage. It's not over yet, though. Alliance have the buybacks. They may have just rampaged on Arteezy, but he still has no buyback.
They were so close to getting him there. EG knew they needed everybody to buy back. I'm surprised Crick didn't buy back, though. He was just confident in his team. It's like, he's fine. He's fine.
What a massive counterplay, though. Death Prophet, Yule Sceptered up here. That damn Tempest double. They're holding on to Nico Baby's buyback, waiting for them to overextend. It looks like maybe this is the time, but GPK has already popped his BKB, and he's already taken out the cores. Both Limp and S4 gonna die to that assault from GPK with a little bit of backup from Arteezy, and you know they want to end this game in style. There is nobody left to help. Old Nico Baby, Arteezy diving into the fountain with the rest of their boys, and it will be a 2-0 to Evil Geniuses.
Dude, shout out to Crit. What a snowball save that was from the stolen Reaper Sight.
Yeah, to keep in track of a stolen Reaper Sight and know that he needs to counterplay